Uh, Sorry for that quick false alarm. My bad. Yeah, we should be live. We're gonna get started with just some pretty nothing too crazy. Just a little Pierce Morgan slop first, of course. But we've got obviously quite a bit to go through. So no, that's not the one I want. That's not the one I want. Hold on. Sorry, I'm still a bit sick. Can you tell? Oh my god. That hurt a lot. But yeah, what are you gonna do? All right. I pre-watched a bit of this. It's kind of boring, but we're just getting started with some blueprints, maybe a little bit of sloptube. Yeah, nothing crazy. Oh my god. This cold is diabolical, man. Anyways, let's get started on
when
this.
you kind of take a step back and you see the way that people around Joe Biden used him for decades, all of these terrible things that happened, there was nobody home.
Down. Let's release all the health records of President Biden, who is not president. I also want the health records of Donald Trump. Specifically, I want the records of his failed assassination attempt. You know, the bullet that grazed the ear.
With respect, you are beginning to sound like a mad conspiracy theory.
There is an unbelievable layer of conspiracies here. The scandal is that the media ran in cahoots with the Democrat machine or the Biden machine or whatever you want to call it.
Trump is talking about Biden. The conservatives are talking about Biden. Everybody is talking about Biden. There is no scandal. There is no evidence of any scandal whatsoever. It's just more conservatives saying again that they know nothing about medicine.
James Comey is a huge weirdo with artistic pretensions. Either Comey is the dumbest person on earth, or he knew what he was doing. And I want to be charitable.
My bitrate's fine on Twitch.
As a personal matter, everybody should feel nothing but genuine sympathy and concern for Joe Biden and his health. As a political matter, everybody should feel absolutely entitled to ask difficult questions. The Democratic Party, led by Joe Biden, said he was not only fit to be commander-in-chief, but to do it all again for another 4 years. Meanwhile, as Jake Tapper's book reports, he didn't recognize his friend and world-famous actor George Clooney. He forgot the names of even his closest and longest-serving aides. He was so frail, the staffers wanted to put him in a wheelchair and prevented even members of the cabinet from seeing him. The worries about his cognitive decline go back to at least 2019. Well, now we know that he probably had cancer for a large part of his presidency, but somehow, inexplicably, perhaps even defying credibility, it was not detected, or certainly not in a way that was related to the American public. Democrats are rightly upset that so much attention is being absorbed by the last president and not the current one. But who exactly is to blame for that? Oh, right, yeah.
Who is exactly to blame for that?
The people who said Joe Biden was fitter than a racehorse and smart enough for Mensa at a time when he should have been probably in a nursing home. It's very fair to ask, why should anybody trust them ever again? Biden fractured out as the host of the Michael Knowles show on Daily Wire. Michael Knowles, the streamer and commentator Destiny, Wajahat Ali, host of the Democracy-ish podcast, and the Rubin Report host Dave Rubin, whose Don't Burn This World tour is heading for Hungary, Israel, and Australia, but disappointingly, I have to say, not to the United Kingdom as yet.
Why would you want to?
I thought you had me banned already. Isn't that what happened? We tried to come again.
No, we haven't. We're all wokeys are banned, but you're allowed in.
Isn't the complaint?
Well, gentlemen, welcome to all of you.
Whatever. You know
all been on Uncensored many times. Mike, let me start with you, Michael Knowles. It's a legitimate question. You know, I was appalled by the abuse, open mockery, and glee that greeted the news that President Biden has advanced aggressive cancer that's metastasized to his bones. Simply because on a human level, whether it was him or Donald Trump or anybody else, I just think if we've reached a point where the reaction to an elderly man potentially dying is treated with great glee, when they've served 50 years as a politician, I just think, sorry, I think it crosses the line. However,
Piers, I didn't see a lot of glee in the reaction. I'm not even just flacking for the GOP. From the established mainstream guys, I saw a lot of concern. Pray for Joe
I'm not talking
Biden
about mainstream. I'm talking about general, like, people on social media. And I think it's indicative of where social media has gone. It's become, as we all know, because we've all got a big following, it's become a sewer and a cesspit. Right. And I just think it's actually, interestingly to what you just said, it's incumbent on people who are in the more mainstream, if you like, and I would include all of us here in a way. It's important for us, I think, to try and moderate that kind of stuff as best we can by leading by example. However, it's an important example. However,
do it.
I'm just not buying this sequence of events. When I saw Ezekiel Emanuel on MSNBC talking about the fact that from his position as a very, very eminent oncologist, it just defies credibility. They just discovered this about Joe Biden, that in his estimation, they probably knew about this or should have known or must have known for maybe 4 or 5 years, even before he got elected.
This is on
before.
Oh, wait, no.
Just to me, none of this adds up. Because I've had PSA tests. I mean, I'm 60. Right? I've had them in my 50s. Most men do. And if you're the president of the United States, you're getting test after test after test after test. So what do we think we're dealing with here?
I think J.D. Vance exemplified the right reaction here, which is you say, look, we pray for the guy who has cancer, and we're all headed for the dust at some point.
Well,
so let's not be too cruel about it. But also, don't allow our sympathy to distract us from the legitimate political problem that we all have a right to discuss, which is we were lied to. We were lied to by the White House doctor. That White House doctor should probably lose his medical license. Either way, if you're telling me he somehow didn't catch it until moments ago, he's a terrible doctor or he's a liar. Either way, he needs to face serious consequences. The White House staff lied. The media lied. The Jake Tappers of the world lied. And that's a very serious problem because we already had very little trust in our established institutions after COVID. Now you've got the public health officials, the White House doctor, and you've got the White House staff yet again lying to us. One big irony in all of this, at a really low-end political level, the Democrats, when Biden's decline became clear, they decided to throw him out and replace him with Kamala Harris. And just knowing how life expectancy and metastatic cancer progresses, the Democrats would have had a much better chance getting Kamala Harris into the White House had they not instituted a coup d'etat on Joe Biden. Had they just been, I don't know, a little bit more straightforward about everything, they might have gotten what they wanted, but their deceit did them in.
Yeah, but John Hatt, I mean, whichever way you look at this, it just stinks, the sequence of events, doesn't it? I mean, does anybody believe that they have suddenly discovered about a recent president of the United States that he's got aggressive cancer in this manner? I mean, the White House said today, as come out and said, the last time not the White House, but Biden's people have come out and said the last time he had a PSA test was 2014 for fear it would be raised and raise concerns. I just don't believe that. Why would a man in his 70s not have another PSA test for 10, 11 years?
So I know we love conspiracy theories on this show, but let me just say first and foremost, as a father of a stage 4 cancer survivor, my daughter had a full liver transplant. When I left my daughter, she was perfectly healthy, 2 years old, 6 years ago, and then she had some bumps. My wife took her to the emergency room, and then they found out that she had stage 4 cancer. That's how it happens. So for anyone who is suffering from cancer, anyone who has a lost one, who died from cancer, sometimes it creeps up. That's number one for people to know, and hopefully people will know more about cancer as this Trump administration has cut 31% of cancer research in the first 100 days. Just want people to know that. Hopefully no one has to go through this. We went through it. Joe Biden right now has stage 4 cancer that has metastasized.
Sorry, with respect, Jai, let me stop you. You're distracting. You're very good at distracting. We're not a show that...
No, not at all. I'm trying to
hang
inform
on. I'm not a show that loves conspiracy theories. I love talking about the reality behind conspiracy theories. Often conspiracy theories, as we've discovered in the last few years, turn out to be correct. So I'm prepared to give everything a fair hearing. Well, they sometimes they do, right? Some conspiracy theories turn out to be true. And then the people who call them conspiracy theories sound like idiots. I don't like promoting wild, nonsensical conspiracy theories. I don't think it's a conspiracy theory to have expected a president of the United States in his 70s to have had a basic test that all men over the age of about 55 are encouraged to have on a regular basis. I don't believe them. And I think that is a and if it turns out to be that
you might agree with me on this.
Go on.
You actually might agree with me on this. So here, let me just finish. Joe Biden is a very old man. Breaking news. He's 82 years old. I agree with you that Joe Biden should not have run or even announced that he was run for president, right? He was supposed to be a one-term president. I believe Joe Biden did immense damage to the Democratic Party and Kamala Harris by announcing at a very late stage that he wouldn't run, and he was pressured not to run. I think he made a huge mistake. He's 82 years old. Now, I'm all for fair and balance. And I don't know, I'm going to take my Republican counterparts, my MAGA counterparts out there at their word right now. Let's have fair and balance. I'm all here. Let's release all the public records. Let's release all the health records of President Biden, who is not president. Also, let's also focus on the man who's currently president, Donald Trump. He's the oldest person to ever be elected president. He's about to turn 79 years old. I want the health records of Joe Biden. I also want the health records of...
What's bruh? Care to enlighten me with what your contention is? We gotta start off with slop while people filter in, you know? If that's what... Former Roblox president. Sure. That's good. Yeah, give me the rundown on the story for that. That sounds... actually, wait. Also, is the stream's quality just absolutely ass? Because I've started multi-streaming again on YouTube as well. The bitrate looks fine on Twitch, but YouTube seems to be struggling a bit. So just let me know if stream quality seems fine. Okay.
Of Donald Trump. Specifically, I want the records of...
Started a Dustin Gray live. I put up I did like a little clip highlight thing of the Roblox stream. We're at 2 views, kind of rolling in it. So what I'm going to do is have the regular Dustin Gray YouTube channel be like my prepared content, like old video essay type things. I'm going to do one on these PBMs, and then maybe I'll do one on the Big Beautiful Bill. Yeah, that seems reasonable. But yeah, so I don't know. Maybe I'll start streaming on Kick.
Of his failed assassination attempt. You know, the bullet that grazed the ear. That is very traumatic for anybody, especially a 78-year-old man. Release all the health records. Number one. Number two.
Wow, you're sounding...
Are you allowed to say that in Twitch channel?
Vijaya, you are sound...
50-50.
With respect,
let's do 50-50.
With respect, you are beginning to sound like a mad conspiracy theorist. Dry skin, deeper wrinkles, and crepiness are just a few of the visible signs of aging.
And what?
Also, I'm told. Fortunately, today's show is sponsored by One Skin. Their topical supplements are designed to help your skin feel and behave as if it's younger. A bit like this. Founded by an all-female team of scientists, One Skin is the first and only skin longevity company to target cellular skin aging with their proprietary OS1
in my very short stream.
It's scientifically proven to decrease lines and wrinkles, boost hydration, and help with thinning skin. More than 4,000 people have
coming
given
off this
5-star
sickness
reviews
now,
for their full
which is
line
nice.
of face, body, sun, and travel-sized products. One Skin believes skincare is not just to improve how you look, but how to optimize skin biology at a cellular level. Well, we've teamed up to give you a 15% discount with the code PEERS, P-I-E-R-S, at checkout. Just go to oneskin.co. That's co with no M, oneskin.co.
Wait, no, I want the release of records.
What do you think?
Wait,
you don't think he was shot in the ear? You don't believe that? What are you getting at?
I agree he was shot in the ear.
What mad conspiracy are you pursuing?
I agree he was shot in the ear.
Do you think there's any chance the Trump shooting was a conspiracy?
Those health records were not made public. I agree he was shot in the ear. I was on your show. He was shot. He survived. Release the public health records of Donald Trump. Release the public health records of Joe Biden. I want to remind everyone, The oldest man to be elected is president right now, Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Who did I say was cover up? I'm saying, let's be honest. I'm taking you at your word.
I was trying to establish. Are you saying
people
that
need to have?
I see people saying cartilage doesn't heal, and
people do not trust the establishment.
Like,
people do not trust the Democratic establishment. People do not trust the Republican establishment.
Really,
I want Americans to be informed. I agree with you. Joe Biden is a very old man. He's 82 years old. I agree with you. He should not run again. I agree with you that Democratic establishment probably hit his decline. We saw it in real time. But what I'm also seeing right now is unfair and unbalanced coverage, because President Biden ain't president. Donald Trump is president. 78 years old, about 79, has never been on a bike.
Bro, if you couldn't tell Joe Biden wasn't
like he invented the word, he's brought it back.
That's on you. No one was hiding it.
It's like you're going off
he's doing less public
You're very good at distracting. You're very good at distracting, but let me bring in...
Donald Trump has fallen asleep 3 times publicly in the past 3 weeks. He's 79 years old.
Trump did fall asleep at
as everybody knows,
the
whether you love him or hate him, he's got the energy of a 30-year-old. Right? So what? Let's just not go down...
Tell him to ride a bike.
Yeah, Joe Biden.
Tell him to ride a bike.
Joe
Biden rode a bike last week. Tell him to ride a bike.
All right, let me bring in Dave Rubin.
Tell Donald Trump to ride a bike.
All right, I'll give you a good hearing. Dave Rubin, I think the point here, Dave, isn't it? It's just about the fact that there is a general belief, fueled by the Jake Tapper, Alex Thompson book that's coming out now, which many people look at them and say, well, you should have blown the whistle before. They kind of admit that. Both of them have admitted that. So
heard something, so don't give this much credence. I heard something that was like the guy was just like looking for anyone important to shoot, and he just had the most opportunity for Trump. That's why, like, it's really hard to pin down a motive for the guy, because it's like, well, he's a Republican, but he donated to Democrats. Like, it might have just been I mean, shit. Some people are just disgruntled. It happens.
I think credit to them for doing that. But what the book seems to reveal is what many of us said very publicly many times. Joe Biden was unfit to be president of the United States. Cognitively, physically, any other way you care to strip it. That matters. And the reason the cancer story now matters is if it turns out that they knew he had prostate cancer, which was metastasized, we don't know when. And, you know, to your point with Jai, I'm very glad that your daughter's okay. And I understand sometimes cancer comes on very, very fast. But
also, I like how Trump was like, we're so back, and now it's tanking again
you get
already.
Incredible medical treatment. And you get tested for just about everything all the time, precisely to ensure that you are fit and able to run the country. So I just cannot believe that a man who was president of the United States in his 70s did not have another PSA test after 2014 for one of the most prevalent cancers that affects elderly men. I just don't buy it. And if they're lying about it, then a lie was perpetrated on the American people, which is, I think, pretty serious.
Of course, of course. First off, Piers, I want to say it's good to see you. I know we've been hitting each other a little bit on Twitter lately, but it's always
the sad reality is
it's always fun to be on the show.
I think most men will develop prostate cancer given enough time, and like at a certain point, you die of something else before prostate cancer can kill you. Which, you know, it's a sad reality, but it's kind of what it is.
Medical diagnoses here. I mean, I think we just saw a prime example of a symptom of Trump derangement syndrome. When someone is asked a question about what's wrong with Joe Biden's cognitive ability and now his metastatic cancer, we start talking about Donald Trump. So that's one issue.
It just sucks.
As to everything else you said,
still
being hit it on the head.
You want to see something that'll piss you off? Like, this is so distasteful. This is like, it goes to what you were saying earlier about, yeah, no, this is worse than more. I don't know if you know who Denims is, but.
That doesn't sound good, Doc.
Gleason 9, John, means that it's in a very aggressive form of cancer. And
look at the chat. They're all like thrilled that Biden
has the highest risk of spread, which obviously he has had. He's presenting with urinary
these people
symptoms,
have
and I want
no place
you to know that most of the time prostate cancer would be asymptomatic when
in the Democratic Party that I stand on. Like, they hate Democrats, to be fair. Like, that's why they're so excited about it. But, like, I don't want to hear these people say the word optics ever.
Sign that it's pretty far advanced when they say that it.
Like, just disgusting. I saw. Well, yeah, the music is the music is called Crab Rave, and it's supposed to be, like, celebratory. Joe Biden is an awful monster. Prostate cancer doesn't... Like, just get the fuck out of here. Come on.
There is an unbelievable layer of conspiracies here, because either we are to believe that Joe Biden, the president of the United
States... I'm pretty sure this motherfucker has, like... Is he live right now? I think I still follow him. Do I? No. This motherfucker gets, like, 20 to 30,000 people listening to him all day. Like, god damn.
United States, the 82-year-old president, former...
Fucking the genocide Joe is, like, the only person in the U.S. that has actually tried to think of something. And they're like, yep, we got the Democrats out. They learned their lesson. And now Trump is just like, here you go, Netanyahu, do whatever the fuck you want.
President of the United States, that his doctor was completely incompetent at every level, meaning he didn't catch what is now very, very advanced, very easy to catch prostate cancer. As you said, you're 60 years old. You've had these PSA tests.
Are any of these fuckers a doctor?
This morning, Grok recommends that men usually at about 45 years old. And that's what ChatGPT says as well. And you can talk to virtually any doctor that says that. Yeah, see, this is the kind of obfuscation that you guys do with everything. We all know that men somewhere in their 40s and 50s...
up with white genocide?
Oh, never mind.
We all know that men in their 40s and 50s should be getting this test annually. So either his doctor was completely negligent and hid that, but it's not just that, because he was also either completely negligent or a buffoon or a criminal when it came to what was going on with Joe Biden cognitively. Why is it, Piers? I'm not from the future. I don't have a DeLorean or a flux capacitor or anything else. Why is it that in 2019 I was doing videos, you can find them online, of Joe Biden's cognitive ability? It's because everyone could see it right in front of our face, and they told us not to see. So there's multiple layers of conspiracy here, and as it pertains...
This is another thing, too. It's like the victim complex of not, like, Republican, but, like, this type of person. It's like, this is a conspiracy. This was hidden. No, it fucking wasn't. We all saw him. We all knew. We all pretty much thought it was a pretty shit idea for him to run again. Like, they punch in the fucking air.
To Jake Tapper, and Alex Thompson is the guy that I guess co-wrote the book, and the poor guy, he's going into all these interviews with Jake, and he's just like, ooh, I hope they don't ask me a question. It's embarrassing, because the scandal is not just that doctor, she's a doctor, right? Dr. Jill Biden, and the insiders were hiding this, and did Biden even know what he had or anything else? The scandal is that the media ran in cahoots with the Democrat machine or the Biden machine or whatever you want to call it. So there's multiple layers of a medical scandal, because there's more than one issue there, but there's multiple layers of, I would say, a cultural scandal, which pertains to how the White House released information
lied.
and how the media used that information or hid that information.
I agree.
David, were those the videos that Russia paid you to make, or was that your original independent
Okay, let me do this, because you do this every time I'm
on
the show. You
they
do
should
know that
do
the
this.
Department
This
of Justice
should be a
closed the
permanent,
case, and you do know
permanent mark
that
on
I'm
their
talking about it
reputation.
right now,
Always.
so that has nothing to do
They
with
should
me.
never,
And I would add a
ever
third. I would add a third,
buddy.
do you know? I don't give a fuck. So let's just move back to the debate. Destiny.
So you weren't paid by Russia. Okay.
Look,
good to know.
if you want to ask him on your own show and ask him those questions again and again, go and do it on your own show. Would you? Let me bring in Destiny. Destiny.
Fair enough.
Destiny, I do think this matters. Do you?
I'm going to be honest. I haven't followed the news recently, and I lose track of this sometimes. Right now, who's the president? Is it Trump or is it Biden? Because every single day I turn the news on, Trump is talking about Biden, the conservatives are talking about Biden, everybody is talking about Biden. It feels like that is the only thing that these people can ever talk about, because they're trying to take away attention from Trump's disastrous econ policy, from the utter failures that he's running into over and over and over again with all of the courts, with the insane arguments that they're putting in front of the Supreme Court, trying to get rid of things like birthright citizenship. But for some reason, we're talking about Biden again. Also, it's no surprise that conservatives are once again, there is no scandal. There is no evidence of any scandal whatsoever. It's just more conservatives demonstrating again that they know nothing about medicine.
There's no evidence of a scandal.
No, you don't need to explain anything while I'm giving my answer to Pierre's question. You say the man wasn't competent to be president. I'm curious, can you show me a single time when Joe Biden sat down and had EOs brought to him and explained to him that he'd never seen before, like we see Trump sign on an almost daily basis?
It is fun.
One example of that.
Well, they didn't bring them to Joe Biden because an auto
Exactly. You have no example of that. No, you have no example of that. Donald Trump is worse. Donald Trump is worse. That's great, but you can see videos of Biden explaining what's in the Hold on, let me finish my answer. For all of these people that are so concerned about Biden's health, everybody got so offended when Elon Musk was asked about his ketamine abuse. So they said we had no right into the minds, the drug use, or the medical records of people that might be involved in major parts of the government, that he was involved in dismantling huge parts of the government. He was the president's right-hand man. Just right there, we just heard another pivot, another abdication of responsibility. The reality is conservatives know nothing about medicine. All of you guys on here are saying it's totally common to test for prostate cancer past 50. It's not. Past 70, it's not recommended. Believe it or not, and I know in the movies and in the TV shows, it seems like you can test for every single thing at every point in time. You can't test for every single thing at every point in time. You don't do that because you get a lot of false positives.
He's the president of the United States.
How long does that PSA test take you? When you do that PSA test annually,
how long
does that take you? Is that a big problem for the doctor?
It literally takes 3 minutes.
Over the age of 70, you do not test men for prostate cancer. It's just not recommended. You can't test for every single
It is if you're the president of the United States and you've
So
already
the
had a
president is
test in
exempted
2014.
from ordinary human conditions? No, of course not. You can't test for every single disease at every single point of your life. Unfortunately, you just can't do that.
Okay, Michael, let me bring you back in here. I think, look, it's very the conversation.
We'll keep this on the back burner. I'm already bored of this shit. What do we got here? All right, we got a press briefing. Let's do this. I can take 20-minute segments of Pierce at a time, but
President Trump is saddened and outraged over the brutal murder of 2 Israeli embassy staff here in Washington, D.C. last night. Yaron Lashinsky and Sarah Milgram were a beautiful young couple. In fact, we learned that Yaron was planning to propose to Sarah next week in Jerusalem. Yaron's father, Daniel, spoke about the young couple's devotion for one another this morning. He said, "They were in love, one for the other. The embassy told us they were like a star couple at the embassy. I never expected something like this. He had his whole life before him."
They do realize, like, that by him killing these people, he's probably, like, condemned multiple, like, exponential amounts of Palestinians to death in retaliation. Is that lost on people? Like, we know that Israel does not hold back when it comes to retaliating for stuff like this. This has been the story since Israel's founding. When they get poked, they go hard. Like, we're coming up on like 80 years of history to point to for, hey, this doesn't help. But, cycle of violence, as they say.
Especially every parent knows, are heart-wrenching. The evil of anti-Semitism must be eradicated from our society. I spoke to the Attorney General this morning, The Department of Justice will be prosecuting the perpetrator responsible for this to the fullest extent of the law. Hatred has no place in the United States of America under President Donald Trump. Everyone here at the White House is praying for the victims' friends and families during this unimaginable time. Now for some scheduling announcements. On Saturday morning, President Trump will deliver the commencement address at the United States Military Academy at West Point. On Monday, to commemorate Memorial Day, the president will visit Arlington National Cemetery and participate in a wreath-laying ceremony. The president will further honor our military next month on June 14th when he hosts the 250th anniversary of the United States Army with a grand military parade celebration right here in our nation's capital. President Trump.
When was the last time we had a military parade? When was the last time the U.S. Jesus had a military parade? That seems 1991 victory in the Gulf War. Okay. That's I suppose if there was a reason to have a military parade, it would be a victory. 1942. Okay, when we went to war. Eisenhower's inauguration. Okay, that, well, I mean, he was a World War II general, right? Yeah. Kennedy's inauguration, I don't know about. Actually, was Kennedy a pilot? All right, so they're not. They don't. It's not like they never happen, but they're not exactly common, I suppose.
Trump will be joined by veterans, active duty troops, wounded warriors, Gold Star families, and patriotic Americans from across the country to celebrate our heroes who have kept us safe. Tickets for the parade and the celebration are available through the America 250 Commission's event registration portal. It will be a truly historic and special day for our country. After the parade, President Trump will travel to the G7 Leaders Summit in Canada from June 15th through the 17th. We will be sending an additional logistics information out after the briefing.
It's supposed to be
Last night, Republicans in the House passed the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, the most significant piece of legislation in years. There were a lot of good faith negotiations in the Republican conference leading up to the final passage, but as always, President Trump came in at the end to bring all sides together and get this deal done. This One Big Beautiful Bill will implement President Trump's Make America Great Again agenda by delivering the largest tax cut in American history for middle-class families, the working class, and small businesses.
Yeah.
The One Big Beautiful Bill fulfills President Trump's promises of no tax on tips, which was applauded today by the CEO of Uber, no tax on overtime, a made-in-America auto tax break, Trump savings accounts for newborn babies, and substantial tax cuts for our amazing seniors' Social Security benefits.
Is there any particular reason
the One Big Beautiful Bill will permanently secure the border by delivering the largest border security investment in history, funding at least 1 million annual removals of illegal aliens to carry out the largest deportation campaign ever, finishing the Trump border wall, and giving pay raises and bonuses for our incredible ICE and Border Patrol agents. The One Big Beautiful Bill protects the Medicaid program and its benefits for the most vulnerable Americans that the program was designed for by kicking off 1.4 million illegal aliens from receiving benefits and implementing common sense work.
Now, do you think they started with that? Or do you think they started with Trump's birthday and found something that worked? Because I'm sure you can guess what I think, but
requirements for able-bodied Americans. The One Big Beautiful Bill also helps get our fiscal house in order by carrying out the largest deficit reduction in nearly 30 years with $1.6 trillion in mandatory savings. Every single Democrat in the House of Representatives who voted against all of these common sense and massively popular policies. The Democrat Party has never been more radical and out of touch with the needs of the American people.
I suppose we'll never
The One
know.
Big Beautiful Bill is the final missing piece
Unless you
toward
have, like,
ushering the
actual
golden age
information,
of
but
America.
I didn't.
The Senate should pass this as quickly as possible and send it to President Trump's desk for a final signature.
Really care that much?
After today's briefing, President Trump will hold a Make America Healthy Again event alongside Secretary Kennedy and several other cabinet secretaries to unveil the Maha Commission report. Anyway, President Trump wants every child in America to grow up and to live a long and healthy life. That's why he's working alongside Secretary Kennedy to end the chronic disease epidemic, to keep our children healthy, safe, and disease-free. The Maha Commission report is a historic assessment, the first of its kind by any presidential administration, of current evidence and research about the health crisis affecting America's children. This report is a review of pre-existing research to comprehensively assess what we understand about our health problems and what we don't understand, and how we can find those answers. All of the findings will be based on the gold standard of science. And I think I speak for all Maha moms across the country when I say we look forward to the president's event and remarks later this afternoon. And as we head into the Memorial Day weekend, a quick update on gas prices. According to the fuel savings platform Gas Buddy, the national average price of gasoline is expected to be $3.08 on Memorial Day. We expect that to continue to decline because of the president's energy policies. But this is down from Memorial Day last year. And adjusted for inflation, it's the second cheapest price for a gallon of gas on Memorial Day since 2003, thanks to President Trump. And finally, in other news, the Department of Homeland Security conducted a deportation flight from Texas to remove vicious illegal criminals in the United States. All of these individuals were sent, or are trying to be sent, to a third country. And President Trump promised to get vicious illegal alien murderers, rapists, and pedophiles like these out of our country, and he is trying to deliver on this promise. But no matter how upset this makes Democrats, we will continue to deport these monsters to keep Americans safe. And here are the heinous of individuals who were on that flight. A Cuban national, convicted of homicide, armed robbery, false impersonation of an official, kidnapping, and robbery.
Sorry, wait, did I miss it? Did they say South Sudan?
Deport these monsters to keep Americans safe. And here are the heinous of individuals who were on that flight. A Cuban national, convicted of homicide, armed robbery, false impersonation of an official, kidnapping, and robbery strong-arm. A Cuban national convicted of attempted first-degree murder with a weapon. A citizen of Laos convicted of first-degree murder and robbery.
Laos? Sorry, this is dumb, but like, it's Laos, right?
Laos.
Okay, like,
a Mexican national convicted of second-degree murder. A citizen of South Sudan convicted of robbery in the possession of a firearm. A citizen of Burma convicted of lascivious acts with a child less than 12 years old. A citizen of Burma convicted of first-degree sexual assault involving a victim mentally and physical incapable of.
Okay, look, if you're here on asylum or temporary protected status and you do something that heinous, there might be a case for like punitive deportation, I guess. So if like this is all true, then maybe, but the more pressing thing is that they ignored a court order to not until they had a chance to apply for other things, like the UN, like Convention Against Torture status, but
resisting. It's disgusting. And a Vietnamese national convicted of first-degree murder. Now, a liberal activist district court judge in the city of Boston, Massachusetts, is trying to force the president of the United States to bring these monsters back to our country.
Well, you should have just waited until they
Department of Homeland Security to give these illegal criminals 15 days.
If you followed the damn law, this wouldn't be an issue. need this one. Hey, that's me. Breaking the law, asshole. I don't know if you've seen the movie Liar Liar, but...
Busted skull. He knocked over another ATM, this time at knife point. He needs your legal advice.
Would show them any deference? Okay, look. When the administration is stepping over norms, the court has a right to also, like, they can't just take this on the chin, because then the court becomes even weaker, and they're already a weakened branch. People are like, well, the courts are going so much harder on Trump. Yeah, because...
Stop breaking the law, asshole!
Yeah, but again, I don't know. I was a bit younger in the first admin, so I'm not as... But at least in this admin, he is really railing against the courts, and even if some of these things are atypical, like an injunction, judge can grant them. That is legal. So, and it's pretty clear that he's trying to weaken the judiciary, and I think the judiciary has a right to fight back. We can look into some of the, if you have some articles and whatnot. We'll look into that, or I'll look into that a bit more. Can you give me some examples to look into? I don't know. I'm not saying you carry water for Trump, but sometimes I feel like you give him a little too much grace. I understand I give him probably less grace, but I don't know. It's just this is a guy that's transgender band. Okay, we'll look at it.
To reopen their immigration cases with access to phones and attorneys. Every single one of these individuals I will add, had final orders of removal from our country.
Video.
And now Judge Murphy is forcing federal officials to remain in Djibouti for over 2 weeks, threatening our U.S. diplomatic relationships with countries around the world, and putting these agents' lives in danger by having to be with these illegal murderers, criminals, and rapists. This is completely absurd. Judge Brian Murphy is not the Secretary of State. He is not the Secretary of Defense or the Commander-in-Chief. He is a district court judge in Massachusetts. He cannot control the foreign policy or the national security of the United States of America, and to suggest otherwise is being completely absurd. According to new reporting about this judge, he's a registered Democrat in Massachusetts.
Was this a federal judge? But even if... even so, it doesn't give him the right to just blatantly break the law, even if the courts are harsh on him. Hey, Beck, how's it going?
Who during his Senate confirmation hearings failed to disclose his ties to a radical left-wing organization that claimed the word illegal to describe illegal aliens was inherently prejudicial. This massive judicial overreach by Judge Murphy is part of the same opposition our administration has faced since day one. Radical left-wing judges are egregiously trying to stop President Trump from using his core constitutional powers as head of the executive branch and commander-in-chief. These judicial activists want to unilaterally stop President Trump from deporting foreign terrorists and keeping the American people safe. Nearly 80 million Americans...
When they say district judge ruling... South Sudan... Court. If you're a federal judge, you have federal jurisdiction. I don't think in a federal court they're doing shit It's like, hey, don't do this. The Trump admin breaks the law. I don't know. Well, I don't know enough about your framing about the, like, I don't know. We'll watch something on Trump versus Hawaii. But even still, he is blatantly breaking the law here. Like, that's different.
Americans reelected this president to deport illegal criminals from our homeland. And polling consistently shows that 90% of Americans want illegal alien criminals, especially those with final orders of removal from our country, who have chosen to continue to stay here illegally. Americans want these people sent home.
Yes, that is the polling. Just follow the law. You had 15 days. They had 15 days. Okay. 4 years to plot is look. Maybe I don't know. Hey, welcome, Googly. We started with some Piers Morgan slop, and I got a headache pretty quickly, if you can believe it. Yeah. So tariffs on the EU. That'll be fun. 25% tariffs on import tax or iPhones. Seems, I don't know. Seems, I don't even fucking know what it seems like. This shit is.
We hope the Supreme Court will continue to rein this in as soon as possible to restore proper constitutional order in our country. Take some questions. And here in our new media seat today, we have Jillian Michaels. She's a renowned personal health expert. I know all of you know her. I certainly do, watching fitness videos growing up. And a media powerhouse who continues to expand her reach with her podcast, Keeping It Real. Jillian, I know you're here today for the Make America Healthy Again event. We're proud to welcome you to the White House. Thanks for being in the briefing. Why don't you go ahead?
Thank you for having me. As a Maha mom yourself, how do you interpret the significance of this report in terms of delivering measurable health improvements for Americans and their kids, and what specific actions does the administration plan to take in response to it?
That's a whole.
Well, thank you.
Have you been under a rock?
Again,
that's a whole thing
here.
Now.
I would like to emphasize we held a call earlier today with Secretary Kennedy, Secretary Rollins, Administrator Zeldin, and other officials at Health and Human Services to talk about the gravity of this report.
About that
when the president took office, he promised to make this country healthy again, and the president signed an executive order directing this commission. And now, less than 100 days later, the commission is delivering this report. It's another promise made and another promise kept. And the report identifies 4 major factors that are contributing to the rise in childhood chronic disease. Again, this is the first time the federal government has really recognized in a single report that we have a problem in our country. Our children are getting sicker, not healthier. This is not just a crisis, a health crisis, but it poses national security implications as well. And this administration is focused on ensuring we understand why. The 4 factors contributing to the report, as you will all hear from the president later, are number 1, poor diet, a robust discussion about ultra-processed food that are dominating our children's diets, environmental chemical exposure, plastics and other chemicals that are unfortunately a part of our daily American life.
Like, look, if we can ban some of the carcinogenic dyes and actually
and how
get
technology-driven lifestyles are contributing to the decline of our children's physical and mental health. And then lastly, the report touches on the over-medicalization that's taking place in our American society, nowhere else in the world, but just right here in the United States of America. And the report directs the entire administration to understand why these issues are happening and what public policy can the administration implement to ensure that we are fostering a more healthy country for our children. So I'll leave it at that and let the president and his team speak more about this historic report later. But this should be good news for everyone. I don't care what your politics are.
I will say, though, when I was in the UK, the Fanta there just looks sad. It's not radioactive enough.
Agree that we want our children to be healthy and safe, and we want our food supply to be healthy and safe. We have the best farmers and ranchers in the world right here in the United States of America. And
Amen.
we have the best workers in the world. We have the best people in the world. But unfortunately, we have a health crisis that's been plaguing us for too long. And this report speaks to the heart of it.
Yeah, it's almost like we should fund some healthcare initiatives.
Caroline, you guys are very proud of your record on transparency. I have 2 transparency-related questions for you.
Sure.
On the
I'm
president's
going to do one more
dinner
blueprints
tonight,
round, and then
will
we'll
the
go
White
to
House commit
Crossroads.
to making the list of the attendees public so people can see who's paying for that kind of access to the president?
Well, as you know, Garrett, this question has been raised with the president. I have also addressed the dinner tonight. The president is attending it in his personal time. It is not a White House dinner. It's not taking place here at the White House. But certainly I can raise that question and try to get you an answer for it.
Okay, and on the Qatari aircraft, the Air Force has said they're going to classify all the information about the work that has to get done.
Did you see Trump rail against that motherfucker? That was I think it was an NBC guy when the South African president was here. Right after Trump showed his video of all the supposed genocide stuff, this guy's like, so what about the plane? And he's like, you're just terrible. You're the worst. We hate you. What a fucking loser.
Previous Air Force One
and
contracts,
he did not
including the one
drop
that the
it for the
president
next
entered
like
into
hour
in
and a half.
2018,
Every single question that was asked,
knowledge. Will the White
Trump
House
was
commit
like,
to releasing
what? Yeah,
who's
but
doing
look
that
at
work and
this
the
asshole.
cost of that work? I understand that some elements might be classified about specific systems. But will you commit to releasing that basic information so people can see ultimately what this costs?
I will say, I did ask
as you
Grok
know, that's a question for the Department of
if there was a
Defense and the
genocide in
United
South
States Air
Africa,
Force,
and
who is
Grok said
accepting
no.
this jet as part of their fleet.
Declassify anything you want.
Well, you'll have to ask the Department of Defense and
Yeah,
the
we're
United
not
States Air Force
doing
who's
right by
accepting
our
this
allies
jet as
in the
part of its
slightest.
fleet. Peter.
The president can declassify anything that he wants. Has he looked to see if there are any
He is
records
petty as
here
hell.
that would contradict what we've been told
For what
about
that's
Joe
worth,
Biden's decline?
He's one of the pettiest people
He has
in the
not
world, arguably.
directed anyone, to my knowledge, to look
Grok
into
had-
that. But surely I can ask him if he intends to. I think the president has spoken on this pretty extensively, and I have spoken about it extensively from this podium as well. How it was truly one of the worst.
I literally just asked straight up, yes or no, is there a genocide in South Africa? And it was like, no.
Scandals this country has ever seen, that the previous administration covered up the decline.
When I asked for elaboration, it was like,
and,
look,
physical
there's some not
ability.
great shit going
And
on, but it's far from genocide.
But the American people knew the truth, and that's one of the many reasons why President Trump won the election on November 5th.
And President Trump says that he
I think it's so
basically
funny
thinks
that
unelected
Grok is,
Biden
like,
staffers concealed his decline so
constantly
that they
railing
could
against
use the levers
Musk
of
and
power
being like,
for their own
I don't know
personal
about
gain.
this. I don't know about that.
Look, that's not just the president thinking that, Peter. There's a new book out. I don't know if any of you have heard about it. Again, a little bit too late, because the American people knew the truth on this from the very beginning. And there were reporters in this room, including some from your network, Peter, I'll give you a little bit of credit here, who have said that clearly Joe Biden's staffers were engaging in this cover-up. So this is common sense. This isn't the president making it up. These are facts that are now finally being revealed.
Right, and I'm not saying the president's making it up, but he specifically talks about the auto pen. He thinks that staffers were using this auto pen.
Mm-hmm.
Is there some kind of like a badge that you have to swipe to use an auto pen? Is there a record of that?
I can tell you here at this White House, the president signs any document that has legal implications. The president signs every executive order. He signs every proclamation.
Of course, there's a
he
great,
signs pretty much every document that is needed for the president's signature, with the exception of maybe some letters to children. From what we have heard and seen, that was not the case in the previous administration, and the president is raising good questions that are worth looking into.
Hugely
As for
over,
Maha, I'm going
like,
to take a sip of water, if that's okay with you guys. Go ahead.
That the EFF represents is so
presidential gala
overrepresented. Like, it is.
Did anyone in the White House or the White House
minority
counsel's
party.
office advise the president against holding this sweepstakes,
like,
whereby
the
people who spent the most
two
money
larger
on
parties are like,
Trump
he's gonna
coin
fucking
would
say
then
we
have
are gonna work
access
together
the
to keep these fuckers
Again,
out
the president has been asked about this. He has
the
addressed this. I have also stated previously from this podium that the president is
Trump's
abiding by all conflict of interest laws that are
Why don't you just
applicable to the
arrest this
president.
guy?
And I think everybody, the American public, believe it's absurd for
we
anyone
have a
to insinuate
constitution.
that this president is profiting off of the presidency. This president was incredibly successful before giving it all up to serve our country publicly. And not only has he lost wealth, but he also almost lost his life. He has sacrificed a lot to be here, and to suggest otherwise is frankly completely absurd.
Does the White House
Libby,
have
go
any
ahead.
concerns?
round of nuclear talks between Iran and the U.S. is going to take place on Friday in Rome. What is the president anticipating ahead of that? And if a deal doesn't come from that meeting,
grade is this 5? All right.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Iran because I do have an update. The president spoke to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. They had a productive discussion. They discussed many things, including, of course, the tragic shooting that took place here in Washington, D.C. last night. But they also did talk about a potential deal with Iran, which the president believes is moving along in the right direction. And as the president told me, and he's told all of you, this deal with Iran could end in 2 ways. It could end in a very positive diplomatic solution, or it could end in a very negative situation for Iran. So that's why these talks are taking place later this week. Yamish, good to see you.
Oh, no, wait.
Sure. The president showed a video that he said showed more than 1,000 burial sites of white South Africans that he said were murdered. We know that was not true, and the video wasn't showing that. So I wonder, why did the president choose to show that? It's not true that the video was showing a burial site. It is unsubstantiated that that's the case.
No, it is true that
it's not a burial site either. It's a memorial, more so. 5-acre square of land where they put up the crosses to commemorate, or not to commemorate, but to acknowledge and the fuck is the word I'm looking for? Whatever, you know what I'm saying. It's not a burial site. It's not just white farmers, but my point is that both parties are wrong on this issue, and something is happening. It's just, yeah, yeah, no, look, the land seizures
that represent
what the president claimed.
The video showed images of crosses in South Africa about white farmers who have been killed and politically persecuted because of the color of their skin. And those crosses are representing their lives.
Not to go Marxist-Leninist, but it's more so land ownership and stuff. It's wealth. Yes, it is a majority white. That is true. That's not, I mean, I'm sure there are some people where that's the motivation, but fundamentally that's not the big thing. But and seizing land with
their lives
no
and the fact
compensation
that they
is
are
fucked
now
up.
dead and their government did nothing about it. Are you disputing that there's no...
The fact that the video showed what the president claimed it showed, because it did not show that. But even more, what I'm asking you is who at the White House...
No, it did show that. It showed white crosses representing people who have perished because of racial persecution.
Verify the videos that the president shows, and what protocols are in place when there's unsubstantiated information being put out for the world and world leaders to know?
Yamish, what's unsubstantiated about the video? The video shows crosses that represent the dead bodies of people who were racially persecuted by their government. In fact, the Associated Press, of all places, has a picture of that very monument, and the caption from the Associated Press is, "Each cross marks a white farmer who has been killed in a farm murder."
The government
so it is
offers
substantiated, not just by that video and the physical evidence that everybody saw on display in the Oval Office, but also by another outlet in this room, the Associated Press. So you should take it up with them if you believe the claim is unsubstantiated. And that's a ridiculous line of questioning. John, go ahead. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Carolyn. The big, beautiful bill now goes to the Senate.
Does, yes.
A lot of the Republican senators have promised amendments that will water this thing down dramatically. What is the president's level of tolerance for their amendments to water it down, and what will be the action taken for some of the amendments that the president does not want?
Sure. Well, the One Big Beautiful Bill is named the One Big Beautiful Bill for a reason, because it is a one big beautiful bill that encompasses just about everything this president could want for the American public. It delivers on so many of his core campaign promises. So surely we want to see those campaign promises signed into law. And as the president put in his Truth Social post this morning, and as he said to me, we can celebrate this past the House for a couple of hours, but now it's time for the Senate to get to work. The president has great relationship with Senate Majority Leader Thune, and of course so many friends on the Senate side of the Hill, and he's expecting them to get busy on this bill and send it to his desk as soon as possible. Phil.
Thank you. Given that the president said the other day the SALT cap, we don't want to benefit Democratic governors. If the Senate was to reduce that SALT cap or make any type of changes, would he support that, or is this a situation where done is beautiful and he just wants to pass it?
Well, look, it's a hypothetical question, obviously. Negotiations. Well, correct, and the bill passed, didn't it? So now it's off to the Senate, where additional negotiations will take place, and we'll see how it goes. Michael.
Caroline, 2 questions on the beautiful bill. One of the campaign promises from President Trump was no tax on Social Security. Now, due to congressional rules, that wasn't able to be included in this bill. How does the president plan to follow through on that campaign promise?
Well, this bill did address taxes for our seniors. It actually allows them to take off significant money from their Social Security payments, get more money back, I should say, put more money in their pockets for various reasons. So this bill delivers on that promise. That's the view of the White House.
Secondly, you had 2 Republicans last night that voted against this bill, Congressman Massey and Davidson. Does the president think that they should be primaried?
I believe he does, and I don't think he likes to see grandstanders in Congress. What's the alternative? I would ask those members of Congress. Did they want to see a tax hike? Did they want to see our country go bankrupt? That's the alternative by them trying to vote no, and the president believes the Republican Party needs to be...
The CB... Congressional Budget, CBO, yeah, which is generally pretty trusted, is like, hey, this is going to raise... the deficit by $4 trillion. How is this viewed as like a fiscally responsible move at all? Like, it is just a deficit exploding bill. It's on its face. Like, I don't know. I don't know how people can hold this cognitive dissonance in their head. And at this point, I don't know how people are like, well, I vote Republican just for the fiscal side. It's like, why? Because they're not doing shit. Like, lower taxes, yeah, but not anywhere near requisite cuts in spending. Like, you can't cut taxes and then say, all right, $500 more billion for a golden dome. At least take the golden dome out. Just bring it a little closer, but don't cut like SNAP benefits and Medicare and Medicaid, or a missile defense system. Like, you can do a missile defense system, just you can move around funds internally, you know? Okay.
Be unified, and the vast majority of Republicans clearly are, and are listening to the president. They are trusting in President Trump, as they should, because there's a reason he's sitting in this Oval Office. It's because he's the unequivocal leader of the Republican Party, not just a president for Republicans, but all Americans. The president's approval rating is at an all-time high right now, and it's because he knows how to deliver, and Republicans like Thomas Massey and others should take note. Stephen.
Building on the question about Social Security, the bill includes the president's promises to address taxes on tips and overtime. Could you say his feelings about the income cap? Is he satisfied where that landed? And also on a different matter, could you comment on the investigation that the Justice Department has into Andrew Cuomo?
As for the first question, the president is clearly satisfied where the bill landed because it passed. Again, now it has to go to the Senate, so changes could certainly be made. As for your second question, I would defer you to the Department of Justice. Christian.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. Can you explain the decision to totally shake up FEMA leadership just a week before hurricane season?
You'd have to ask the Department of Homeland Security in terms of leadership, but certainly the administration, and I know the National Security Council here at the White House is monitoring storms and natural disasters that are happening across the country at all times. We're briefed on those. The administration is briefed on those, and Secretary Noem is leading that effort for sure.
Go ahead. Gears, Caroline.
Yeah, just following up on Warren Davidson, I wanted to read you his quote that he posted online.
This could be
While I love many things in the bill, promising someone else will cut spending in the future does not cut spending. deficits do matter and this bill grows them. Why should that get a Republican primary?
This bill saves $1.6 trillion for the American taxpayer. It saves more than any bill that has ever passed Capitol Hill has. In fact, by double. The next bill saved $800 billion. This bill saves $1.6 trillion. So this is a very good bill for the American people, the American taxpayer. And I believe, as an outlet put it, with a headline this morning, it might have been Politico actually, they wrote that the American people are going to be flush with cash when this thing is signed into law. And that's a good thing for American taxpayers.
The one thing I do like is even though it's called MAGA
passage by July 4th, and does that include work to eliminate carried interest and make business tax cuts permanent? Where is
it on $1,000 saving
account?
Well, look,
this bill literally just passed the House of Representatives, so now our team is suiting up for discussions with the Senate side of Capitol Hill. The president again said this morning he hopes to see this bill at his desk as soon as possible, and he'll be engaged in the process to get it through the Senate, just like he was to get it through the House of Representatives.
What kind of assurances did he give the Freedom Caucus members to kind of ensure that this would get through last night? Was changes to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac part of that equation, changes administratively to Medicaid as well?
Well, I was in that meeting yesterday with the president and House Freedom Caucus, and he told them how he wants to be a cheerleader for them, a cheerleader for the Republican Party, and for the country. And Republicans faced a pivotal moment yesterday. They could have voted to bankrupt the country and increase taxes by $4 trillion, or they could vote for this one big beautiful bill which cuts taxes and saves American taxpayers money. And he put that proposition before them, and clearly they heeded the call because the bill passed last night. Sure.
Caroline, just on the
or this morning rather. Every day is going into the next. Go ahead.
The Netanyahu call. Just curious, did the president raise the flow of aid into Gaza? Is he happy with where that situation is right now?
Not to my knowledge, but I can certainly go back and check.
And did you have any reaction to the Supreme Court's ruling about the religious charter school today, as well as Justice Coney Barrett's decision to recuse herself?
We'll get you an answer on that case specifically. Sure.
You mentioned the president has a good relationship with Leader Thune. Has he talked to him specifically about the plan to get this through the Senate? Does he plan, or is he going to reach out to Republicans who have voiced concerns?
Not to my knowledge. Has he spoken to Leader Thune this morning? He very well could have. I just wasn't briefed on that call. We can go back and check for you. The president did speak to Prime Minister Netanyahu this morning. He also had a call with President Sheinbaum this morning. He was receiving his intelligence briefing. He's been very busy all morning. But again, he certainly intends to remain active and engaged in these negotiations with the United States Senate to get this bill done.
And just following up on the dinner tonight, you mentioned this is not a White House dinner, but the president is always the president, and the Trump family is making money off of this. So can you just explain, how is this not the president using the office to enrich himself?
All of the president's assets are in a blind trust, which is managed by his children, and I would argue one of the many reasons that the American people reelected this president back to this office is because he was a very successful businessman before giving it up to publicly serve our country. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. Last week, the president told Brett Baer that he trusts his people, but thinks that the
it's been the same since 2016.
Are, quote, a little bit odd. FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino said days later that there's no conspiracy to find, and as he put it, quote, the there that you're looking for is not there. My question is the president personally satisfied with the investigations into the attempts on his life? And does he agree with Deputy FBI Director, or does he think there's more to it?
Well, in the lead up to your question, you answered your own question with the president's own words, and I'll leave it at that.
Caroline?
Sure, go ahead, Haley.
Thanks, Caroline.
Haley, go ahead.
Oh, thanks. I wanted to follow up on his call with Prime Minister Netanyahu. And
all right, let's see if that
does he feel like he has the Prime Minister's support in this effort at this point, or did the Prime Minister raise concerns to him in this conversation?
I will get further into the private discussion between the president and the Prime Minister, but surely they have a good relationship, one that's built on transparency and trust. And the president has made it very clear to not just Prime Minister Netanyahu, but also the world, that he wants to see a deal with Iran struck, if one can be struck. He does not want to have to take the latter option, the more severe and negative option. He wants to see a deal. The president is a deal maker, and he believes strongly in diplomacy, and he's made that clear to the Prime Minister, but also to all of you and, frankly, the rest of the world. Mary.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions, one on the terror attack last night and then another on the big, beautiful bill. Do you or President Trump have a message to politicians like Ilhan Omar, who only this morning explicitly avoided condemning this act of terror?
It's despicable. And frankly, we have seen a rise in anti-Semitic protests, of pro-Hamas protests, of terrorist sympathizers. We saw them on our college campuses, and we've seen the Democrat Party turn a blind eye and in some cases actually embrace such anti-Semitic illegal behavior. And that's why this administration has done more than any administration in history to crack down on anti-Semitism. As you know, in January, when the president took office, he signed a new executive order to combat anti-Semitism. He created a commission focused on doing just that. The Justice Department announced their task force as well. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has revoked thousands of student visas from campuses where these pro-Hamas terrorists, campus agitators, and violent protests took place. And we've also withheld funding from those very campuses as well in an effort to combat anti-Semitism. So the president's made it very clear that such hatred will have no place in our country.
Thank you. And then on the big beautiful bill, I know there's a provision that the House included that defunds Planned Parenthood, not only because of the fact that it's the nation's largest abortion provider, but also because it's, I think, the biggest distributor of transgender hormones right now, even to minors, according to Live Action. So is the president committed to making sure that provision stays in the Senate?
The president has maintained a very clear commitment to ensuring that this administration and the American people's tax dollars are not funding any institution. That includes hospital systems that are funding the chemical castration and mutilation of children. We're not going to tolerate taxpayer dollars going to such efforts. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. You mentioned at the top of the briefing that the migrants were to be sent to a third country. I was just wondering, could you share any more on, which countries the administration has struck these agreements with, and what that agreement with South Sudan specifically looks like?
Well, first of all, I won't litigate foreign policy from the podium, but what I will reiterate is the absurdity of this ruling from a district court judge in Boston who is just creating new immigration laws out of thin air. This administration, let me be very clear, because there have been a lot of fake headlines about this deportation flight over the last 2 days. This administration has complied with all court orders, and the individuals whose names I just revealed and whose criminal histories I just spoke of that are on this flight, every single one of them had a final order of removal from our country. In fact, one of these violent illegal criminals had a final order of removal given to him in 1999. It's 2 years after I was born. This individual, this criminal, has been living in our country for an entire generation. And now we have a district court judge who is trying to tell the president and the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Homeland Security that an illegal criminal murderer who's been hiding in the shadows in our country.
All right, that's enough of this. Okay, I just want to get a Trump v. Hawaii breakdown. Oh my God. I think this is a reputable source. Wait. I could listen to the just audio of the thing. Oh no, you're good. Totally good. How's your are you still doing your Russia run? I guess we'll look at this one.
Can a presidential candidate's campaign speeches and a president's unofficial comments support challenges to an exercise of presidential power? The United States Supreme Court considered this question in Trump versus Hawaii. During the 2016 presidential campaign, Donald Trump made statements widely interpreted as revealing a strong animus against Muslims. He pledged that if elected, he would ban Muslims from entering the United States. 1 week after taking office, President Trump's first executive order banned persons from 7 primarily Muslim nations from entering the United States. A federal district court preliminarily enjoined the order's enforcement, and the Ninth Circuit affirmed. The president then revoked the first order and issued a second, substantially similar executive order. 2 different district courts enjoined enforcement of the second travel ban, and 2 circuit courts again affirmed. The Supreme Court had granted cert, but the second order expired before any further proceedings occurred. The President had directed the Department of Homeland Security to review the adequacy of all nations' information provided about their residents seeking to enter the United States. Upon completion of this global review, the President issued a proclamation seeking to improve vetting procedures and restricting entry of persons from 7 nations whose information-sharing systems were deemed inadequate. The state of Hawaii sued, claiming that the proclamation was based on religious animus and thus violated federal immigration law and the First Amendment's Establishment Clause. The district court granted a nationwide preliminary against Muslim proclamation and restricts information adequate and thus violated federal immigration law and the First Amendment's Establishment Clause. The district court granted a nationwide preliminary injunction against the proclamation's enforcement. The Ninth Circuit partially affirmed the injunction, and the Supreme Court granted cert.
Okay. So... does it come down to their ability to establish religious animus then? Oh my god, I cannot type. I cannot type. Oh my god. So it's a First Amendment thing, then? Yeah, I don't know. Is this... Establishment Clause? Oh, okay, yeah. That's all that. So... what's wrong with issuing a preliminary injunction while they sort this out? Not 100%. Like, because a travel ban would create a lot of harm from people from those countries. And if that outweighs the harm caused by the harm to the government by being enjoined while it's heard, I think they're allowed to do it, right? Jeez, Marco Rubio, what a wet napkin. Nope. Let's do this.
Speaker, the Speaker of the House, Mr. Mike Johnson.
The gentleman from Louisiana, the Speaker of the House, is recognized for 1 minute.
After that very long and wandering speech, my friend, and after a long week and a long night and countless hours of work over the past year, a lot of prayer and a lot of teamwork, my friends, it quite literally is again morning in America, isn't it? All right, all right. And after 4 long years of President Biden's failures, President Trump's America First agenda is finally here, and we are advancing that today. What we're going to do here this morning is truly historic, and it will make all the difference in the daily lives of hardworking Americans. The Dallas waitress pulling overtime, the Detroit mom counting bills late at night, the Kentucky coal miner waiting on his second chance. These are the forgotten men and women of our country that we are all called here to serve. And the One Big Beautiful Bill will deliver for those people. It revives our economy. It will deliver historic tax relief. It will make the largest investment in our border security in a generation. It will unleash affordable American energy again, restore common sense to government, secure generational savings, and strengthen our national defense, while it also strengthens our essential programs like Medicaid for the people who need it the most. That's what we're doing with the One Big Beautiful Bill.
Medicaid?
To put it simply, this bill gets Americans back to winning again, and it's been a long time coming. This One Big Beautiful Bill is the most consequential legislation that any party has ever passed, certainly under a majority this thin. Legislation of this magnitude is truly nation-shaping and life-changing. It's the kind of transformational change that future generations will study one day. They'll look back at this day as a turning point in American history. And it's exactly what we were sent here to do. Let the record show that when the House Democrats vote in a few moments, this is what they'll be voting for. Their vote will show that they are apparently for the largest tax increase in the history of our country. They will be voting for, when they vote against this bill, waste, fraud, and abuse. They will be voting against safer communities, American energy dominance, and American strength on the world stage. And today wouldn't be possible without the leadership of arguably the most powerful and the most successful and the most respected president in the modern era of the United States. Our Democrat colleagues mock the objective truth. We were delivered unified government, my friends, in November. The White House, the Senate, and the House were delivered to the party on this side of the aisle. So you can laugh all you want, all right?
Is it a happy? I don't know.
None of this would be possible without the leadership of the 45th and the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. And it would not be possible without the really hard work of the men and women on this side of the aisle. I just want to name our chairman of our House committees that produced and did all the hard work to produce the big, beautiful bill. Scripture says we give honor where honor's due, Mr. Leader. And we're going to do that here quickly. Chairman G.T. Thompson of the Agriculture Committee. Chairman Mike Rogers of the Armed Services Committee. Chairman Jody Arrington of the Budget Committee. Chairman Tim Walberg, Education and Workforce Committee. Chairman Brett Guthrie, Energy and Commerce Committee. Chairman French Hill, Financial Services Committee. Chairman Mark Green, Homeland Security Committee. Chairman Jim Jordan, Judiciary Committee. Chairman Bruce Westerman, Natural Resources Committee. Chairman James Comer, Oversight and Accountability Committee. Chairman Sam Graves, Transportation and Infrastructure. Chairman Jason Smith, Ways and Means Committee. And I want to make special mention of Chairwoman Virginia Fox of the Rules Committee, who, by my count, sat in that chair and led that Rules Committee for almost, seemed like 2 straight days, and I think she took 2 short breaks. She's the Iron Lady of the House, and I'm so grateful for all their hard work. See, the beauty of what we produced with the One Big Beautiful Bill over here is that this was a team effort. This was men and women who were elected to come here, the duly elected representatives of the people back home. They rolled up their sleeves. They got down in the trenches. We began this effort over a year ago. It was actually March of last year, because we anticipated and we believed that we would be delivered unified government, that we would have a Republican leader in the White House, Donald J. Trump, that we would have the Senate and the House, that we would have that moment of opportunity. And so we planned and we worked and we locked arms together as a team, and we have delivered this against all odds. The media has tried to divide us. They've written our eulogy about 10 times. And you know what? Sometimes it's good to be underestimated, isn't it? But we got this done, and I'm so proud of the work of every member of this House Republican Conference who worked in their committees. Every single member had a say in this. Every single constituent, the millions of people that are represented here, have their voices and their interests reflected, because we did this together as a team. And it's quite an achievement. I just want to say that all that tireless work has led to the hard work of crafting this legislation, and we've been ready since day one to deliver on this agenda. Unified control of government is a rare mandate. It doesn't happen very often. It's happened just 3 times for our party in the last half-century. We do not take it for granted. And we are delivering on that mandate here today. The American people gave us a mandate in November. Okay. They sent a message with their vote. They gave this side of the aisle the power, and we're going to use it to make their lives better. What we're achieving here today is nothing short of historic, and that's true. House Republicans are getting it done again. In the Republican Party, see, we believe in a simple principle. We believe that America really is a shining city on a hill. Ronald Reagan used to talk about that. He was referencing Scripture. He understood that America is exceptional. He understood that, as it says right there above the speaker's rostrum, our national motto, that we trust in God, and God is our trust. These are the things that make our nation exceptional, and the people of our country, they deserve better. We've been working hard to deliver so that the people of our country see this again as a shining city on a hill, and that people around the world see us for who we should be.
All right.
One thing that we can...
Nothing. It's just a bunch of lies. Cool. Do we care about J.D. Vance addressing the Naval Academy? It's just going to be a bunch of bullshit. What do we got? Not going back to Pierce Morgan. We could do the Maha thing.
Our country is hot, and hot as it can be. It's amazing. If you go back 6 months, it was cold as could be. It was an embarrassment what was happening, and now I think we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. I don't even think it's close. I was told that also in the Middle East. The three rulers, three very good men that were very nice to us, they said this is amazing, the transformation of the United States of America. They've never seen anything go so quickly, and it's literally over a period of 4 or 5 months. But really since November 5th, and I think we have the hottest country in the world right now. So we're doing well, and we'll keep it going. And we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to make a lot of people happy, a lot of people well. That's why we're here. And I want to thank you all for being with us in the great White House. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. Every time I walk in, I say, man, this place is something special. You never get used to it. It really is. As we mark a historic milestone in our mission to make America healthy again. You know, we started Make America Great Again, Bobby. I'm not sure you can get away with that without having to make a major payment because, you know, this was...
I copyright
Maha. He goes to Maha.
Here we go. Yeah.
But no, Maha's become hot. Over the past few years, we've built an unstoppable coalition of moms and dads, doctors and young people and citizens of all backgrounds who have come together to protect our children, very importantly, keep the dangerous chemicals out of our food supplies, get toxic substances out of our environment, and deliver the American people the facts as to really where we're going. And we want to have what we deserve, and we want to be healthy, and we want to have a lot of good things happen, and I think we're going to have that. I think this is just the beginning. We have some of the most brilliant people sitting on this panel, and likewise in the audience. I recognize so many. Many of them are in the administration. With us today is the man who fought harder than anyone I know to bring these issues to the center of American politics, our Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. Bobby, thank you very much. And we're also joined by Secretaries Brooke Rollins, Scott Turner, Linda McMahon, Doug Collins, Doug Burgum, Lori Chavez DeReamer. You're doing a very good job, Lori.
Funny,
you know,
but...
she's considering she's a Democrat, you know. The unions say she's really good. I did it, you know, I took a lot of heat for doing it, and then they were all saying what a great job we did. Now everybody's happy with you. Great job. Thank you very much.
That's great. Why was there such
as well as EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, Budget Director Russ Vaught,
I fucking wonder, but
SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler. Kelly's been amazing. She runs small business, which is actually the biggest business there is, right? She had no idea how big. She's doing great. FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty McCary. Thank you, Marty.
Yeah.
NIH Director.
It's just I was listening to the audio the other day. Well, oh, I'm so dumb. Okay, never mind. Give me, yeah, okay. Trump, yeah.
Dr. Jay Bhattacharya. Thank you very much, Jay.
Yeah, I just turned myself up. It was just, I was listening to the VOD the other day, and it was like way too loud.
Thank you very much.
Just let me know if this is better. I turned myself up a
friend
bit.
of mine, a really great senator, Roger Marshall. Roger, thank you. Governors Mike Braun, Jim Pilon, Patrick Morrissey, Representatives Vern Buchanan, former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich.
The Roblox stream, I was like blasting out the microphone.
Nice to see you, Newt. 4 months ago, I created the Presidential Commission to Make America Healthy Again, and today the commission officially delivers its first report on childhood health. Here are just some of the alarming findings, and they really are alarming. It's unbelievable, terrible. More than 40% of American children now have at least one chronic health condition. Since the 1970, rates of childhood cancer have soared in many cases by nearly 50%, 50%. Well, in the 1960s, less than 5% of the children were obese. Now over 20% are obese.
Yeah.
A few decades ago, one in one. Think of this one. This
Master
is
Liberty, I don't know if you're still here. I'm pretty sure this is what I'm looking for. No court in the United States may enforce a contempt citation for failure to comply with an injunction or temporary restraining order if no security, so it's like a bond basically, was given when the injunction or order was issued pursuant to federal rules of civil procedure, whether issued prior to, on, or subsequent to that date of enactment of this section. That's a little sneaky clause, but that means if you try and, all right, see you back. If you try and fucking go to court and the government's taken some action against you that is aggressive and harming you, if you want a temporary injunction on them, you got to pay for all the fees or post a bond for all the fees associated with that. Now, the court decides it, but still, like, that is wild. And the fact that it's retroactive, too. Whether issued prior to, on, or subsequent. This is unhinged. Like, this is a seriously dangerous provision to be worded so broadly and just snuck in. Like, that.
One that gets me every time, and it seems to be getting
this is my big beautiful
worse.
bill notes.
Just a few decades ago, 1 in 10,000 children had autism. Today it's 1 in 31. Last time I heard the number is 1 in 34, right? Now it's 1 in 31. There's something wrong, and we will not stop until we defeat the chronic disease epidemic in America. We're going to get it done. For the first time ever, this report examines some of the root causes that many believe are making our children sicker and our population sicker, I guess. It just doesn't stop with the children. It's our population also, such as the ultra-processed foods, over-medicalization and over-prescription and widespread exposure to potentially toxic chemicals. Unlike other administrations, we will not be silenced or intimidated by the corporate lobbyists or special interests. And I want this group to do what they have to do. We have to spell it out. In some cases, it won't be nice or it won't be pretty, but we have to do it. When you hear 10,000, it was 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 31 for autism. I think that's just a terrible thing. It has to be something on the outside, has to be artificially induced, has to be. And will not allow our public health system to be captured by the very industries it's supposed to oversee. So we're demanding the answers. The public is demanding the answers, and that's why we're here. Already we're phasing out 8 of the most common artificial food dyes.
Genetic mutations,
and we ended the most serious conflict.
Okay. So there's gene mutations, and there's just a chance that it just happens, but it's also hereditary. Okay. So if there is a spike in autism, it's because more gene-altering shit that's all around us, right? That seems like a pretty 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, yeah, I don't... Doesn't seem that crazy, no?
Conflicts of interest at the FDA. We had a lot of conflicts over there. Earlier this week, we approved a SNAP waiver request from Nebraska so they can stop taxpayer dollars.
And it's not like cancer where you could develop it later and then it spreads everywhere, because if like one like DNA cell gets flipped into like mutating with the autism gene, it'll just die and get replaced. Like cancer is just an exponential growth thing, so it seems to put to bed any doubt that you can develop it post, I guess, not even being born. Once the meeting of the thingies happens, seems like kind of set in stone.
Dollars from being used to make our children obese. I understand requests from 3 more states will be approved shortly, and more are expected to come in the following weeks. Over the next 80 days, the Commission will build on its work in this report to develop a roadmap to bold and transformative public health reforms for our consideration. It's a consideration, and we'll lay out the facts. Let me say congratulations to the entire MAHA movement. This movement has become very hot. People are
Mount Laguna.
People are really, I tell you, they're going crazy over MAHA. They're going crazy, right?
Upright.
And I look forward to continuing the historic progress. And I will say this whole group, this whole table, they're very, I use a word that's, because it's a beautiful word, actually. The Democrats took it and they used it instead of the word liberal. They used the word progressive. And normally I'd say you're very progressive, meaning you...
Crush is in orange soda? Crush is in, like, bashing something? Crush is in someone you're interested in? Crush is in doing well?
Or they're not progressive. You are progressive. They shouldn't be allowed to use that word. And so therefore I'm not going to use it to describe you, but you are far forward thinkers. You're amazing thinkers, and we appreciate having you. It's this tremendous talent around this table, the most respected people anywhere in the world, actually. And
sure, buddy.
And I've been a fan of Bobby for years.
Always got to check in.
He came up to see me 13, 14, 15 years ago, I remember, and he left. And I made a couple of the statements that he made because I agreed with the same thing, and we both went through hell. Do you remember that? It was a massive, but you know what? We turned out to be right. It was sort of interesting. But I've been a friend of Bobby, and he's been a foe, too. He's tried to stop a couple of my jobs. In one case, he did stop
he's on his way back.
I was really angry, and then about 4 months later, we went into like a depression. And I saved a hell of a lot of money by the fact that he stopped.
You're welcome.
So I never minded. I always said, thank you very much for stopping that big job I was going to do.
Jeez.
But he's a fantastic guy, and Bobby, we're with you all.
So Trump is the deep state. No, that is interesting, though.
The way, and your beautiful wife
the
is
Kennedy
sitting in the
family's
front row, and she's always been
royalty
right there
in American
with you.
politics.
And, it was very interesting. When Bobby came, I really wanted Bobby to join, and he was doing very well as a candidate, really well. He was being treated very unfairly by the other side.
I'm switching around so much.
So
just
well that they
take a look
treated you
at
unfairly.
this.
They had no choice.
That is wild.
I think they said, in order to qualify, Newt, you had to have 80% of the vote. Okay, do you remember that deal? You had to have 80% of the vote in order to qualify to run against Joe Biden. And Bobby thought that was a little unfair, and that was about it. And he came on board, and we got very lucky. But you really helped, and I want to thank you very much, really. We're with you all the way. So Bobby, if you'd say, give him your thoughts, please.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. I do want to say something, because I get a lot of credit
really interesting.
Steering this administration toward the MAHA
let's see if this
movement.
quote is real.
But I joined the campaign in August. I joined President Trump in August and became, went from independent to his campaign. But it was in June that he made a speech specifically on this issue.
Okay.
It was a MAHA speech before MAHA existed. And I took note of that speech at the time and thought there's a potential here for a common ground. I want to thank you for your vision, for your courage, for standing up. You know, President Trump is a populist president. He's a president. He's blamed for giving money to billionaires.
You guys listen to this? I gotta blow
We
my
hear
nose.
about that all the time. But he is on the side of the middle class, the working class, the poor in this country, people. And I've been following, I've met every president since my uncle was president, and I've never seen a president, Democrat or Republican, that is willing to stand up to industry when it's the right thing to do, and they're willing to talk about really difficult issues and to hold his stand on those issues. I've never seen anything like it, and I'm very, very grateful to you. I've sat with industry again and again in a room with him and heard him say, we can't do that. We're going to do something different, deliver news that they didn't want to hear.
Mr. Liberty, any thoughts on the provision? I'm very curious. Like, yeah, I don't want to misrepresent it, so that's the plain text of it.
So I'm grateful to this. This is a milestone. There's never in American history has the federal government taken a position on public health like this.
Okay.
And because of President Trump's leadership, it's not just one cabinet secretary, it's the entire government that is behind this report. And I can say again, I talked a little bit about when I met Rachel Carson as a boy. My uncle tried to do this, but he was killed and it never got done.
There?
And ever since then, we've been waiting for a president
maybe
who would stand up and speak on behalf of the healthy American people and say, there is no difference between good economic policy, good environmental policy, and good public health policy, and good industrial policy. We can have all of them, but we need a united cabinet, and we need to go forward as a single people. I want to thank you for that, President Trump.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That doesn't seem right. That's probably right.
At its core, this report is a call to action for common sense. We've relied too much on conflicting research,
welcome back, brother.
ignored common sense, or what some would call mother's intuition. It's common sense that ultra-processed, nutrient-poor food contributes to chronic disease. It's common sense that excessive screen time and isolation lead to anxiety and depression, especially in children. It's common sense that exercise and healthy foods come before prescriptions
I'm on that
and
coffee
surgery.
grinds.
It's common sense that not all calories are equal in nutritional value. It's common sense that over-medicating kids is dangerous. It's common sense that we can celebrate the innovations of modern life while also demanding fearless inquiry into ameliorating the negative effects of medication, agriculture, and environmental practices. It's common sense that research funded by corporations deserves more scrutiny than independent studies.
Don't tell Hassan.
I'm so proud of this cabinet, and particularly Secretary Rollins and Administrator Zeldin, who, again, I'll say it a third time, work late nights, early into the morning to make this happen, and to all the leadership from the White House staff, beginning with Stephen Miller and Heidi Overton, Dr. Heidi Overton, with Vince Haley.
Does anyone either know who this author is or what this could be?
Getting us to the goal line we could not have done it without them. They helped us grapple with weighty issues and committed this administration to solving large, complex challenges like children's health. We're joined here by senators, advocates, governors who I have worked with, and CEOs who I know who are all ready to begin carrying out this mission. This is the beginning of a conversation, a national conversation that we are going to have with maturity and nuance for the first time in history, thanks to your leadership, President Trump. There is a reason that the Maha Mom sided with you, President Trump. It's because this administration has the bravery to tell the truth and solve problems through innovation and not nanny-state regulation. President Trump, I'm honored to present you the Maha report and work with this incredible cabinet that you have brought together to make our children healthy again.
whatever. I'll come back to that one. We'll just try every single letter when it comes down to it. All right, fruit that grows on the Jamaica beach.
On
I have
behalf
no idea.
of an extremely grateful nation, and on behalf of a lot of extremely grateful Maha moms who are out there, Secretary Kennedy and Mr. President, thank you. I see a Maha mom and grandma and our amazing chief of staff right there, Susie Wiles.
Something
I see a Maha
wrongs.
mom and Caroline Levitt all across our cabinet.
Oh,
Sir, my oldest son
crumbs.
Luke is here. Stand up, Luke. I am a Maha mom of 4. And this hits particularly close to home for every single one of us in this room. That's the first thing.
There we go.
The second thing is that you mentioned,
fuck are
sir, in
you?
your remarks that we are on track to sign multiples of SNAP waivers to get junk food and sugary
Holy
drinks
fuck.
out of our food stamp system. And I am so proud. I am so proud to announce that on Monday I was in Nebraska with Governor Pillen. where we
Michelle
signed the
Obama
first
trying to
one.
do this?
An hour ago, I signed the second one for Governor Braun in Indiana. He may not even know that. I've got it right here, sir.
You're
I also signed the
mad.
third one, Governor
Nah.
Kim Reynolds of Iowa, about an hour ago.
Bro, it just proves that Trump's a PewDiePie viewer.
With a half a dozen more coming down the line. And sir, that has
That's
never
a-
happened before. Under Republican or Democrat administrations, we have never made that happen before. So I am so proud and so
we
grateful
have
for your
Governor
leadership.
Morrisey here, who was the first one to apply from West Virginia.
Oh, Governor Morrisey. We will make sure you're at the top of the pile, sir. I apologize.
Period.
Governor Sanders has been a leader. Governor Polis from Colorado. It has been remarkable how these governors have stood up. That's the second thing. The third and final thing, sir, is we all know that at the center of making America healthy again is making American agriculture great again. Without American agriculture at the center of this discussion, we have the most robust, the safest, the best agriculture system in the world. And in partnership with the amazing Secretary Kennedy and all of these incredible patriots sitting around this table, under the leadership of the extraordinary President Donald J. Trump, we will make America healthy again. And what an honor it is to be a part of that. Well, thank you, sir.
Mr. Policyman, you want to say something? Big policy man here.
So much has
It'd be
already been said.
funny.
But, in your remarks, Mr. President, you made clear.
This is Vince Haley, by the way.
In your remarks and in the report, it's very clear that there are
But-
no sacred cows when it comes to our children's health. We are showing the courage to turn over every stone to figure out, to investigate what is behind the chronic childhood disease crisis, and that's what this report represents, sir.
Thank you, Vince.
I'm not seeing anything on that. I don't think there's anything with
That's
this
very good. But the
directly,
fake news wasn't
but
here. What's going on? I mean, Oz, I want to thank you for your work.
I don't
Would you have
know where
anything
you
to say
got
to the
that.
media?
Thank you, sir. I think it's a moral
you're
failing
elk.
if we don't address this, but it's definitely a financial failing as well. 50% of children are on Medicaid or on the CHIP program. It is an obligation we all have to address this reality. As you know, the cost of Medicaid has gone up 50% in 5 years.
Right.
I thank you very much for having the bravery to commission this report, and Secretary Kennedy, Secretary Rollins, Lee Zeldin, and everybody else on this panel for being able to effect what has not been done since this law for Medicare and Medicaid was written in
This is
1965.
bad.
God bless you.
I can't name the fruit.
A man who's just so highly respected, Dr. Marty McCary. Would you say a couple of words, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States is the best in the world when it comes to proton beam therapy, CAR T, sophisticated operations. But when it comes to the health of the population, it's been a 50-year failure. and we have got to change course. And it's not until you have had the
Name the
courage
fruit.
to let us take on these giant issues, as Vince Haley said, without any sacred cows, that we've been able to change. And I think this will transform our healthcare system from
Name
a
a
reactionary
yellow
system
fruit.
where doctors are playing whack-a-mole to a proactive system. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you, man.
Okay, I've never heard of that.
Highly respected man. Jay, please say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I said earlier already that it's shocking to me that what this report says, which is that our kids will live less long, less healthy, more unhappy lives than we will as parents. We can't have
United
that. I'm so
Olympic
Uh,
proud to be part of this moment because that doesn't have to be the
Association.
future. We can change things by doing excellent gold standard science, understanding the root causes of all these problems, reversing it. And Mr. President, this is an enormously important moment because it's from this moment forward we will reverse course, so our kids will live longer
That's
than us,
all right.
will live more healthy than us,
That
and will be
is-
happier than we have been. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Jay. Good job, too. I have to say we have the greatest farmers in the world, and we love our farmers, and we want to pay respect to our farmers, and we always will. And we won the farmers by a lot in the election, in every election, all three elections, and we won by a lot. And I will never forget that. And they are foremost in our thought. And representing, I think the farmers better than just about anybody can do is Senator
C.
Roger Marshall.
It's
Could
the
you say a
first
couple of
letter
words,
in
Roger, please?
command.
Mr. President, we're not tired of winning yet. Congratulations. What
Is
do
it
we
Guile?
get overseas? One win after another, one big, beautiful bill across the House floor this morning. You're the best closer in the game, and this is one of the
That's
greatest
right,
days of my life, professionally speaking, as well. And I just want to acknowledge my Maha mom out here as well, that my wife, Lena, was a Maha nurse and a Maha mom and a Maha grandma. Now, Lena, will you please stand up as well, my wife? Mr. President, you know I spent 25 years delivering babies most every day. We saw a huge epidemic of diabetes of pregnancy, and this has exploded in so many different directions now. We have an epidemic in mental health, diabetes of pregnancy. Mr. President, you know I spent 25 years delivering babies most every day. We saw a huge epidemic of diabetes of pregnancy, and this has exploded in so many different directions now. We have an epidemic of mental health, in our youth, obesity rates 20, 30%, 20% of our children on a prescription drug, 60, 70% of adults on a prescription drug. We can do better than this. And it does start with the farmer. It starts with soil health. And I just want you to know that our farmers are so committed to this as well, and so many of them are already doing great things. They're making the soil healthier. They're using less pesticides. They're doing all the right things. It's going to take a little bit more effort and time to get everybody with those practices, but the American farmer and rancher were the original environmentalists, the original conservationists, and they'll be right here working beside us, and we appreciate your support of them as well.
Thank you, Roger. Great. Thank you. So I think I'll close by just saying that something happened a week ago that was very...
This is fuck all. What do we got? What's happening? You can go back to slop. Actually, I wanted to watch this.
Republicans move to destroy. With that single stroke, Trump will
See if
have
there's more
basically
on...
crowned himself king. No Congress and no courts can stop him, and even if Congress were to
semi-truck.
it would take the courts to enforce their ability to hold hearings, investigations, subpoenas, laws, and without power of the contempt, the courts will have lost that ability. The final checkmate, Republicans move to destroy the balance of power. And here's how it works. This idea of a three-part government where power is broken into three sections, three different divisions of government, the legislative, the executive, and the judiciary. This idea originated in many ways with the Iroquois Confederacy, and the famed lawyer, late 16th, early 17th, or late 17th, early 18th century lawyer Montesquieu, if I'm correct on the dates there, double check me. But he wrote this famous book called The Something of Laws, The Essence of Laws, or words to that effect. Anyhow, that really animated the founders. I mean, Jefferson and Adams in particular constantly having conversations about this, Thomas Paine as well, Alexander Hamilton. And Montesquieu's idea was the reason the dictators emerge, even in democratic societies like Greece and Rome, ancient Rome, the reason the dictators emerge is because there are no checks on their power. And so let's create three branches of government, and each one has relatively equal power in terms of their ability to constrain the other two. So Congress can pass laws telling the Supreme Court what they can and cannot vote on and defining their budget. And even defining, when they meet and what they, how many members they have. So Congress can regulate the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court can tell Congress, no, that law that you just passed is unconstitutional. We're going to strike it down. Both those groups can restrain the president. Congress can pass laws saying the president may or may not do a particular thing. Can't get rich quick, can't take airplanes, can't, whatever. They can pass laws that have to do with campaign finance and how the president can run or not run for re-election. All these kinds of, how many terms the president can have. So Congress can regulate the president. And the Supreme Court can enforce those regulations against the president.
Jesus Christ.
And in fact, the entire federal court system can. And then, of course, the president has the power to have oversight over Congress. If he thinks somebody in Congress is doing something wrong, he has the police power of the nation. He can have them investigated or arrested, as we just saw with this representative in, I believe it was in Maryland. And the president also has, with regard to the Supreme Court, some say in as much as the president has to nominate Supreme Court justices. They all have to pass through the Article II branch to become the Article III or become members of the Article III branch. So here we have three branches of government that check each other.
Far left.
Keep in mind, you have to have all three checking each other functionally to not end up with a dictatorship. So here's what's happened. Congress has completely surrendered, or at least Republicans in Congress have completely surrendered their power to President Trump. So they are no longer checking Trump, regardless of how bad his impulses may be. which means that the only limit to Trump's power right now is the courts. That's it.
Frisk.
I mean, you could argue that the press plays some role, but not really. I mean, the press is designed to inform us, but it really doesn't have power. And so what they have now put into this new big, beautiful
I've lost on this. Please help me with this damn
billionaire tax
crossword.
cut bill is this just absolutely insane quote, which says, and this is the law. It says, or the proposed law. This is the amendment to the big brutal bill. No court of the United States may use appropriated funds. See, this is the Congress using its power of the purse. May use appropriated funds to enforce a contempt citation
thank you for
failure to
thank you
comply
for the
with
follow.
an injunction or temporary restraining order if no
Gaming
security
Pro.
was given
Appreciate
when the
that.
injunction or order was issued. Now, what this means, let's say that the ACLU decides to sue the Trump administration.
His name was his
for
old Twitter handle. I forgot what it was. God damn it.
Violating our civil rights. What this says is if the ACLU does not put up a bond when they make that lawsuit, then, and the judge rules in favor of the ACLU, and Trump refuses to follow or even acknowledge the court's order, as is largely what's happening right now with the Supreme Court's order that Kilmar Garcia be brought back to the United States, a 9-0 ruling. The only way that the court system can enforce their rulings is through the power of what's called contempt of court. They can hold the individual lawyer who is arguing on behalf of Donald Trump in contempt and throw his or her butt in jail. They can hit them with fines that get progressively greater and greater and greater. This is the only way that the courts can enforce their orders. Otherwise, it's just moral persuasion. Now, the kicker is that when you sue
I could not
the administration for violating...
I thought this was going to be more... The meme coin dinner, when is that happening? That Trump coin dinner. Oh, it's tonight? Oh, no, it was last night. Okay. Jesus. No. Don't say that. That's not. Nope. President. True. Well, I'm not. I'm talking about this crossword. Oh my Jesus! I gotta blow my nose again. Sorry, fellas. Read the article for me. Yeah, that was my guess for the crossword. Okay, did anything required? Okay, sure, but do we get a oh, nice. I think maybe we'll do it's a separate, because I can't do a folder for corruption. Sure, why not? It's gonna be a big folder. Okay, let's do meme coin dinner. Maybe I'll do a video on this. We'll see. That's just stupid. Holy Christ. Let's just see if I can see it. Is it just the wallets, or is it... it's just the wall. It's gonna. I know it's tiny. There we go. I need to know who these people are. Okay, well. Jesus Christ. This guy. This guy. I guess we could. Okay. We'll do our own research on the attendees. Because. Oh, all right, cool. Thank you. Appreciate the. Yeah. What is DL News? Oh, it's crypto news. Did it just get dropped? Couple months ago. Huh. Funny how that works, huh? I haven't. Well, what crypto? Oh, I see. Yeah, no. What was Trump's first crypto? I don't remember that story either. He's born investor in both Trump crypto schemes had civil fraud charges against him dropped a few months before the dinner. All right, well that's I see no issue with that, man. That's crazy. Okay, this was fuck all. This was just some wet napkin bullshit. We'll just have Marco Rubio on while we.
Recognize Representative. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Rubio, thank you for being here today.
No, you
As a member of the
I can't speed this up because Rubio needs to be heard in all of his
no one is above the law.
Wobbly bullshit glory.
And in our system of government, it's Congress that makes the laws, the executive branch that executes the laws, and the judicial branch, when there's a dispute, that says what the law is. Is that right?
Within the context of separation of powers, yes.
Okay. And the reason that due process is so fundamental to America is before we put the entire weight of the federal government and snatch someone off the street, we might want to ask, hey,
this space.
Do you have something to say about that? Might we have the wrong person? And in the case of Mr. Garcia, the Trump administration admitted in court that they mistakenly deported him to El Salvador. The Supreme Court, in a 9-0 decision, said the Trump administration has to facilitate getting him back. Do you believe the administration has to follow that Supreme Court order?
Well, I don't believe he was wrongfully deported. He's an Salvadorian citizen.
That's not my question. Do you believe that Trump administration has to follow the Supreme Court 9-0 unanimous decision?
Within the context of separation of powers. No court can tell me how to conduct foreign policy. They can't tell me what I have to say to a president of another country, nor do I need to tell them what I told the president of another country, because I can't conduct
I'm just asking you, do you believe the Trump administration has to follow
the
unanimous
23 AD.
Supreme
I believe we are following it.
Okay, so my next question is, what steps have you or the State Department taken to facilitate the return of Mr. Garcia, who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador?
The conduct of our foreign policy is an executive function, and how I conduct
I'm
it,
just
I don't need to
asking
share
you.
with you.
Well,
and
let
I
me
don't
ask you
need to
this:
share with the court.
Have you or the State Department taken any steps to facilitate?
We've taken
the
steps,
return?
but I'm not going to tell you what they are, and I don't have to, because we conduct the foreign policy of the United States, and I can't conduct diplomacy with a
And
foreign
so-
leader if I come to committees
Did
and
he?
tell you what they said to me,
Right.
what I said to them,
And you-
and more
Or
certainly.
are you talking about his NFTs? Because I know he did NFTs at one point.
The
Now,
court can't
so
tell me to say
you
that
have
either.
taken steps to facilitate Mr. Garcia's
No?
return.
We've made those.
And-
We've made that assertion, and we've made those assertions in
Submit.
court, and
All right,
we've
thank
complied.
you. I appreciate that. I'd like to ask you now about Ukraine. On August 24th, 2022,
Can you
tweeted
find
the following.
something?
In the past 6 months since Putin's criminal invasion of Ukraine, Ukrainians have shown incredible bravery and strength as they fight to defend
Thanks.
their homeland. On Ukraine's Independence Day, the free world applauds their courage and celebrates Ukraine's sovereignty. And then also in 2022, you said the people of Ukraine are tough people who will never accept being ruled by Putin. I want to ask you, I assume you continue to believe what you said in 2022, right? That we should celebrate Ukraine's sovereignty and that the people of Ukraine will never accept being ruled by Putin, right?
Yeah, that's why we're trying to end the war.
All right. On April 30th, 2018, you tweeted, "Glad to see State Department confirm delivery of Javelin anti-tank missiles to Ukraine. The U.S. should continue empowering Ukraine and other allies to defend against the threat of Russian aggression." You would agree with your prior statement that the U.S. should continue to support Ukraine against Russian aggression, right?
We supported them more than anyone in the world.
All right. Unfortunately, it appears Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth went rogue and decided unilaterally to stop support for Ukraine earlier this year. Various news organizations reported that Secretary Hegseth paused military support to Ukraine without President Trump's knowledge. I'm going to read you from one article dated May 6. Quote, Pete Hegseth canceled military aid flights to Ukraine just a week into Trump's second term without the president even knowing, according to Reuters. The order initially sparked mass confusion within the administration as national security officials in the White House, the Pentagon, and the State Department couldn't figure out who ordered the halt and flights.
Jesus.
This is yet another example of the chaos and lack of cohesion that Hegseth has brought to the Pentagon from day one. Did Secretary Hegseth tell you before he ordered the halt in flights to Ukraine of military weapons?
I can't comment on that because I don't remember that. I don't remember ever hearing that, to what you're claiming now.
So your understanding is he never told you he was going to halt these flights?
I just know we're providing.
National security officials in the White House,
Classic.
the Pentagon, and the State Department couldn't figure out who ordered the halt in flights. This is yet another example of the chaos and lack of cohesion that Hegseth has brought to the Pentagon from day one. Did Secretary Hegseth tell you before he ordered the halt in flights to Ukraine of military weapons?
I can't comment on that because I don't remember that. I don't remember ever hearing that, to what you're claiming now.
So your understanding is he never told you he was going to halt these flights?
I just know we're providing them assistance now, but the war ultimately has to end.
In 2016, you stated the following: from his repression of the Russian people and the assassination of his critics, to his dangerous invasion of Ukraine and the occupation of Crimea, to his threats against our NATO allies in Central and Eastern Europe, to the war crimes committed by Russian forces, Putin's Russia is a threat to global stability. You would agree with your prior statement, right, that Putin's Russia is a threat to global stability?
I would agree that in my role as Secretary of State, my job is to bring Russia to the table to end the war, and that's what we're trying to do right now. We're trying to end a war so that more people don't die.
Thank you. And trying to end the war, I simply note that Putin on Palm Sunday launched a barrage of missiles, killed a bunch of civilians. Right before his conversation with Trump recently, he launched a bunch of missiles.
This is nothing. I mean, we have this truth from Donald Trump, which is the European Union, which was formed for the primary purpose of taking advantage of the United States on trade, has been very difficult to deal with. There are powerful trade barriers, VAT taxes, ridiculous corporate penalties, non-monetary trade barriers. Sorry, misspeak. Monetary manipulation. Does the EU manipulate their currency? I don't know about that. Unfair and unjust lawsuits against American companies and more. They have different laws. If you don't want to get sued by the EU, don't sell in EU. I mean, I say that just because of the bottom part of this. Have led to a trade deficit of the U.S. of more than $250 million a year. For all of Europe, that doesn't seem that high. A number which is totally unacceptable. Our discussions with them are going nowhere. Therefore, I'm recommending a straight 50% tariff on the EU starting June 1st. Jesus. There is no tariff if the product is built or manufactured in the U.S. This is dumb. And the market hates it. The animals are yeah. The whole shebang. No, you're good. You're good. No. World Liberty Financial, Justin's son. Okay. I wanted Scott Bessent. Yeah.
It's too in a significant way. Breaking news on the push for U.S. trade deals. President Trump says that talks with the European Union are hitting a brick wall and is now looking to take action. He said this about an hour ago, quote, "Our discussions with them are going nowhere. Therefore, I am recommending a straight 50% tariff on the European Union starting on June 1, 2025. That's about 9 days from now. There is no tariff if the product is built or manufactured in the United States." And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent here exclusively. And good morning to you, Mr. Secretary. And thanks for being here.
Morning, Bill.
On what has turned out to be a rather busy news day. And good morning to you. You were just in Canada the last few days meeting with members of the G7, the EU, and I want to get into all of that. But with regard to this move on the EU, how bad was the conversation in Canada to lead to this?
Well, the conversation in Canada was fine. The problem is the lead up to that. The 90-day pause on the April 2nd tariffs was based on countries or trade blocs coming to us and negotiating in good faith. And I believe the president believes that the EU proposals have not been of the same quality that we've seen from our other important trading partners. I've said there are 18 important trade deals that we have to do. I'm working mostly on Asia, and that group has move forward with some very interesting.
So the dinner, it already happened, and he got his case dropped a couple months ago. So, like, round about the time when the crypto dropped. Actually, wait, let's see if those dates line
proposals are
up.
Negotiating in good faith. We've already inked a deal with the UK. I think there are a couple more coming in the near future. So I think this is in response just to the EU's pace.
Let me get back to that in a moment. I mentioned June 1st is 9 days away. Is there an opportunity for negotiations in these 9 days?
Well, I'm not going to negotiate on TV, but I would hope that this would light a fire under the EU, because Bill, I've said before, EU has a collective action problem here. It's 27 countries, but they're being represented by this one group in Brussels. So some of the feedback that I've been getting.
That's it's like what, 2 weeks and change apart? That is so blatant. That is insane. And then the fucking, well, we don't know who's buying these. At least when it was launched, it's all. What are the? Okay, hold on.
Is that the underlying countries don't even know what the EU
and that's such
is
bullshit.
Negotiating on
Because
their
that guy was probably like, "Hey, look, you could just send Trump a message being like, hey, look at all this shit I bought, and you can prove it."
On Apple, there is more news too on that, okay? Here we go. On True Social an hour ago, I've long informed Tim Cook of Apple that I expect their iPhones will be sold in the United States of America, will be manufactured and built in the U.S., not India or any place else. If that's not the case, a tariff of at least 25% must be paid by Apple to the United States. So we've got 2 tariff threats in about 10 minutes' time. I understand that Tim Cook was at the White House this week. Did that conversation not go well?
Again, I wasn't in on that conversation. I also saw Tim this week.
This is
again, the president is trying to bring back precision manufacturing to the U.S.
What else is fucking new?
I think that one of our greatest vulnerabilities, are this external production, especially in semiconductors, and a large part of Apple's components are in semiconductors. So we would like to have Apple help us make the semiconductor supply chain more secure.
What I found interesting in Saudi Arabia last week was that the president called out Tim Cook for not being there. Now, you know that high technology companies, it takes
I just
time
don't want to do the math.
to move those production facilities. What's realistic for Apple?
Again, I don't know from company to company, so we'll have to see. I do
25
think
days.
that Apple started moving a big portion of their supply chain out of China during COVID, when China proved to be, an unreliable partner.
That's fucking crazy.
Okay, so we'll see where that goes, and waiting a reply perhaps from Tim Cook, and maybe that comes today. On the big, beautiful bill, it passed in the House, but it only passed by a single vote. And some suggest that
Right, he
that's the hard
paused
part.
the law, of
Here's
course.
Senator Ron Johnson out of Wisconsin on what's expected next on the Senate side.
I've already said it, in its current state, is completely unacceptable to me.
Title
what was
18,
not even
section
brought up in the House debate
120.
are the numbers we
Okay.
ought to be considering.
The president said that he wants this passed ASAP. Are you worried that
Wait,
he's
120 or
going to be upset in the
201?
Senate?
One.
I couldn't care less if he's
Yeah,
upset.
they did.
I'm concerned about my
Sorry.
children, my grandchildren, and the fact that we are stealing from
Yeah,
them.
the pause a lot of
Listen to
enforcement.
that. It's going to be a battle. How much change can the president accept on the Senate revision?
Before we do
Well, I
legal
think we're
reading,
going to see.
I got to get through this
The
crossword.
House had been working on their bill for a year, and I
Violent
know the
read.
Senate, led by Leader Thune, is going to take this up immediately. And I'm not expecting that there's going to have to be that much
Native
change.
acres.
And I respect Senator Johnson's
Eels.
position that we
Board.
do have to get our finances in order, and that's a combination of controlling spending, but also growing the economy. We did not get
Okay.
into this fiscal mess overnight. This has been a long process. We're not going to fix it overnight. I'm aligned with Senator Johnson on fixing it. I think we've just got to be careful on the timing.
You mentioned economic growth in your comment there. This bill adds trillions to our debt. How is that
Side street,
acceptable to this
okay.
administration?
And then
Well, again, you're referring to the
Alto?
CBO scoring, I believe, which is tenure scoring, and it's DC style scoring.
Alto?
So we think that we can both grow the economy and control the debt. And what's important, Bill, is that the economy grows faster than the debt. So what I would tell your viewers to focus on is what I'm focused on, is what Secretary Yellen was
What
focused
other
on,
name,
is
Andre?
what is the total debt to GDP? Because we can grow our way out of this. That if we change the
oh my
growth
god, this
trajectory,
fucking growth argument. Like, this is the growth. Even if you did bring or had all of these contractors start, like, the growth is like 10 years out at the very least. It takes a long time to get a factory off the fucking ground. And that's not going to close the gap, because the gap was already there. It's just made it bigger. Like, you're going to get $4 trillion worth of extra tax revenue without IRS funding.
of the country, of the economy, then we will stabilize our finances and grow our way out of this.
That's
the tariffs that you mentioned. You had a lot of discussions in Canada. Japan was a part of that. You've talked about Japan.
Okay.
Good afternoon,
All right. I got to pee. I'll be right back.
everybody. We'll start quickly. I apologize for being late. I know we have votes pending in the United States Senate right now. Thanks to our House colleague, Representative Liccardo, for joining us here today. This is the most corrupt White House in the history of the country. Just because the corruption is playing out in public where everybody can see it doesn't mean that it isn't rampant, rapacious corruption. And what is happening tonight, this private, secret dinner in which individuals who have put money in Donald Trump's pocket get access to him, is maybe the most corrupt of all of the corruption. Tonight, Donald Trump will have a secret dinner and meeting with the 200 individuals who have spent the most money buying up his meme coin. Donald Trump's meme coin has no value in and of itself. Its only value is based upon how much demand exists for the meme coin.
If we're going to do
and it's not hard
legal
to
reading,
demand,
we're going to have slop on in the background. So, the question is, Pierce Morgan slop? Or, like, leftist drama slop? My vote's leftist drama slop, but... Well, since there's no objection.
Semitic people that are attacking you guys. But they're not me. They're not Anissa. It's not Hassan.
I should go to the old city so I can get my fucking shit pushed in by some of the most inbred fundamentalist hicks.
It's not all of these other creators that you're attacking.
Bro, they're literally making up stories to justify falsely calling CPS.
The house is just like covered in dog. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog.
This is supposed to be
God
just chatting.
forbid. I don't know what they do with it. They contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called Giardia from the dog.
Shit, we had a lot of people filter in that wanted some blueprints. Damn it. Fuck. Whatever.
By the way, can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses, it's very, very, very dangerous when infants get the same sicknesses that adults get. It makes sense why he doesn't care about Palestinian children when he is neglecting his own. How is this happening? How is it happening? How is this happening?
Cry me a f***ing river. Her chat like saying, oh, we're going to call CPS. Oh, someone should call CPS. It's not even remotely like that. In fact, a CPS call is warranted.
Where they're calling CPS, Child Protective Services, to come to our house and break up our family.
You're not the biggest victim on the internet, Ethan.
Nah, apparently it's these guys.
Be mean to them. If they feel bad, if they feel harassed, honestly, great. I don't give a
From official act means any decision
Each and every one of
or
them.
action on any question matter, case, suit, proceeding, or
I love that
controversy.
Icos is crying because him and his wife got called a cuck, but then crazy makes Ethan for people role-playing killing his wife.
So we're on this checks. This check. Indirectly, directly or indirectly,
Take those prisoners. Take those
gives,
IDF
offers or promises
genocidal
anything of
soldiers.
value.
Where do they keep the secretaries? Secretary got...
Human skulls are getting mailed to their house.
Around the same time, we received 2 human skulls in the mail at our home, which led us to having a very pleasant interview with the FBI. Things have progressed well past the point of that's just what the internet does.
I'm done being nice to Ethan. I gave it a chance. My
roughly
sincerity
gives
and my empathy in that last video was real.
Hassan's fans and orbiters are retweeting people saying, I'd love to swing their kid by the legs into an oak tree over and over again.
Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace.
All of this is happening and somehow Ethan is labeled the harasser. How can you not see what's going on? They're doxing him and trying to take away his kids for mild political differences. That's why this video is sponsored by Aura. In a topic where people's personal information is being maliciously shared and posted online, it's an important reminder that people like you and me are just as vulnerable. Data brokers have websites where anyone can buy anyone else's personal information for just a few bucks.
Shit.
So it's important that you take the time to protect yourself. I do using Aura. Aura identifies brokers on your behalf and automatically submits opt-out requests that would otherwise be impossible to keep up with on your own. Seriously, just Google your name. You will see your address, phone numbers, family members popping up on all of these white pages websites. But if you give Aura just a bit of your personal information, after a few weeks, all of that will start to be taken down. You'll get less spam emails, less spam calls on your phone. It is genuinely life-changing. And Aura will continuously monitor the dark web and alert you if your personal information was exposed. You won't leave the back door to your house open at night, so why do it online? Plus, they give you up to $5 million of identity theft insurance should the worst case scenario happen. So stop the spam calls and protect yourself online by going to aura.com/WillyMac to start your 14-day free trial. Thank you, Aura, for sponsoring this video.
That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast.
This drama stems from Ethan and Hassan's disagreements on Israel-Palestine.
So
now you might
that
think
works.
Ethan must be super far right or something. No, they agree on 95% of things.
Do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great. This is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with
on this
you.
front.
I agree with you. If you want to add that like the genesis of Zionism included, you know, the displacement and you know, the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you.
He even cried for Palestinians getting killed, relating to being a new dad.
As a father, it's even hard to talk about. This dude was holding his infant. It was like a year old. He was like patting her on the back and saying like his final goodbye. I mean, didn't expect to get emotional about that, but like, I'm a new dad, and that shit really fucks me up.
Yeah, this wasn't good enough because Anissa is 50% Irish and 50% Lebanese and grew up in Canada, so she can tap into empathy that Ethan can't comprehend.
I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish. For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel.
As terrible as the Holocaust was, obviously it was horrendous, and how disgusting the doctor was that did the experiments did it on Jewish people. They found a couple of really groundbreaking discoveries through that experimentation.
Yeah, she prefers that Nazi propaganda. I am also half Irish, so that makes me an authority on all things in the Middle East, unlike Hassan, who is 0% Irish. Ian does this appeal to authority to make Ethan seem like an idiot, but the authority he's appealing to is Hassan.
I would say that Hassan was very well equipped to talk about that topic. He's just got done capturing.
Wait, so do you have to be actually at the trial for this to work? What the fuck? No, that cannot be right. That seems like such bullshit. Right. Like, I understand the briber obviously is in trouble, but the bribee should also be in like deep shit, right? Directly or indirectly corrupt the demand, seeks, receives, accepts, or agrees to receive anything of value personally or for any other person or entity in return for being influenced in testimony under oath or affirmation as a witness upon any such trial, hearing, or other proceeding, or in return for absenting himself therefrom. So
a massive progressive audience who are very politically savvy. They follow Hassan. Hassan is strictly a political streamer. So this is something they're very keyed into.
I have dozens of videos documenting how this dude will blatantly lie and make up conspiracies when covering topics or arguing with people. But we don't even have to reference those videos because another day has passed, and that means Hassan has told a whole new set of lies. So I just want to give you a sample of just how dishonest this guy is. Ethan talks about Jewish heritage in the Middle East. Hassan then ignores that and argues against something Ethan didn't even say.
Hassan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East. It characterizes them not as indigenous, but as white colonizers. This is
the Israeli heritage in the Middle East is now tarnished by, well, first of all, Israeli heritage in the Middle East. What the f is Israeli heritage in the Middle East? That doesn't exist. Shut the f up.
He didn't say Israeli heritage. He said Jewish heritage.
Talking about a 76-year process, okay? You can't really call that heritage in the Middle East, okay? But as far as Jewish heritage in the Middle East, that's valid. You can talk about individually Arab Jews and whatnot, but that's not what you're talking about. You're playing fast and loose, making this dangerous conflation between Judaism and Zionism once again, over and over and over and over again.
You're the one doing that.
Hassan is denying Israeli heritage in the Middle East. The Israeli heritage in the Middle East, you know what that is? Death and destruction, genocide and apartheid. That's the only thing that Israeli heritage is in the Middle East. If you're talking about Jewish heritage in the Middle East, that's a little different, of course.
That's literally what he's talking about. Ethan won the argument without even being there. Hassan's chat finally corrects him for fundamentally misunderstanding Ethan's point, but it doesn't stop him from declaring victory in this imaginary conversation.
Oh, he didn't say Israeli heritage in the Middle East. He said Jewish heritage in the Middle East. My bad. Well, let me tell you, Jewish heritage in the Middle East is not Israeli heritage, okay? So you can't talk about Israel while talking about Jewish heritage in the Middle East. So my point still stands.
His ego is out of control. Hassan makes up in the debate with Ethan that Iraq gave a right to return for Jewish Arabs after they were kicked out.
Iraqi Jews can go back to their home tomorrow. The Egyptian Jews can go back to their homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Wait, I might have misread
this. That is insane. You are fucking out of your
yes,
mind.
They can.
Okay,
they
how? Tell me how.
Can.
How did
they
the Jews go back
can.
to
They
their...
don't want to, and I understand why they wouldn't want to, because America fucking
they want
invaded
to.
and destroyed Iraq.
Why
But
would
yes, they could.
Lonerbox immediately pointed out that Iraq
okay,
return law specifically excludes Jews. He can't even tell the truth about the pop he's drinking.
Hold on, what are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream
Isn't that
soda.
who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS.
Are you
national
sure?
BDS
So it's
list.
it's a fine and a 2-year prison sentence for blatant corruption. That's wait, okay. Or for any other person or entity in return. That seems like bullshit. What is it?
Yes, I'm 100% sure.
Hassan is so incompetent, he came into a single Google search that shows that the owner of Dr. Pepper is a staunch Zionist. The point of this isn't that Israel is in the right or all Palestinians are bad. It's to show that he will confidently lie if it makes him look better in the moment. He didn't know about any of these things, yet he lies to try and act like he's in the right on all of them. It's effortless for him. And it's because he doesn't care about the truth. All he does is anti-West propaganda. It's his brand.
Just like I do propaganda.
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no. For the record. And when you call him out on it, he doesn't correct the record. No, he molds and hides behind the dead bodies of Palestinians to avoid accountability.
I will
18 US Code 201.
I will never forget these monstrous pieces of for looking at a situation like the one happening, the one unfolding in Gaza, and choosing to never say anything about it, only to then make these drama videos to call out the people who call out the Israeli government. It is disgusting.
Nobody cares that you criticize Israel. It's that you're making stuff up. He will then slander people for calling him out, repeating that Lonerbox and Destiny were paid by Israel to go to the West Bank. The account that made the claim admits to making it up. Doesn't matter to Hassan, still reports the lie.
Also, I went on a paid trip to Israel, and that's not weird. It's not weird that I went on a paid trip to Israel.
These guys spent their own money to do on-the-ground journalism in the West Bank, recorded and covered how the IDF burnt down fruit markets of civilians, interviewed tons of people. Well, they're Israeli operatives because they don't agree with every single thing that Hassan says. Hassan goes on vacation to France, Japan, Australia, all over the course of the war, and then reads Twitter for his research. Yet he claims he's doing the important journalism.
But if it's between me going live and giving you 10 hours of on the ground, 10 hours of reporting from the ground, at a critical moment, at a critical time, versus not going live that day just so I can go on Piers Morgan and fucking yell at him, I think it's selfish of me to take the Piers Morgan route.
On the ground, dude's either in his hotel suite or the 3rd floor of his LA mansion. When told that he should go to Israel, Hassan says he can't because it would be too dangerous.
That's your argument. You got it. You can enter Israel. What's more to say?
Be fair.
Brother, I am not going to Nazi Germany. Okay, I hope you understand this, brother. I'm not going to Israel so you can execute me. Okay, stop demanding that I go to Israel. Stop demanding that I go to Nazi Germany.
He was invited to do actual journalism in Gaza, but what?
Oh yeah, actually, wait. This is fucking Harvard international students. Fox News. Hell no. Fuck that. Sure, let's watch what Kristi Noem has to say about
Let's
this.
go ahead now and bring in DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, the architect and author of this policy. Madam Secretary, you say it is a privilege, not a right, for American schools to be able to host foreigners on their
campus.
campus.
Because that's all the law
That's
shit.
exactly right. And this program has been in place for a very long time. These policies have been in place for a long time, and Harvard brought these consequences upon themselves. They have promoted and allowed violent activity on campus. They have allowed anti-Semitism, participation with CCP and Chinese infiltration and influence on their campus, and they haven't protected their students. So we have given them multiple opportunities to share criminal activity with us, backgrounds on these students, to let us conduct the oversight into this program that is our responsibility, and they have refused to do so. So today I sent them a letter that said they will no longer be allowed to participate in this student exchange visitor program, and that's up to 27% of their enrolled students. So it's significant. Any foreign student that wishes to get an education in this country that is attending Harvard and not participating in this criminal activity, they will have to find another university to go to because Harvard has chosen instead to not protect their students and to allow this kind of violent and discriminatory action continue.
So as you mentioned, 18% of Harvard's freshman class this year are foreign. They're foreigners here on student visas. What happens? Where do they go now? What do they do?
Yeah, we have given Harvard multiple opportunities to give us the documentation that we've requested to conduct oversight. We've asked them for the backgrounds on students that attend their university, their criminal activity on campus, off of campus, any video or audio footage they have of this violent activity, and they have just simply not complied. This is something that they need to do in order to comply with this program as it was established. And so, unfortunately, all of their foreign students will face the consequences of Harvard's lack of protecting the individuals that go there. So 27% of their students are foreign students, and they will have to find some other university to go to, and hopefully they find one that cares about them and provides a safe environment.
Why is it just Harvard?
Does that mean that the student visas of this freshman class won't be revoked? It will just be revoked for them to attend Harvard specifically. Is that right? I want to make sure I'm understanding the particulars.
Yeah, the decision that's made today based on what Harvard has done is specifically applying to that university, not to the individual students. So the university will no longer be able to participate in this program. They will not be allowed to have foreign students because we have gone back to them multiple times, asked them to disclose this information, which other universities have and need to do in order to participate in the Student and Exchange Visitor Program, and Harvard simply has not done it. Harvard has a history of allowing not just protests, but violent protests where students were assaulted, they were discriminated against, they were verbally abused, and they've even facilitated a training for a paramilitary group affiliated with the CCP. So it's not just pro-Hamas activities that they have allowed to have happen on their campus. They've also allowed participation with Communist China, who considers the United States one of their greatest enemies. This is something we're not going to continue to allow to have happen. This is something I'm responsible for.
I mean, it's
provide
just
this type
obviously
of oversight,
punitive,
and we're
right?
going to ensure that every university
I don't think
protects
there's two
every
ways
single
about
one of their
that.
students on their campuses, whether they're from the United States or another country. They need to be safe. They don't deserve to have this kind of anti-Semitic or any other kind of discrimination that may face them based on their race going forward.
So Israel's consul general here in New York joined our air a short while ago. He really hammered home his case, which is that he says the Qataris are at fault here. They are the ones exporting anti-Israel thought and rot to colleges across the United States.
How are these two
how do you
thoughts
see that?
supposed
What's your
to
reaction to that?
I think it was very
stay in
interesting
line?
to listen to the Israeli ambassador to the UN this morning as well, that was doing several interviews where he talked about, he felt like a lot of the anti-Semitism that we saw across the country in the last year or two started on these college campuses. And I really do believe that what these colleges have done by facilitating an environment that allows this kind of hatred to grow
I still
and
fail
to
them sometimes,
spread,
but I've had
and
this experiment
misinformation
like
to
5
continue
times.
to be
I don't know.
proliferated
I don't
among
know
these
how
students is
I
wrong.
failed
And
any.
it's created
I
a
thought I had-
situation now where we have racism and violence and assaults happening.
I still had them
And this
independent.
student
God damn it.
program was intended for students who wanted to come here and learn in America, appreciated the wonderful opportunity that it provided. And it's morphed into this terrible situation where people are really victims of the system. So we're bringing the oversight that the last administration did not bring, and we're going to make sure that this student and exchange program provides an environment where students can learn and not be discriminated against.
But do you believe, Madam Secretary, that the Qataris in particular are behind
She's not allowed to say
a lot of the
anything on
anti-Semitism
Qatar,
you just described.
right?
Are they providing fuel that creates this fire?
I presume.
You know, I'm not an expert in this area. I think that there's validity to what he has said, but I also think that we've got a lot of influences here, and we've got a lot of people that have facilitated this that have a different agenda. Some of these universities have even barred law enforcement officers from coming on campus and haven't even allowed there to be basic law and order on the areas that they're responsible for. So we're going to continue to do our investigations and make sure that what the Department of Homeland Security is responsible for, it will be done with integrity for the way that Congress laid out that programs should work, and the opportunities that we have to allow people to come into this country, learn, and to be a part of a country that promotes freedom and liberty and that everybody is equal. That's not what Harvard is doing, and that's not what we're seeing in some of these college campuses.
Could you foresee, or are you now considering similar moves with other universities like Columbia that has allowed Jewish students to be threatened and made unsafe?
Absolutely. We are absolutely. This should be a warning to every other university to get your act together. Get your act together, because we are coming to make sure that these programs, that you are facilitating an environment where students can learn, where they're safe, and that they're not discriminated against based on their race or their religion. Anti-Semitism will not be stood for, and any participation with a country or an entity or a terrorist group that hates America and perpetuates this kind of violence, we will stop it, and we will not allow that to happen, especially in places where our kids need to grow up and really learn what this country is about, what the world is about, and what it means to promote freedom and liberty.
There's a bit of a sort of cultural academic tradition, as you are well aware, like with these big liberal arts institutions in the United States, that law enforcement is kept off campus. They feel, administrators in these places like Harvard and Columbia feel like they want to manage poor behavior, even illegal activity on the part of students. Is that about to completely become a thing of the past? Are we watching that be eradicated in real time?
Because at least at IU, there were police all over.
Telling them we expect them to keep their students safe. We expect them, they can use their campus police and
what
their
subjects
policies,
am I lacking?
But when they're not effective and they're not even upholding basic campus safety, we are going to intervene, and they're not going to
Colors,
be allowed
100
to get
maths, 100
privileges
science,
that we have
100 arts, 100
put forward
algebra,
as far
100
as these types of programs.
History, Eurasian, and
these
geography.
students too
I'm missing something
feel
on
victimized
geography, and I
and
don't
have
know
been
what it
harmed
is.
for a long time under the policies of some of these colleges, and so we will take
Actually,
enforcement actions, and they will no longer have federal support.
Calculate how many.
Harvard already responding to this news, saying it's illegal. We could anticipate some kind of battle royale through the courts, but for now, we wish you the best. Secretary Noem, thanks so much for joining us with this.
Tell them to bring it. I'm on the side of America, and they need to be too.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel.
I do not want to subscribe to the Fox News channel. No fucking thank you.
Maybe Will, you'll follow him up. Yes, sir. And we're going to have Pete Hegseth speak from a military standpoint, but this is very all-inclusive. We're signing tremendous executive orders today that really will make us the real power in this industry, which is a big industry. Doug, why don't you go ahead?
Well, thank you, President Trump. This is a huge day for the nuclear industry. Mark this day on your calendar.
I don't know if I ever played this game
turn the clock
without a
back
massive
on over 50
allowance.
years of over-regulation of an industry. America has always
Just buy out every show.
always come from innovation, and we were very innovative. We led post-World War II in all things nuclear, but then we've been stagnated. We've choked it with over-regulation. Today, Will is going to walk us through a series of 4 executive orders. Each of these help attack separate issues that have held back this industry. And with us today, we've got a number of CEOs from the industry representing some of our largest nuclear providers, but also a big change. This is a time when capital and competition has finally come to this industry. We've got venture capital, we've got startups coming into all aspects of small modular nuclear, and we've also got an EO that's talking about the importance of us having a secure supply chain of being able to get that fuel load here in the United States as opposed from foreign sources. This has impacts on national security, on our defense, and again...
For blueprints. I'm quiet again? Okay, I'm turning up my gain a bit. Or is this motherfucker just loud? I'll turn up my audio just a tad, and then desktop audio down. And I lost my mouse.
President Trump here today is committed to
so I have
energy dominance, and part of that.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know if you heard, but the cursory conclusion is that it definitely is bribery, the crypto shit. But the maximum penalty, because he didn't go as a witness, like here, where's the fucking... So this is so corruptly demands, seeks, receives, accepts. I could be misreading this, so just let me know if you get a different vibe from this. But in return for being influenced in testimony under oath or affirmation as a witness upon any such trial, hearing, or other proceeding, or in return for absenting himself therefrom. I don't think that applies here. It's a shame it's so damn specific. But for public officials, which the president is, all the same thing. Or for, it just doesn't seem like it, because like, unless you would count the him asking an executive branch office or agency not to pursue the claim as technically excusing himself, it doesn't look like it applies, which is total horseshit. But
that energy dominance is that we've got enough electricity to win
the
AI arms
read.
race with China. What we do in the next 5 years related to electricity is going to determine the next 50, because this is the first time in history where electricity can be translated into intelligence. And we need that intelligence for every aspect of our economy, but also for defense. Pete Hegseth and the Department of Defense has been a key part of this, and this is going to help us make sure that we're providing the defense we need, where we need that AI, need the electricity, but also to secure our bases here at home and around the world. Secretary?
Sure, I'll just add to that before going to Will.
1, 2, 3.
Energy security is national
4, 5, 6.
If we don't have reliable...
what other geography questions are there?
Energy for our basing, for our troops, whether forward deployed or domestically, we're vulnerable. So by having small modular nuclear capabilities, which are rapidly being fielded...
How would you get to 71%?
...that we can use on our bases here and around the world, we're creating an environment where if things happen elsewhere, the military can be relied upon. What? Also, we need... We're including artificial intelligence into everything we do. If we don't, we're not fast enough. We're not keeping up with adversaries. You need the energy to fuel it. Nuclear is a huge part of that, modular or otherwise. So we're going to have the lights on and AI operating when others do not, faster than everybody else because of nuclear capability. So this is a big game changer for us as well.
And we're also talking about the big plants, the very, very big, the biggest. We're going to be doing them also, but we're going to start off a little bit. I think our focus is the smaller module, but included in this group, we're also doing big plants where needed. They won't be needed too much, but they'll literally
still too
be able
loud?
to do an entire state. And you've read a lot about cost overruns in a couple of states that were pretty significant,
Chief
but we're not going to have
Dreamer,
cost overruns.
viewers on stream.
The technology's come a long way, both in safety and cost and everything else.
Finally.
Would a couple of you guys like to talk about your companies and you want to say anything?
Joe, why don't you kick it off?
Sure. My name is Joe Dominguez. I run Constellation Energy. We have about 25% of the nation's fleet. We're the largest publicly traded nuclear company in the world. We're in the middle of a merger with Calpine, and once completed, we will be the largest electric producing company in the world. About enough power to produce, to cover all of Mexico, actually.
I didn't know that. When we talked, you were so modest. I can't believe it.
That's normally not said about me, Mr. President.
I'm very impressed. Go ahead. So you think it's got a great future?
Yeah, well, absolutely we do. And the big change here is not only the technology has come around, but we have some of the largest companies in the world, the hyperscalers, who need this energy for AI, who are now working with us to fund the development and construction
I'm not playing the
of next
Roblox
generation
game.
nuclear. Nuclear is a 24/7 resource.
Plain blueprints,
These
man.
data centers run 24/7. Some of them will cost $200-300 billion, and they want to run them all of the time. So we can't use intermittent resources. We need something that's always on, 24/7, and nothing does that better than nuclear. The problem in the industry has historically been regulatory delay.
For now.
Mr. President, you know this because
I don't even
qualify.
I'm not 35.
Delay
Or
in
in this day and age, I'm
regulations
not
and
700.
permitting will absolutely kill you, because if you
Got 'em.
can't get the plant on, you can't get revenue, and the interest costs are horrible. We're wasting too much time.
Do we have this executive order? Is it up yet?
And we're answering silly questions, not the important ones.
Also, would you read read this if you haven't already? Let me know what you think if that applies to the crypto shit, because to my read, it only looks like it's for like either testifying or not, like abstaining from testifying, which is total horseshit as on the part of the bribee. But yeah.
For example, let me give you an example. In 3 places in this country, we're
I
trying
totally
to
forgot what I was
license
gonna look up.
new reactors at sites that
right,
already have reactors. Yet I have to spend $35 billion at each site just for the NRC to do an analysis that says this is a good place for nuclear. Well, guess what? We've been running nuclear in that community for 4 decades. Why are we even asking that question? I'd rather spend that $35 million, 3 times $105 million, perfecting a design, start building the foundation, and getting going. We need to do this for America.
Are we doing something about the regulatory in here?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes, you are, sir. That's going to be a big factor.
Yes, sir. That issue I just described will be addressed in this EO, and many other issues that we don't have time with the president to cover
You say it's
today.
we've contemplated just about everything, right?
Well, this, Mr. President, this Energy Dominance Council that you have created is something I haven't seen in 30 years. It brings together all the pieces of government in one place to expedite the process. Under Secretary Burgum's leadership, this has been an amazing thing. It used to be the case that I have to run to about 5 different places in Washington to get one answer.
That's great.
And now it's all together in one place. So all I know about Secretary Burgum and Secretary Wright is if we have
ban of nuclear
we'll get
power.
it right shortly, and there'll be another order for you to sign. But thank you so much for your leadership.
Wait, we literally just had
Well, I
this
was
one.
just going to say, commercial nuclear, a bit of an unsung hero. And I just want to thank you, Mr. President, Secretary Burgum, Secretary Wright, for bringing this attention to commercial nuclear.
Why are they so late on
the
publishing the
largest
fucking
and
executive
most safe
orders,
fleet
man?
right here in the United States. And upon that, we have fantastic innovation that's being brought forward, and it's going to come in all shapes and sizes, and it's going to actually be coming through some of these companies that you see represented here. We're going to have great jobs, we're going to have wonderful energy,
Like they don't
and we're going to be
publish
ready. So thank you, Mr.
executive
President,
order
for being
until the news cycle passes.
How about talking about your company and the job you're going to do?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Well, first of all, a little MIT nuclear connection that goes back, I know, familial for you. So, yeah, we're working on small reactors. I'm Jacob DeWitt, CEO, co-founder at Oklo, working on small next-generation reactors that take technology America invented, developed, and pioneered and bringing it to the market after it sat on the shelves of history for about 40 years. And it's because of the actions that you're doing today that are going to help unleash that. Changing the permitting dynamics is going to help things move faster. We're seeing private investment flow into this space like we've never seen before. We went public about a year ago. One of the most successful actually go public outcomes for a transaction like that for a small nuclear company, because the market needs this and wants this. And under your leadership, creating the Dominance Council, I mean, it's hard to overstate the value of that. And nuclear is a manifestation of energy dominance. In fact, a golf ball of uranium metal, which this is not, but it's a golf ball.
What happened to
has
clean
enough
coal?
energy content in it to power your entire life.
Is that not?
I mean, it doesn't get
ever
better than that. And to get back to building,
come to fruition?
nuclear uses the fewest materials, right?
I was really looking forward to
least
that.
amount of concrete, of steel, of fuel for amount of energy it produces. So it should be the cheapest, the most scalable, the most sustainable. Just like you mentioned, Mr. President, about the importance of doing that right. The physics are on our side, and these things help unleash this innovation to actually realize that. So it's never been more exciting.
Very exciting indeed. Go ahead, please.
And I'm Scott
Probably
Nolan,
label
CEO
the
of
different
General Matter. We're
questions
an
as to
American
what they
enrichment
are.
company trying to bring back the U.S.'s lead in producing nuclear fuel. So just like car engines need fuel, nuclear reactors need fuel. Right now, the U.S. is completely dependent on other countries to make the key step of enrichment in this field. And these executive orders are going to...
Will you be doing the AI plants? Because we have a lot of them going up now, or soon going up, and they need tremendous electricity. Are you going to be involved in many of these plants?
Yes.
Will a lot of them be using nuclear, or some are using oil and gas, some are using different things? But
many of them will be, I think.
It just makes a lot of sense.
Nuclear is a perfect solution, and that's where most of them are interested.
Good luck. It's going to be great.
It's going to be, yes.
Okay, Will, please.
Yes, sir. The first executive order we have for you relates to the issue that Secretary Hegseth was speaking to, which is the need for incredible amounts of power at defense installations and also in AI-focused installations. What this executive order will do is speed up the approval and adoption process for specialized nuclear reactors at these sorts of sites. It also involves the Department of Energy making available the necessary fuel stock. It also creates a special envoy position and a strategy around nuclear technology export. The idea being that we can grow American industry on the back of foreign purchasers who are interested in this sort of technology as well.
I need a place to put all
I'm
this
just thinking, as you're saying that, I just sent.
Never taken notes on a video game before.
Can I use a note pen? What did Biden
My
do?
blueprints
Did
is
he have
so
a note
great.
pen at the desk?
Nuclear powered.
No, he didn't do events like that. Yeah, he used nuclear power. You know, he didn't do events like this, I guess. That's all right. Otherwise, you know.
Take an auto
You walk
pen
into
over
the other side of the room,
King,
have an auto pen sign.
having no idea what's in any
Phase
of these
one.
executive
Very
orders.
big phase, very important phase.
We just passed something that the public has
Sir, this
no way to
next
access at the
executive order
moment.
is intended to reform the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. You heard a few of the people here speak about the complex regulatory processes that have really held the nuclear industry back. Before 1978, there were 133 reactors built in the United States.
We're not getting
Since 1978, only 2 new commercial reactors have come online.
shame.
That's because of overregulation, and the goal of this executive order is bringing that regulatory process into line with the actual needs of the industry and public safety, with an end goal of quadrupling the amount of nuclear power production in the next 2.5
Do I just have to get
decades.
lucky to find any of this shit?
It's exciting, right?
Oh, that's nice. The problem is even
This
getting
next
to the
executive order
exam
relates
is
to
such an
nuclear
arduous
reactor
process.
Testing, sir. The degree of overregulation and governmental inaction in this space in particular has had the effect of throttling development of new, highly modernized nuclear reactors that could really revolutionize the field of nuclear power generation. So this executive order, it orders a revised regulatory process to speed this whole process while preserving, obviously, core safety concerns. It also creates a new pilot program with an expectation that we will have 3 new experimental reactors online by July 4th next year.
That's all I can
Amazing.
This is a first run.
Lastly, sir, we have an executive order on reinvigorating the nuclear industrial base. There are a number of
nuclear is a big W. Nuclear is a big
fuel
dub.
feedstock that one of the speakers mentioned before.
Again, we're going to read the executive
This
orders.
executive order, among other actions, includes an invocation.
This is where
of
I'd read
the
my
Defense
executive
Production
orders.
Act, in order to
if
spur
I
a closer
had any.
collaboration with private industry to ensure that we have the fuel supplies we need for a modernized nuclear energy sector. In addition to that, it includes crucial provisions relating to the development of a nuclear energy sector workforce and a number of other key building blocks to the overall nuclear industry that we're trying to spur here.
Great. Thank you.
Wait, where are they getting the executive orders?
And we have one more for you here, sir. This doesn't directly
just
relate
zoom
to
in?
nuclear energy, but it's on a similar subject. This executive order is entitled Restoring Gold Standard Science. One of the issues that we've had in recent decades is that government policy has been made on the back of junk science. Scientific studies and findings that have included conflicts of interest or scientific misconduct. The purpose of this executive order is to recenter policymaking around gold standard science, scientific efforts that have followed appropriate scientific methods that don't include those sorts of conflicts of interest.
Not posted
and
yet.
to ensure that when departments and agencies are relying
Did they
on
actually just
scientific
zoom in
studies,
on them?
to
I'm
promulgate
so-
rules, to promulgate regulations, that the
Am I
science
tripping?
that they're relying on is highly reliable and available to the public.
He did a very good job, didn't he?
He did.
How many people here could have done that? I don't know. I think a lot.
Speak? What?
Good job, Will.
Thank you, Mr. President.
One.
Is that it?
That's all we have for you now, sir.
All right, classroom there. Now we get the questions from the press.
These brilliant people, they are brilliant people, actually.
Mr. President, on nuclear, sir, a lot of concern over the
Look,
years.
if you need anything from him, all you got to do is kiss the ring. Unless someone beats you to it.
It's become a very safe, actually it's become very safe, and tremendous work's been done on that more than anything else, and it's really the automatic shutoffs. There's so many different things that they have now that they would have never had. You know, my uncle was a great nuclear person years ago, and that was a different, if you would have asked that question probably.
His uncle was Dr. Manhattan?
But they have tremendous shut-off power and other powers that, and it's very redundant, as I understand it, like at a level
Tony Stark,
nobody's ever
Dad.
seen before, so it's safe. And we're going to do a lot of the small ones, and we're going to do some of the big ones, but yeah, very safe.
Howard,
safe
yeah.
and clean. Let's keep it on
Yeah,
this
no,
for
I
a
got
little
you. I
while.
got you.
Let's keep it on the nuclear, and then if you want to ask something
All right,
else,
hold on.
which you might.
Let me pull up my
Yeah.
exam notes here because I need to get this damn trophy so I can buy the other tent.
Yeah, we're going to
Which
get it very
will
fast.
help
and we're gonna
me
get it very
presumably
safe, and
in
we're
this
gonna get
game.
the people in and out, and they're going to do plants. In many cases, they'll do 3 or 4 smaller ones and put them together.
All right, what are we
That's what
looking for?
France has done. France has done a good job of this for years, and they,
18.
as I understand it, they had basically one plan. And if they needed more, they'd do 3 or 4
City
or
of
5
Fenn is
of them. I don't
located
know we have
south.
to go that far, but you know, there's something about
Which small
building
body of
one
water?
big one. But we'll build the big ones too. We're going to have. I think we'll be. I would say we'll be second to none.
It's like
because
a
we're starting very
straight,
strong. But we. It's time. It's time for nuclear,
I don't
and
know.
we're going to do it very big. Yeah. So,
Mr. President, what about the European Union? You said that negotiations are going nowhere. Where are the kind
they're
of
just
points
very
where
slow
they're...
moving. I've been saying to everybody, they've treated us very badly over the years. It was formed in order to hurt the United States, in order to take advantage of the United States, and they've done that. We have a big deficit with them. They sell millions and millions of cars, as you know, Mercedes and BMW and Volkswagen and many others, and we were restricted from, essentially restricted from selling cars into the European Union.
Is it not
which is
still
not
legal?
nice. And I just said it's time that we play the game the way I know how to play the game.
Unless this isn't the one I got
they've
wrong?
taken advantage of other people
I don't know.
representing this country, and they're not going to do that any longer. Yeah.
Mr. President, you are a deal maker, deal breaker. What are you hoping to achieve with a 50%?
Well, I think this is there is no tariff, because what they'll do is they'll send their companies into the U.S. and build their plant. You know, we have I guess over $12 trillion practically committed. You look at other presidents; they haven't had $1 trillion for a year, for 2 years, for 3 years. We have numbers. No,
Can I get that
well,
again?
I think this is there is.
Mr. President, you are a deal maker, deal breaker. What are you hoping to achieve with a 50% tariffs on the?
Well, I think this is there is no tariff, because what they'll do is they'll send their companies into the U.S. and build their plant. You know, we have I guess over $12 trillion practically committed. You look at other presidents; they haven't had $1 trillion for a year, for 2 years, for 3 years. We have numbers. Nobody's ever seen numbers like we have.
Nobody's ever
If
seen
they
numbers,
build their plant
period.
Here, then they have no
Good call,
tariff
Mr.
at all.
Trump.
Are you looking for a deal in 9 days? Will you be able to do that, sir?
$1 billion. Yeah, I'm just going to refresh until I get.
But again, there is no tariff if they build their plant here.
I'm getting this.
Now, if somebody comes in and wants to
Finishing
build
this
a plant here, I
exam.
can talk to them about a little bit of a delay. But while they're building their plant, which is something I think that would be appropriate.
Pestering me. We're close.
What they can do, sir? Is there anything the EU can do?
I don't know. We're going to see what happens, but right now it's going on June 1st, and that's the way it is. No, they haven't treated us properly. They haven't treated our country properly. They banded together to take advantage of us, and
they banded together.
Behind me know
okay,
they had some of that
if you're
with their industry,
saying they banded together to take advantage of, they banded together because they're a stronger,
United Kingdom. We have numerous other
negotiating
deals that are ready
body
to be signed.
together.
We've signed a
Not
deal
just
with
at you,
China.
Donald.
We have some really amazing deals, but
People are allowed to look out for their
the sole
self-interest
purpose
until
was
it's
really to,
somewhat
not to hurt us, but to take advantage
against
of
his.
us, and we're not going to be taking
Mr. President, on Apple, you said this morning that if they don't make their iPhones in the U.S., you're going to hit them with a 25% tariff.
Right.
Do you have the power to
Didn't they already? I thought he was touting that Apple was moving production facilities
it would
back.
be more. It would be also Samsung and anybody that makes
So
that
which
product.
is it?
Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair. So anybody that makes that product,
What?
and that'll start on, I guess, the end
Okay.
of June. It'll come out. I think we have that appropriately done by the end of June. So
Am I
if they
tripping?
make that product,
Did he not
now,
talk
again,
about how he's
when they build their plant here,
how as a
there's
success
no
that
tariff.
he
So
got
they're
Apple
gonna be
to
building plants here, but
invest?
I had an understanding with him that he wouldn't be doing this. He said he's going to India to build plants. I said, that's okay to go to India, but you're not going to sell into here without tariffs. And that's the way it is, yeah.
Why would you put an American
What makes a confident serve?
Oh, so it has to be 100% American to avoid it?
At a price that American consumers.
Oh, they can. No, they can. And a lot of it's so computerized now. These plants are amazing if you look at them, but they can do that. And actually, as you
We
know,
keep
Apple's
re-rolling.
coming in with $500 billion. So are the chip companies. We have all of the chip companies coming in. The biggest, $500 billion, $200
We got
billion,
Lay's, we got
$250 billion
Fritos.
they're
Or no,
spending.
Frito is.
But we're talking about the iPhone.
Pringles.
Now, and the iPhone, if they're going to sell it in America, I want it to be built in the United States. They're able to do that.
When you say that Walmart should eat the cost of the tariffs, is that an acknowledgement that it is U.S. companies that bear the brunt of tariffs, not
Nope.
foreign companies?
Sometimes the country will eat it, sometimes Walmart will eat it, and sometimes there'll be something to pay, something extra. I've always been a fan, and I've always believed, and if you look, take a look at what I did 4 years ago. We had the greatest economy, and we had no inflation. Remember that. We had no inflation, and yet we had hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs that I put on China. Yet we had no inflation. We had no big cost differential. Oftentimes,
It's like whenever you
I don't like it when a department store, because they
zero
do a lot of
inflation,
business,
yeah.
but they announce record profits and everything else. They have to take out some of their profits. They'll make a little bit less money. But I don't want the consumer. I don't want the consumer to pay.
Doesn't Walmart make relatively thin
Are
margins?
hurting American businesses.
They're not hurting. They're helping because they're creating jobs in America. We're creating tremendous amounts
Like
of
there's-
jobs in America, like you've never
Well,
seen.
he does real
We're having
estate. and It's
investment
not.
in America. We're not getting
You don't really have thin margins
We've
in
been
real
ripped off
estate,
by
but
every country in the world.
there's
They're making
a
their
ton of
product, they sell it.
businesses
They don't give our people the jobs.
that
They make them with other countries.
make money on
jobs.
volume, not
And,
margin.
we will
Like,
have
this just
something
fucks
that
that.
nobody will ever see again. I think we have a potential to do numbers that we never envisioned in the wildest year. Look at what's happening.
Yeah, look how
10
fast the
to
stock
12
market dropped. Nobody
trillion
could ever
dollars
imagine
in
that.
Literally a couple of months. It's nothing like that's ever happened. It's a very special. We're doing a very special thing. We want, if they're going to sell it
That
here,
we agree
generally
on.
speaking, not for all products. There's some products we don't want to make. And frankly, we're much better off getting them elsewhere. But for certain products, we want cars. We want to make cars. We don't want to have, and I like Canada very much, but we don't want to have Canada making our cars. We want to make our cars. Oh, it's a phone call. Do you mind? Hello? Okay, it's only a congressman.
Wait a minute. Bro, same case as Trump. Or maybe, I don't know.
Are you considering stopping other universities from taking foreign students?
It's a different congressman. They're all congratulated.
It's not the same case, but it's quite similar.
Okay, let's go.
Are you considering
Well,
stopping other universities besides Harvard from?
I have bad
Well, we're
taste.
taking a look at a lot of things. And as you know,
That's
billions of dollars has been paid to
Billions.
Harvard. How ridiculous is that? Billions. And they have $52
A world-renowned
billion
institution
as an endowment.
receiving
They have
endowments.
$52 billion.
God forbid.
And
there
this
anything
country's paying
use in here?
billions and billions of dollars and then gives student loans and they have to pay back the loans. So Harvard's going to have to change its ways. And so are some others.
On that note, a lot of CEOs in the United States, big companies, are foreign. What is that going to do?
I'm fine with that. No, I'm fine with that. No, we want to do that. We're actually going to be doing something in the near future that's going to make it possible for
the
people
lack
to
of
come
a
into this
coherent
country and
through
come in
line.
and,
Not the
have a
biggest
road
issue,
toward
but it's
citizenship,
just
and I think it'll be
wild.
very exciting. But it's too soon to speak.
But you don't think that banning students?
Foreign.
The best and brightest from around the world to
I do.
come to Harvard.
I do, but a lot of the people need remedial math. Did you see that? Where the students can't add 2 and 2, and they go to Harvard. They want remedial math, and they're going to teach remedial math at Harvard. No, wait a minute. So why would they get in? How can somebody
Is
that can't add
there any merit to
very
that
basic
claim? I'm
skills,
sure they have
how
a
do they get
remedial
into
math
Harvard?
class.
Why are they there?
But
And
is
then
that
you see
like
those same people picketing
athletes or
and
something?
screaming at
I
the
don't
United
know.
States and screaming at, they're anti-Semitic or they're something. We don't
The
want
anti-Semitism is bad,
troublemakers
but like
here. But how do
students
people that
protest.
can't- when Harvard comes out with a statement that
Again,
they're going
that's
to
what they
teach
do.
some of their students remedial math, that's basic math, that's not the deal. Okay, and any more questions? In the back?
Are there other countries you're considering shortening the 90-day pause on tariffs for? And then are there specific steps you're looking for the EU to take?
We have a lot of requests, and you don't have the people to handle it. Frankly, everybody wants to make a deal. I'm sure now the European Union wants to make a deal very badly, but they just they don't do it right. They don't go about it right. The other thing they do is they sue our companies all the time. They have suits where their judges, I don't know if they're appointed by them, but they're definitely Europe-centric, and we're not going to.
God, European judges are Europe-centric?
$17 billion lawsuit for Apple, and I read that case, and that's not a case that should have been won. They're suing other of our companies. They use this as a weapon, but they use it really to raise funds for what they do. It's almost like a fundraising mechanism. So we add that to the fact that they do the non-monetary tariffs and lots of.
Just to remind you, the reason we're moving towards a universal plug is because of the EU, and there's probably some choking regulation, but USB-C everywhere, that's good, in my humble opinion. I like USB-C. I like it. Not having 8 million different cables.
You would call them trading barriers.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't take our cars. They don't take our agriculture. They don't take anything, but we take their cars by the millions. And therefore, they have the job.
You want a BMW?
They
Nah.
get the money.
Give me
We
a
get close
fucking,
by. It's not going to happen that way anyway.
Give me an F-150. All right, do we have these? Orders. Come on. Big money, big money. Oh. Yes, I need all of my plugs. Helps me stay organized. Keeps me accountable. Okay. This is nothing. What else we got? What else is in the news? Harvard judge blocks Harvard international student ban. Sorry about that. Is there an interview? No, it's just Fox talking. What a picture. Okay. Well, let's go to the AP and see. Has Europe issued any statements on the tariffs? Oh, Jesus, Billy Joel has cancer? That's a damn shame. All right, the judges are blocking everything that Trump is doing. Wow. That's something. Well, they raged it. Yeah, I'm sure they did. I'm considering making a Truth Social account. But just, I don't know if I can. European leaders. Oh, I see. They, let's see if they've. Have they said anything? Okay, this could be something.
Wir brauchen weniger Handelshürden und nicht mehr. Deshalb halte ich die Zollbeschlüsse der USA für falsch. Und wir werden darauf angemessen und schnell reagieren. Die Vorschläge der Kommission werden wir jetzt prüfen. Dazu stehen wir in engen Kontakt mit der Kommission und den anderen Mitgliedstaaten. Die Kommission hat zudem deutlich gemacht, dass sie für Verhandlungen mit den USA bereitsteht. Das begrüße ich natürlich ausdrücklich.
The world is looking at Europe as a reliable and predictable partner. We must seize this opportunity. We need more trade agreements, not more tariffs. Tariffs, in fact, are taxes for companies and citizens. Tariffs only increase inflation.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on the question of tariffs, obviously, like everybody else, I'm disappointed to see global tariffs in relation to steel and aluminium. But we will take a pragmatic approach. We are, as he knows, negotiating an economic deal which covers and will include tariffs if we succeed, but we will keep all options on the table.
Cette guerre commerciale perdue,
the trade wars continues, of course, it will impact.
Elle se met en place. Évidemment, ça aura des impacts aussi pour les consommateurs, européens. C'est la raison pour laquelle, malgré les annonces tonitruantes, nous continuons à négocier avec l'administration américaine. L'Union européenne est dans une phase de négociation et nous ne souhaitons pas de surenchère non plus sur la politique commerciale. Je pense que les effets à court terme aux États-Unis seront suffisamment impactants pour le président Trump et pour son administration pour qu'il y ait de la place pour la
And that's the preferred method by the EU. Okay. Okay, well, that's something. Let's go to Forbes breaking news, see if there's any slop in the congressional slop. Let's see. Anything. Surprise moment. Trump blows off multiple calls. Okay, that's a bit much, Forbes. It's not a surprise moment. He got a call. Wow, that is some. Oh, the ADL responded. Has Israel responded? They caught Biden on camera. Trump bought a new SIM card. Breaking news. Yeah, that's a... Oh, shit. All right. What's this? Is this anything? Sorry, okay, this is a lull in content. right, whatever. We'll do this.
I want to talk about specific people in the administration. You're saying now, 4 months in, people have a much more favorable view of Doge than they did in the past.
It's not
Elon
the
Musk
voice I was
didn't
expecting.
have a good approval rating the past couple of months. He's seen as President Trump's one of his senior advisors. He's seen as the face of Doge. What do people think about him now? Is his approval still underwater? What does that look like?
Well, Musk's approval is still underwater, and he did take a hit
well,
because
that
of
only got worse.
Doge and really how Doge started to do it. But
They're gonna show the new
it seems
poll?
to be slowly rebounding. So at its first, Musk's approval was under by 12 points, and in some.
Actually, we can just look it up. Jesus, Musk. Yep. When's the official date that he actually steps down or leaves government? Okay, I mean, that's honestly less dramatic than I was expecting. All right. Is there more? No. Okay. Be out of news? Oh, shit. Can't be. Let's watch the J.D. Vance speech. That'll be the... No, it's Navy. Not bad. That is quiet as hell. Jesus.
But I believe, we believe, the American people believe you are ready. Ready to innovate, ready to inspire, ready to lead in a Navy and Marine Corps that is evolving, modernizing, and building a more lethal, adaptable, and resilient force. You are the future of that force.
Okay. Maybe.
Well, it is great to be with you here. On
Okay,
this
Fox
day,
is a lot louder.
I gotta say,
Holy
it's a pretty
shit.
cool trick where when people say good morning, you guys say it back in unison. So let me say good morning to the class of 2025.
Is that a naval tradition, or is that just like speaking to a crowd?
I want to say, first of all, thank you all for having me, and thank you especially to Vice Admiral Davids and Captain Allman for your hospitality. Thank you as well, of course, to Secretary Phelan for that great speech, Admiral Kilby, and General Smith for all that you do for our country. First off, I want to say, both from me and from President Trump, congratulations to the class of 2025. I want to say congratulations not just to you all, because you all certainly earned a great honor, but congratulations to the families, the friends, the faculty, plus the other midshipmen and service members who join us on this beautiful morning and share in this incredible day. Now, it's always dangerous to give a politician a microphone, but I know that I am one of the very last things standing between you and your commission and your diploma. And so, out of respect, I just want you to know that this is only going to be a 3.5 or 4 hour speech. I hope you all brought your sunscreen, because it's bright out here. But today is such an incredible day for you. Tonight, you'll celebrate in the finest tradition of the United States Naval Academy with great food and, of course, maybe a little drink. But I hope that as you celebrate, you remember that this is not just your day, as hard as you have worked for it. This day belongs to parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, teachers, brothers, sisters, and so many others. You, all of you, are the product of an incredible legacy. People who worked hard to give you a good education, food on the table, and a sense of possibility. People who took you to church, to practices, to tutoring sessions. People who prayed for you when you struggled and celebrated with you at moments just like today. Most of you are fortunate enough to have someone here to celebrate with you. Some of you don't. But whether they are here with you or not, the very best piece of advice I can give you is to begin your life in the fleet with a spirit of gratitude. Be thankful for all the people gathered here today and those who aren't, because they made you who you are and they got you to where you are today. And
Oh, I almost had a thought. God damn it. It's
and I
gone.
hope you'll take from that gratitude a sense of duty. You owe it to the American people, to yourselves, but most of all to the people who sacrificed so hard to get you here. You owe it to them to do the best job you can, and I know that is exactly what you're going to do. Now, it's customary in speeches like this for people like me to offer words of congratulations and maybe a little bit of advice. Of course, I just did exactly that. But you're not just graduates of some random university about to embark on careers in the private sector, and I'm not just giving another political speech. I'm your vice president. And the minute you walk off the stage with your diploma and your commission, you will be officers in the United States Navy and the United States Marine Corps, and that is an incredible thing. You will be leaders of men and women in our armed forces. So while President Trump and I congratulate you on this incredible achievement, I also thought it would be appropriate to tell you a bit about how the President and I think of your mission in this new and very dangerous era for our country.
Congratulations, you get to go fight Canadians.
Meeting with heads of state in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Most of the headlines focus on the trillions of dollars of new investment the president secured for our country, and that's, of course, an important thing. But I actually think the most significant part of that trip is that it signified the end of a decades-long approach in foreign policy that I think was a break from the precedent set by our founding fathers. We had a long experiment in our foreign policy that traded national defense and the maintenance of our alliances for nation building and meddling in foreign countries' affairs, even when those foreign countries had very little to do with core American interests. What we're seeing from President Trump is a generational shift in policy with profound implications for the job that each and every one of you will be asked to do. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union, our policymakers assumed that American primacy on the world stage was guaranteed. For a brief time, we were a superpower without any peer, nor did we believe any foreign nation could possibly rise to compete with the United States of America. And so our leaders traded hard power for soft power. We stopped making things, everything from cars to computers to the weapons of war, like the ships that guard our waters, and the weapons that you will use in the future.
Yeah, the founders were
Too many of us believed that
relatively
economic integration would naturally
isolationist, or
lead to peace
completely.
by making countries like the People's Republic of China more like the United States. Over time, we were told the world would converge toward a uniform set of bland, secular, universal ideals, regardless of culture or country. And those that didn't want to converge, well, our policymakers would make it their goal to force them by any means necessary. So instead of devoting our energies to responding to the rise of near-peer competitors like China, our leaders pursued what they assumed would be easy jobs for the world's preeminent superpower. How hard could it be to build a few democracies in the Middle East? Well, almost impossibly hard, it turns out, and unbelievably costly. And it wasn't our politicians who bore the consequences of such a profound miscalculation. It was the American people.
My
To the tune of
brain's
trillions of dollars,
actually
but
off
more than
right
anyone,
now.
it was borne by the people who were in your shoes just a few short years ago, by our service members and their families. The tens of thousands of warfighters who sacrificed precious time, energy, and in some cases their very lives in the line of duty. They are the ones who bore the cost of past failure. Our leaders abandoned clearly stated strategic goals for lofty, often incoherent abstractions. This is how, for example, we wound up chasing a $230 million pier in Gaza that worked for a grand total of 20 days while injuring over 60 American service members in the construction and maintenance of that pier. Our government took its eye off the ball of great power competition and preparing to take on a peer adversary. And instead, we devoted ourselves to sprawling, amorphous tasks, like searching for new terrorists to take out while building up faraway regimes. Now, I want to be clear. The Trump administration has reversed course. No more undefined missions. No more open-ended conflicts. Returning to a strategy grounded in realism and protecting our core national interests. Now, this doesn't mean that we ignore threats, but it means that we approach them with discipline, and that when we send you to war, we do it with a very specific set of goals in mind. And consider how this played out in just the last major conflict we engaged in with the Houthis over in the Middle East. We went in with a clear diplomatic goal, not to enmesh our service members in a prolonged conflict with a non-state actor, but to secure American freedom of navigation by forcing the Houthis to stop attacking American ships. And that's exactly what we did. We pursued that goal through overwhelming force against Houthi military targets. In just the first 100 days of the administration, we were able to reach a ceasefire in a conflict that had been ongoing for nearly 2 years. That's how military power should be used, decisively with a clear objective. We ought to be cautious in deciding to throw a punch, but when we throw a punch hard, and we do it decisively, and that's exactly what we may ask you to do. Now, that shift in thinking from ideological crusades to a principled foreign policy will help restore the credibility of American deterrence in 2025 and beyond. With the Trump administration, our adversaries now know when the United States sets a red line, it will be enforced. And when we engage, we do so with purpose, with superior force, with superior weapons, and with the best people anywhere in the world.
God damn it.
Let me say something about weapons and the future of warfare. It is, of course, a priority of this administration, not just to keep, but to widen the technological edge between the United States military and our adversaries all over the world. In the wake of the Cold War, America enjoyed a mostly unchallenged command of the commons, airspace, sea, space, and cyberspace. But the era of uncontested U.S. dominance is over. Today, we face serious threats in China, Russia, and other nations determined to beat us in every single domain. From spectrum to low Earth orbit to our supply chains and even our communication infrastructure. Technology has lowered the cost of
we care about it in Musk interview.
We must be, all of us, not just smarter. We got to make sure that we send our troops to war. We do it with the right tools. We can no longer assume our engagements will come without cost. That's why the Trump administration is investing in innovation, rewarding risk takers at the Department of Defense, and streamlining weapons acquisition for the new century. Investing in cutting-edge weaponry like hypersonics is important, but just as important are the low-cost, high-impact technologies that are already transforming the battlefield. Things like drones. And by the way, when we talk about innovation, innovation is not just happening in the laboratory of defense contractor. Innovation increasingly is happening on the very battlefields that you will lead troops on. So that you are not just recipients of innovation, you're not just users of tools, you will very often be developing tools in this new century. Our lawmakers and military brass alike must learn to adjust to a world where cheap drones, readily available cruise missiles, and cyber attacks cause extraordinary damage to our military assets and our service members. And it will be you, the graduates gathered here today, who will lead the way for the rest of us. Your service will bring new challenges and environments, including ones unfamiliar even to those who have served before you. You will deploy new equipment, new systems, and new technology. And through those experiences, it is you who will learn.
Wait, I didn't see the comments. I was looking for other videos. Thank you, JD Vance. Also, speech, JD. JD Vance is a great vice president. VP JD Vance. JD is a true patriot.
Because your nation rests easier knowing that we have the most brilliant strategists and tacticians standing guard. Men and women like you, brilliant enough to preempt and, if called, fight and win.
Is this a real human being?
And as technological change continues to transform the battlefield, it only
live now from Fox.
on
Your
investing in our
videos are
military's
always so
human capital. That's
entertaining.
you, and the well-being of our warfighters and your brilliance and your strategic
Yeah, I mean, it's
innovation.
Fox.
Modernization isn't just about tactics and tools. It's about meeting the needs
What do you
of our servicemen.
expect?
For too long, we asked
This
too
is a
much
bot.
from too few. Past leaders sent our service members on mission after mission with no exit strategy, no end in sight, and with little articulation for the American people or for the warfighters about what we were doing. When we extend the deployment of an aircraft carrier, that has real impact
This
on
is a
people's lives,
bot.
and we're aware of it.
Jesus.
They miss their families, of course, they miss their loved ones and their home life. They accept that sacrifice, and that's the job that you've taken on. But the job that we have taken on is to never misuse that sacrifice or never ask you to do something without a clear mission and a clear path home.
Oh my God, something somewhat negative.
The Trump administration recognizes the
Nope.
most valuable resources. It's you. It's young people who are brave enough to put on the uniform and risk your life for this country. And we promise, I promise, to cultivate that
Unless your
resource,
mom's
to protect
poor.
it, and to use it only when the national interest demands.
Then-
And what makes your new life so unique is that you must take multiple perspectives. You will be junior officers, of course, answerable to commanders, captains, admirals, generals, and people like me. You'll have to follow orders, even when you don't want to. And if I can offer one piece of advice from a junior enlisted guy to a bunch of new officers, to say that when you say, with all due respect, that is not a get-out-of-jail-free card. I got you, these guys are laughing back here. I got chewed out more times than I can remember because I assumed that I could say whatever I wanted to, so long as I said with all due respect before it. That's not how it works out. You learn that the hard way. But importantly, you're not just following orders. More often than not, you will be giving them. And just
Good
as I
watch.
see you as our most precious resource, so you must see the
This would be
men
a
and women
maybe.
who call you sir and ma'am as your most sacred charge.
Because I don't know. I don't know if there's any good drama slop today. I mean,
You will not just be
we already
boss.
saw
You will
Denham's
counsel them
clapping
through triumph
about
and tragedy. You will learn that there is no clear line between
cancer
personal and professional for
diagnosis,
officers in the Navy and Marine Corps. But I encourage you to see them not just as
which
people
is
who must follow your orders, but as leaders in their own right, with incredible
just
wisdom and incredible potential.
bullshit.
Now, this is shocking to think about, but there are senior enlisted people who started their careers in the Navy or the Marine Corps before you were born, who will call you sir and ma'am and follow your orders. Think about what an incredible
Okay.
honor that is. And think about what an
All right,
incredible
no
opportunity
slop,
it
no
is,
slop.
not just to lead these men and women, but also to learn from these men and women. And that is the task before you. You will lean on that experience, of course, but still, you're more often than not, you're going to be the one in charge. That is an honor, but it's a responsibility that ought to give you chills. You've made it now through one of the most demanding institutions in the entire world.
I don't
You've
even know,
earned your
like-
commissions, and you step forward to serve at a moment when you're
Well,
pushing
yeah, I
these
mean,
now
so do
or
I,
never.
but it's not.
But you're stepping into gigantic shoes, and it's worth taking stock of that as you prepare to receive your commission. Those of us who served
Okay,
know
what
that
other
graduates of the Naval
slop?
Academy, they have a certain energy, a certain aura, a certain respect.
What
when they're
other
out there in the
slop
field.
is out
Let me
there?
just give you an example. Today is your day, of course, and you should celebrate.
Just going through
But in 3 days,
LSF
the President
clips,
and I
is
will
that
lead
the
the most solemn
plan?
occasion in our nation, Memorial Day at Arlington Cemetery. You'll learn, as I have, that when people say things like Happy Memorial Day, you appreciate the sentiment behind it, but you know that it's wrong. Because Memorial Day is not a happy day. And Memorial Day is not for those who served and came home. It is for those who served and didn't. Every Memorial
Oh,
Day,
yeah,
I think
Fern
of a
makes
graduate
great
of this institution,
videos.
Major
Yeah,
Megan
we do
Kwan.
that for a
She was
bit.
an officer I served with, who was bright, tough, and incredibly dedicated to her job. She arrived in Iraq not long after me, and was killed in action not long after that. She loved this institution. And like so many that came before her, she built on its legacy in the way that she served her country.
Yeah, okay, that's enough out of you. I want to watch that one on my own. Yeah. The biggest sabotage in... What the Okay, now this I'm
A
interested
while
in.
ago, a headline caught our eye. One of the most unusual heists in America seems to be unfolding at Taco Bell.
Artwork mysteriously gone missing.
They're stealing the poop
Piece off
out of
the
my
wall.
ass.
They're now going for big bucks on the black market.
My dad wants to go see
at
the
Taco
new
Bell? We love a good
Mission
fast food
Impossible
scandal, so we
movie.
had to find out more. It looks like paintings in Taco Bell stores mysteriously disappear, then reappear online with hefty price tags, up to $30,000. Apparently, a thriving underground market is forming, shaking up the contemporary art world. How did this become a thing? Who is stealing them? And why would anyone pay thousands for a piece of corporate branding?
Is this
We
this is
went
going to be
undercover
another
and prowled the Taco Bell
trafficking
subreddits. We lurked in the Living Moss Discord channel.
thing?
We haggled with eBay sellers. We talked to a taco restaurant artist, and things are not as they seem.
This is a whodunit
Big
story.
GameStop of art heists.
Some of them were stolen.
They're
Mine
now
are
going
not.
for big bucks on the black
Fake-
market.
Oh my God.
Westlake Taco Bell goes up into flames.
Nobody's really like fact
All right,
Crashing
try
into a
again.
Taco Bell sign in Westlake,
Would you
Ohio.
consider $7,500 each?
We log into our deserted eBay account and start digging. It doesn't take much time to find the 10K listing the news is talking about. We decide to reach out.
Amerifact.
Hey, I'm
Shut
super
up.
interested in the Taco Bell prints. And this one is listed for $7,225. Hey, I'm super interested in the Taco Bell prints.
Trying to think of
and here's someone selling a full set for $30,000.
Nordepresses. Something about
While we
Nordic
wait
people
for an
and
answer,
depression.
we go to check out the Taco Bell subreddits.
Or Swedicide or something. I don't fucking know.
Here's where the truly devoted Taco Bell underground scene gets together. I eat Taco Bell at least 200 times a year. Impressive.
Oh.
After a while, we find out what we came for.
Europores, sure.
Anyone know where I can buy copies of the Taco Bell wall art?
Problem is, like, Europe has some social programs that I would quite like.
If anyone is looking to sell theirs, I'll pay premium. Other users seem to have successfully acquired the art and offer advice for hopeful buyers. Keep an eye on eBay and Macari. They pop up every once in a blue moon for $300 to $500. Add to the mix that those of them that did get sold in the past 5 years went to hardcore T-Bell fans that won't sell. $300 to $500 seems way more reasonable. Oh, the two eBay sellers replied. For the 8.5K seller, we try to lowball him as much as possible. We tell him we found a cheaper offer and that we'd be paying $2,000 max. And then, he sends us an offer from $8,500 down to $2,000, just like that. Meanwhile, the other seller is definitely playing another game. Hey, I'm super interested in the Taco Bell prints.
Please feel free to
You
make
never
an offer
start a
next.
negotiation like that, buddy.
$5,000. Of course, we're here for the intel, not the prints. I'm willing to pay more if you tell me where you got the prints from. As far as I know, Taco Bell never officially sold them.
These prints were pulled directly out of a Taco Bell. I was featured on NBC News about them.
He sends us the link to the NBC coverage.
I have 3 of them. Are you offering $5,000 for all 3 or $5,000 each?
Interesting. We were under the impression you only sold one for $10K, not suddenly 3.
It's a way to
But not so
verify it,
fast.
I
The
guess.
news clip suggested those prints were stolen, since they're talking about an art heist. $5,000 each.
Some of them were stolen. Mine were not. That's why they chose me and mine to feature on the news. Would you consider $7,500 each?
Interesting.
Is the art even that good?
No problem.
What is going on? Can they possibly be worth that much? We need an expert, preferably specialized in taco restaurant art. And some structure. This project is getting out of hand. Too many tasks, even more notes. We're missing the full picture. Complex projects need clear structure. That's where Odoo comes in.
I was gonna
Odoo is an
say,
all-in-one business
what
management
is-
software
where is
with
this
over
headed?
45 apps to help entrepreneurs power up their productivity and simplify the day-to-day. A great place to start is the Project app, a powerful tool to help projects stay organized and on track. Keep a clear overview of all your projects and organize each one with customizable stages and tasks. Move each task by dragging and dropping. Assign people, set deadlines, collaborate effortlessly via the built-in chatter, schedule activities, log notes, send mails, and attach documents, all in one place. Pick the view that suits your workflow best. When your business scales up, you can add more apps such as inventory, accounting, your website, and much more. Start using Odoo's Project app for free today. Your first app is free and will stay free, including unlimited hosting and support. Back to Taco Bell.
I'm
Checking out their
purchasing
decor directly
100
would be great.
subscriptions
Only
immediately.
problem, we're based in Germany. Currently, the only Taco Bells in this country are on U.S. military bases. No chance for us to scarf a half-pound cheesy bean and rice burritos with potatoes while enjoying contemporary American art. There may not be a Taco Bell, but there are taco restaurants, of course. And one time, we went to a place in Berlin that had custom-made art on the walls. Time to track down the artist responsible. It takes a second, but eventually we find him.
I'm Philip Walker. I'm 38 years old and I'm a painter.
And our taco restaurant art expert.
A friend of mine started to run this taco place with 3 other friends, and he asked me to do a mural in this taco restaurant.
Let's take a look at the Taco Bell paintings together.
First of all, I like them very much. It's like neo-expressionism.
What?
And you see a lot of like Basquiat in it, I would say. I think it's like very contemporary. Basquiat is like one of the most trending artists at the moment.
Oh.
So I guess this kind of explains.
Who are you thinking of?
In the late 80s, Jean-Michel Basquiat was one of the most popular contemporary artists. His paintings have fetched some of the highest prices ever for works of art. An extremely influential guy.
yes?
And if you compare him to the Taco
Maybe.
Bell paintings,
I'll
you can clearly
take
see
a
the
look after
influence.
this one.
This is Basquiat, and this is Taco Bell. For a long time now, Taco Bell has cultivated a brand that's different from other fast food companies.
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
They're bold, edgy, rebellious. Mark T. Smith
remember
was
when
commissioned to capture
Giannis
this
was
new
the
image.
funniest thing in the
He
world?
works for MTV. He rides a motorcycle. His art looks like graffiti, and of course, Basquiat. He can get customers to understand what Taco Bell is really all about. And it looks like he did. But how much would such a painting actually be worth?
If the artist is not like world famous, probably a reasonable price in the gallery would something in between 3,000 to 5,000 euros.
Okay, well, but these are not original. They're just prints. Reportedly, the 3 original prints hang in Taco Bell headquarters, though a lot of sellers are trying to convince us otherwise. Then again, art dealers will argue that art is like any other market-based investment. The price is determined by what people will pay, but with one key difference. Art has the added bonus of distinction around cultural capital. Any super rich person can buy a yacht, but only one can own that multi-million-dollar Rothko, and only a few can own these Taco Bell prints. There's something alluring about them. You can't just buy them at a Taco Bell merch store. They're special, because someone had to steal them. But who started all of this?
CS2 stream?
When
I could do that tonight.
We stumble across this little sticker here. It says Columbus, Ohio. And there's
or
the same
soon,
sticker
but
here,
I gotta get through this one blueprints objective.
We also see some listings shipping from
because
Ohio,
I'm like
here,
gonna rip
and
my
here.
hair out if
Ohio.
I
That's
don't
where the
get
first heist
this
happened.
soon.
In a uniquely troubled Taco Bell.
Or maybe
branch in
you'll get
Westlake.
lucky and I'll just give up in a sec.
Driver upends car against Westlake Taco Bell sign. Please
But, like,
say. Westlake Taco Bell goes up into flames.
I can't
Man
focus
damages
on
Westlake Taco Bell when he
pretty
can't
much
order
anything
grilled
else
breakfast potato
while I'm playing
burrito. Please
CS2.
say.
And I think I have to mute
The Taco Bell behind
voice
me off
chat,
Columbia Road
maybe?
in Westlake is where some believe
Or no, wait, the
great
rules
Taco Bell art heist
have been updated where it's
Here's the
once
police report of said heist in
something
2015.
bad
At 4:13
is
on March
said,
15th,
as long as I
2015,
take
a Taco Bell manager reported the theft
immediate
of a
and
painting the
reasonable
previous
measures
evening.
to mitigate
The painting
it,
was
I think
estimated to
I'm
be
in the
valued at
clear.
approximately $800. The
And
incident was not captured on CCTV.
I don't think CS
There were no
or
witnesses
Twitch
or
is
suspects
paying too
identified.
much attention to my
This is the
ass.
corresponding 2015 article from a local newspaper. 4 years earlier, someone already tried to steal the very same prints in the very same branch. That's the police report. An 18-year-old former employee drove up to the store late at night with a handful of friends, ran in, grabbed
One
a
of my-
painting, and tried to get away. It was most likely not a highly calculated crime, but an impulsive taco and beer-fueled crime of passion.
I mean, it's easy
One
when
of the
you
sellers we
just
talked to also had the Ohio
take a
stickers on his
hit of the
prints.
party
He said he
line,
didn't steal them,
and then
but they
you
were
hear
gifted to
one
him.
key word, and
Yes,
you're
he
like,
was.
Part
yeah.
of a team that tore down a closed Taco Bell location.
We had no way of verifying his story, but it is in line with a news report saying that Taco Bell employees took the art during renovations.
Oh, that's what you
And
meant, yeah.
interestingly, we can't find any other reported heists like the one in Ohio in 2015.
Twitch doesn't give a shit what
It
Hassan
looks
says.
like
Are
the
you
prints
kidding
for
me?
sale online were mostly produced in Ohio, stolen or retrieved in Ohio, and then sold from Ohio. This doesn't look like a high-profile nationwide art heist at all. Let's zoom out.
Okay.
In 2011, a presumably drunk teen in Westlake, Ohio, tried to run away with a piece of fast food decor, but his former boss stopped him in the parking lot. 4 years later, Westlake police got a phone call from the same place that another piece of fast food decor was now missing. That was local news. It was picked up by ArtNet, and they half-ironically called it an art heist. Years after, some Taco Bell prints appeared on eBay and Reddit for sale, allegedly posted by former employees who took them for free during renovations. So far, so unspectacular. But then, in May 2024, this article was published.
Dun dun dun.
It made a connection between the 2011 and 2015 Ohio incidents and the eBay listings. One of the most unusual heists in America seems to be unfolding at Taco Bell. There are two
I'd
problems with
play
that headline.
CS in a minute or
First,
two.
it's not unfolding. The incident happened roughly 10 years ago. As far as we can tell, nothing happened since. We asked Taco Bell if they can report any other thefts, but they didn't come back to us.
Or
They
Baldur's
also never
Gate.
commented when other media outlets asked. Second, it's not unfolding in America.
That's
This
gotta
makes
turn
it
the
sound like a
boobs off.
multi-state operation. All the confirmed thefts happened at a singular, albeit very cursed, Taco Bell branch. The story's catchy, though, and other media outlets seemingly
Is this
picked
the
it up.
Burger King
They
footless
started
Taco
calling it
Bell?
a nationwide art
Oh, no.
heist, or Taco Bell's
How?
nationwide
Wow.
fallen victim
Yeah, I
to
heard
art
it as I
heists.
said it.
NBC
Shut up.
says the
Shut
pieces
up.
are selling for thousands online, referring to this 10K listing, but until today, it never actually sold. The listing in itself doesn't prove anything. I can list my shoe for $7 million. Doesn't mean it will sell. Then this sad excuse for a true crime story gets another twist. We stumble upon a podcast called Pop Crime.
March 14,
gems?
2015, Westlake,
Man.
Ohio. An art piece that some would argue to be as valuable as the Mona Lisa, stolen in plain sight.
With a tongue-in-cheek tone, they take over the exaggerated narrative.
The first of the Taco Bell art heists, but
Dude, are
certainly
you
not the
calling me
last.
from like 2012?
This
What?
night was just the start of almost a decade-long
hell?
art heist.
Whatever. But wait.
I am partnering with Taco Bell to tell you the story.
This episode got sponsored by Taco Bell. What is their role in all of this?
Wait, hold on.
It's the year 1996. On April 1st, Taco Bell ran a
deeper,
full-page
I
ad in the
guess.
New York Times claiming that they bought the Liberty Bell, an iconic American monument to freedom. They assured the public that it would still be accessible for all, but that it would now be called the Liberty Taco Bell. Many readers missed that the ad was run on April Fool's Day, and thousands called to complain that the Liberty Bell should not be something that can be bought and branded. Then Taco Bell revealed the joke, and all the hype around the scandal resulted in a huge spike.
What was
in
the company that said
$1 million extra in
women
2
belong
days.
in the kitchen? Just
Taco
kidding.
Bell knows how to make people talk about its brand, often by going with organic viral stories or stunts rather than traditional ads. So
One
they
more.
profited from hoaxes before. What if the art heist story is similar? It got Taco Bell tons of free media coverage.
There was a and belong in. Yeah, okay, Burger King. Well, oh come on. You should know by now that I do not support frontline journalism at all. Kitchen gun? What the fuck? Oh my god. It's just a stupid fucking tweet. Don't you fucking dare. I'm okay, whatever. Take my fucking word for it. I'm pissed. Burger King foot lettuce.
Kind of like this video. Wait a minute. We have zero proof that Taco Bell caused any of the reporting. Probably they didn't, but they did not bother to clarify that there is in fact no nationwide heist either, as far as we can tell. Then they sponsored a podcast pushing their heist narrative. We asked Taco Bell for comment. It looks to us like overblown price tags on eBay cause an overblown story, which caused more sellers to ask for overblown prices.
Yeah, so there's like a story behind it, you know? Like it's not only a print, it's like a
The last thing you want in your Burger King burger is somebody else's foot fungus.
the value.
If this isn't the art market in a nutshell, we don't know what it is. Philip Janica understands this dynamic very well himself. When we checked his Instagram, some pictures stood out to us. Presumably they show him with some famous gallerists and investors. Like here, Larry Mertens and Maximilian Wittgenstein.
I suppose.
No, Larry Mertens and Maximilian Wittgenstein. Yeah, they're not.
Come on, don't be.
They're
Okay.
Yeah, two friends of mine.
Here we can see him and his
Clearly, I
painting,
get a classroom
apparently
this
in the big
time.
Barcelona gallery.
Yeah, but it's I photoshopped it. Really easy to make.
And here in
Surely.
Yeah, that's photoshopped. That's not a real painting of mine in the gallery.
Surely.
It's a photostat. It's a performance art.
Surely.
It's kind of like this, not making fun of the artwork, but it's just like a part of the artwork with like famous gallerists and like famous collectors.
He posted all kinds of made-up stories and photos. Interestingly enough, no one noticed. He gained more and more
Nice.
followers.
No,
I don't have any
think
fucking
it's
keys
like,
left either.
Similar to fake
Yeah,
news.
that was bullshit.
You're just like posting something and like nobody's really like fact checking.
Now he's being exhibited in big actual galleries,
Locked.
and his paintings are
Of
auctioned at
course.
Sotheby's.
Why wouldn't it be?
Right now, it seems no one is
Oh, a
actually
coin
buying the Ohio
purse.
Taco Bell art
Dang.
prints for thousands of dollars. But when will the first domino fall?
Okay. What's the other one's the Dutch bank heist? Is it Hoog or Shorteray? Wait, you sure it was Dutch? Are you thinking of the train heist? Not the bank. The train one, right? No? That's a different one? Bank. Cops keep following. Wait, was it the one where the guy had like a bomb attached to him? Because I remember there was one. I think that was a Wendigoon video. But. Bank. Oh my Jesus Christ, that's not even close. Bank. Police instructions. Wait, no, that's not going to give me at all what I want. You're 100% sure it's Netherlands bank robbery. Is it the most genius? It's this. Not a heist.
The CEO of
Bro, I just found this video. That's the first one we went. Shut up on the first dang search, bruh.
Walks in the entrance of his Amsterdam office.
All right.
It's almost 7 p.m. and his driver, Ab Doderer, is waiting outside. 2 women step out before him. Heineken is the last to leave. He shuts the door and looks around for his armored Cadillac, but it's not there. Doderer is parked further away than usual. As he steps onto the sidewalk, he gets grabbed by the back of his suit jacket. One woman screams, pulling on the assailant's sleeve. 2 other men approach, and one sprays the woman in the face with tear gas.
No, I don't think I have.
The other waves a handgun around. Heineken drops to the ground. The 2 men try to drag him away, but he struggles. He yells for his driver Ab, who is already coming to his aid. But before his driver can reach him, a 4th man intercepts Doderer, and they begin to struggle. Heineke is forced into the back of an orange van. Ab is thrown in after him. Both men lie on the cold hard floor of the vehicle. Their hands and feet are shackled. Their heads are covered with taped over motorcycle helmets. Darkness swallows them. 90 minutes later, a package arrives at a small police station in The Hague. In it is a letter that demands millions for the safe return of the CEO of Heineken and his chauffeur. One of the most extensively planned kidnappings in European history has begun. The kidnapping planned for more than 2 years, and the largest ransom ever demanded
if I get kidnapped and it's some elaborate thing,
this is the story
only thing I'm going to be thinking
of
of,
the
dude, this is going to make
Heineken.
a great video essay.
This video was sponsored by Udo, and it was only made possible by the research done by the late page Eredivisie, where he interviewed the perpetrators directly, as well as the Panorama Misdaad dossier. Direct quotes from these books will be denoted on screen. Also, a special thanks to Tyler and Garian. It's New Year's Day, 1981, 2 years before the kidnapping. A man is driving to meet his best friends at their hideout. It's almost midnight, and he's running late.
Come on, big classroom.
He pulls into the street and parks outside. The apartment is on the 2nd floor of the 99 Van Halstraat. They named the hideout after the flower shop below it. Paradise. He sees 2 familiar cars, a red Saab Turbo and a bronze Mercedes. 2 of his friends are already here. He enters the building and climbs the stairs, walking through an already open door. They're lounging on leather armchairs. There's champagne on ice, and the New Year's countdown is playing quietly on the TV. Soon, the clock strikes midnight, and he clears his throat. Look, over the last few years, the 4 of us have done some good business, and sometimes earned decent money. We drive smart cars, carry thick wallets, go on nice vacations, and can always buy around in the bar. On the surface, nothing is wrong. But I feel we have been picking up scraps. The banks are being difficult, and the tax man is annoying. The market is collapsing, and interest rates are high. Even the construction business has gone bankrupt. In short, I'm asking myself, what are we doing? Our cars will be gone, our horses will be off the course, and our boats out of the water. Everything gone. Is that what we want? Can we allow that? Well, I'll tell you straight out, I would rather die. I believe that the time has come for us to take an important decision. A shot at all or nothing. To hatch a plan that will solve all of our problems in one go. Permanently. And I mean permanently. This group eventually became a team of 5. The man speaking is Cor van Hout. His friends call him Flip or Flipper for his childhood obsession with pinball. He is a notorious horse gambler and owns real estate across Amsterdam. He is the mastermind behind Operation Heineke and is 26 years old. Sitting on the couch is his right-hand man, Willem Holleder. He's muscular. His nickname is the Nose, for no apparent reason. He's 25 years old. Next to Willem, Frans Meyer nods in agreement. He's one of Cor's oldest friends. His nickname, the Professor. Nothing gets past him. He's 30. The 4th member that will eventually join is Jan Boulaert. Although he was missing that night, he's a crucial part of the gang. His nickname is the Cat, because he always tilts his head while he listens. He is the oldest of the group at age 31, and is extremely handy with tools. The last member that will join is Cor's younger half-brother Martin, who everyone refers to as Breaks. He is the youngest and also the most clueless of the group. But he's skilled at stealing cars. The orange Renault van drives off.
Right, okay.
Jan Boulaert is behind the wheel.
Write down the solutions.
In the passenger seat is Frans Meyer. Cor and Willem are in the back, standing over the victims. On the Weteringsschans, the Nose looks in the rearview mirror and notices an off-white Mercedes taxi following them, but they're unfazed. They had planned their escape route meticulously. They would ride past Frederiksplein, the Servatiestraat, and the Amstelbrug, eventually turning right onto the Weesperzijde, which would bring them onto the A10 highway, where they take the exit onto the Basisweg towards their holding location. But to get to Frederiksplein, they had to cross a major obstacle. This is the Weteringsschans intersection. If they were forced to come to a stop here, they'd be sitting ducks. So in preparation, Breaks had learned how to hack traffic light boxes. He would look out for the orange van, and in case they encountered a red light, would quickly change it to a flashing orange, giving them right of way. A great idea, but this night was different. On the way to kidnapping Heineke, they spotted 15 uniformed police officers doing routine traffic stops at the intersection. They were forced to take a gamble. They couldn't risk Martin fiddling around at the traffic light box and getting spotted. They told him to go home earlier. Now, the Weteringsschans intersection was the most risky part of the entire drive, and they didn't even know that the taxi driver behind them had notified his superiors, who had forwarded that information immediately to the police. It was the worst possible time to have to stop in front of a group of police officers. But when they arrive at the intersection, the police are gone. Willem tells Boulaert to run the red light. Whoa, whoa, not so fast there, buddy. All I want to do is take a bit of your time to talk about Udo. Does that sound good? Great. Udo is the best business management software on the planet.
Well, yeah,
As opposed to multiple monthly subscriptions, you have them all bundled into one. Imagine you need your own website. You can get one for free for life with unlimited hosting and support, as well as a free personalized domain name for 1 year. The Udo website builder allows you to define your goals, choose a color palette and pages, and choose a theme. The UI is
gotta watch the
and allows
ads.
you to customize your website easily. You can also use AI to produce and reformulate any writing instantly. What's a website? Whoa!
Oh, I thought that was
They
my
cross the
computer.
Amstel and turn onto Tulplein. The next phase of their plan begins. Underneath the Toronto Bridge is a bike tunnel. Earlier, they had removed a bollard, allowing them to drive through the first entrance of the tunnel. The plan is to block it with the van, but the taxi is still behind them, so they don't stop in the middle, but drive forward. The men exit the vehicle quickly. In haste, Cor drops a duffel bag filled with Uzis and ammunition, and smashes a pair of glasses on his way out. Holleder walks towards the taxi driver with gun in hand, who gets the message, quickly backs up, and drives off. Heineke is transferred into a white Citroën GS, parked conveniently on the other side of the tunnel. Von Hout
All
takes
right,
over
let's
and
see.
puts him in the back of a second car, a Renault 20. Willem hops in. They drive to the A10 Beltway, passing the die, and take the turn off Havensvest
Yipsies.
towards the industry terrain, the Heining. The men pull into the open doors of a steel Romney shed and close them. The entire abduction took no more than 35 minutes.
Damn.
The captives' clothes are burned except for IDs and Heineken's watch. They head back to their favorite bars in Amsterdam to build an alibi. It's 90 minutes after the kidnapping.
Amsterdam
At a small
has
police
some
station in The
wonderful
Hague,
bars.
an anonymous package is dropped off.
Would highly
It contains a
recommend.
Dutch letter written on German paper, along with the passport
Even though I
ID
got
of
attacked.
Abdullah and the watch of Freddie Heineken.
It's a lot of fun.
They demand a ransom. All publicity must be stopped, and searching is prohibited. They request thousands of banknotes in various
got
currencies
one more
and
right on
denominations
history.
in order to make tracing more difficult and spending easier. The banknotes must have been circulated several times and randomly numbered. The banknotes are to be secured with 2 elastic bands and packs of 100 and placed into 5 Dutch mailbags. They end the letter with further instructions for the handoff. Once the police have complied with all demands, they must signal the kidnappers by placing a message in a newspaper. The meadow is green for the hare. For future negotiations, the police will be referred to as the hare, the kidnappers the eagle. A 72-hour countdown begins.
Literally.
While the police had no time to
Well,
prepare,
you need to get
the
an A
kidnappers had
or
years.
whatever achievement.
The police are flailing. They need more time and take a bold risk. One that could cost the victims their lives.
I got one more correct.
Freddie Heineken snaps awake as the door to his padded cell opens. He's lying under a blanket on a bare mattress, wearing a set of cotton pajamas. In the corner, there's a chemical toilet without any chemicals, a safety precaution. Music is playing from a tape deck, endlessly looping the same album and masking any outside noise. The cells are located in the back of a 38 by 9 meter Romney shed. The shed is located on an industrial estate outside of Amsterdam and is owned by the kidnappers. Normally, it's used as a workshop and filled with tools, but the shed now also contains a camper van used as a base by the kidnappers. Within the shed, Freddie Heineken and the chauffeur are nowhere to be found. Virtually impossible to see is the hidden double door on the back wall. It leads to a short hallway with a 3.2 by 7.8 meter cell on either side. Built exclusively out of construction materials bought from Germany, the cell's floor and ceiling consist of 2 steel reinforced concrete slabs. All walls are built using B3 concrete blocks, weighing 10 kilograms apiece. Surrounding the primary wall is a secondary wooden wall, leaving a 60 centimeter air gap filled with sawdust. To finish it off, more layers of insulation are added onto the inside of the cells and outside the secondary wall. Hope for escape is virtually zero.
Fuck this. I'm taking
Kidnapping
my...
consists of 3 phases: the abduction, the negotiations, and the ransom collection. The 2-year operation was funded by the kidnappers with a budget of roughly 100,000 gulden. They spent hours studying famous foreign kidnappings. Each case was thoroughly discussed, playing out scenarios and the problems that they might face.
True.
Their victim had to be rich and able to pay fast. This narrowed their options. The royal family and famous politicians were thrown around, but discarded. The royal family was sacred. Like any politician, it attracted too much heat. They didn't want the kidnapping to become a political statement. There was
Maybe.
Visse Dekker, the CEO of Philips, a wealthy prospect but located in Eindhoven, too far from their home turf in Amsterdam. Anton Dreesman, director of Vroom and Dreesman, was another, a solid choice in terms of wealth but not in risk. He had health troubles that would be too unreliable during a long kidnapping.
Let's make
They
this
didn't
full
want to become
screen.
murderers. Albert Heijn was also a serious choice, the CEO of the largest supermarket chain in the Netherlands. He was rich, young, and had little security, but negotiating with a supermarket just had weird vibes. Albert Heijn was crossed off. The CEO of DAF Trucks was also considered for a moment, but the kidnappers weren't morons. A Dutch car company.
Hold on.
They wanted to be rich. Finally, there was Freddie Heineke, an incredibly wealthy Amsterdammer.
Gotta just quit.
Unlike the others, he also gave them a motive. Hollader's father gave his working life to the Heineken company, only to be fired and take out his drunken anger on the family. The choice was clear, but now the real work began. At the scene of the abduction, the police find broken glasses and a bag filled with Uzis. They also find a stolen van, which they're able to trace to a dealership.
I heard that as Orbeez. I have no idea.
They learn that there was another stolen car, an Opel Kadett. The police are on the hunt. They now know that the organized gangsters left in haste, and there was another car waiting to be found. But this was all part of Cor von Hout's plan. The bag of Uzis wasn't found, it was planted. Cor von Hout left it so that the police thought they were dealing with a heavily armed gang from Germany, not some Dutch dudes in a shed. The glasses weren't smashed by accident, but placed strategically. Cor knew they would be studied and waste the investigators' time. He knew that the stolen van would be traced back to a dealership, where they would learn about the second stolen car, the Opel Kadett. That Opel was abandoned in a parking lot in Breda, close to the Belgian border. Once found, the police would suspect that they had left the country.
That's a better title.
Practically all their equipment, from the paper they used, to the typewriters, to their disguises, were all bought across the border. Any evidence that Heineke tried to take with him after the handoff would lead the wrong way. They had him, and the police were following the wrong trails. The first phase of the plan, the abduction, was complete. The second began.
God damn. Half the videos.
For the negotiations, they had to communicate with the police without revealing anything. So they recorded tapes of Ab reading out their demands, which they played at random telephone booths. This prevented any negotiations from the police, forcing them to respond through newspaper ads. They created a one-way channel for communication. The police could only accept or reject, but never barter. They knew how to kidnap, and they knew how to negotiate, but they had one more heavy problem to solve. Money. The larger the sum, the harder it is to move. The men calculated exactly how much 200 banknotes would weigh. They then replicated the stacks of money with equally sized blocks of wood. One mailbag filled to the brim weighed a staggering 100 kilograms, the equivalent of throwing around the weight of a limp adult male. They established that 5 bags was the limit of what they could carry. They counted up all the blocks. They were only 350,000 short of 35 million guilders, exactly what they were hoping for. They knew how much money they could move, but now they had to solve how to move the money without getting caught. This is the handoff problem. The kidnappers want to minimize interaction with the police while receiving the ransom as fast as possible. But moving half a ton of cash is easier said than done.
Yeah.
Franz Meyer suggested the first
Wait,
plan.
is this is this not the Half-Life 2 guy?
The police should drop the ransom into a small boat. The boat is connected to a rope. It is then pulled across the water to the other side, where the men are hiding. No bridges are close to the location. They simply drive away. Cor von Hout suggests that they copy the vacuum delivery system of a local department store. Dressed as roadside construction workers, the men bury half a kilometer of plastic tubing, hook it up to a vacuum machine, and suck the money through. They never face the cops directly. The third plan is to steal a houseboat. A secret tunnel is used to board the craft undetected. Once on the houseboat, they pack the money in lead casks, slowly take off, and drop them through a hole in the hull. They deposit the cash at the bottom of the river, where they could later retrieve it in diving suits. They were all good options, but they weren't perfect. Cor von Hout needed something better. A plan that would make the police squirm. It's Tuesday, the 15th of November, 1983, 6 days after the kidnapping. The police are called and hear the voice of the chauffeur, Abdoderer.
This is an instruction for the hare from the Eagle. The hare will depart in the white VW transporter van within the next 10 minutes. Instruction: drive to the Hilton Hotel at Schiphol Airport. At the entrance to the hotel, you will find new instructions buried in a plastic container at the foot of the first lamppost on the right. Follow these instructions exactly, If the VW van is followed by anyone at all, it will be the end of them.
It's the middle of the night, and Van Hout, Holleder, Boulaert, and Meyer sit in a dark apartment, overseeing the Koentunnel Road. By tomorrow night, the men will be rich beyond belief. They're watching with binoculars, waiting for a police officer to drive past in a VW transporter. They'd instructed the police to mark the van with 2 large red crosses, making it easier to spot. But as the kidnappers watch, hours begin to pass. The van still hasn't driven by. They made it clear in their letter that if the police didn't act, Doderer and Heineke could buy back their lifeless bodies. Jesus. The only explanation is that they missed the van. But that's not a problem. Brakes is still at Schiphol, waiting to call them when the police arrive. The 4 men move to the next position for the ransom handoff. A Hanomag van parked in the outskirts of Utrecht. But as 5 a.m. passes, they still haven't received a call. When 8:30 rolls around, the men lose hope. The police aren't going to show. In a desperate play for more time, the police gambled with the lives of Doderer and Heineke. Cor van Hout is furious. The police gained time that they didn't have before. Parts of the plan for the ransom handoff have been exposed. But if the police choose to play them for fools, they deserve the same. Cor van Hout tells the police that they did irreparable damage to one of Heineke's and Doderer's fingers. And for 10 days, the police hear nothing. Ample time to worry about the mistake they made.
I mean,
but on the 10th day,
it's a good idea to make them sweat, I suppose.
This is the Eagle.
My extensive kidnapping
These are instructions for the hare.
Knowledge.
Go to Utrecht Central Station, luggage locker 2150. Repeat, Utrecht Central Station, luggage locker 2150. Collect this assignment promptly and take it to Die Ark in Noordwijk.
It's Sunday, November 27th, 2:30 a.m. The police collected the assignment from the luggage locker and are sitting in the house of Heineke.
The king of posture. Holy shit. One day. No? Oh, just copies? Okay, whatever.
With an
Thought it
employee
would
of the company
blow it up,
anxiously awaiting the next
whatever.
call. Cor van Hout has changed things. They are no longer the eagle, but the owl. The police are no longer the hare, but the mouse.
This is the owl. This is a telephone instruction for the driver, the mouse. Make notes. The driver, the mouse, will leave within 10 minutes in the orange Renault van with the 5 bags of ransom money. Instruction: the mouse drives to the Euro Motel on the A4 just past Schiphol in the direction of Amsterdam. Near the entrance to the Euro Motel, further instructions are buried under the right-hand lamppost. Follow these instructions precisely. Is this understood, and will this be carried out? Answer immediately with yes or no.
Yes, the instructions are understood. We are ready to leave.
If anybody follows the orange van, all deals will be cancelled forever.
A police officer follows the first set of instructions. At the Euro Motel, he finds a note along with photos of Heineke and Doderer holding recently issued newspapers.
Drive to the southern province of Brabant, to the Texaco gas station called Zevenbergse Hoek, alongside the A16 motorway between Breda and Dordrecht.
Upon arrival, the mouse is told to order a cup of coffee and wait for the call from the kidnappers.
Follow the road to Breda. A plastic container is buried under a milestone along the way.
Retrieving the letter, the mouse reads,
Drive toward Antwerp in Belgium and take the Rijsbergen turnoff in order to reach Utrecht via Tilburg using the A27. After taking the De Meern turnoff, drive towards Bizet Avenue in the Utrecht neighborhood Welgelegen. Further instructions are buried close to a numbered lamppost in the area of De Hommel restaurant.
Digging up the plastic container, the mouse finds another note and a set of car keys.
Transfer the ransom from your car into the Ford. Then take the Oudenrijn intersection and head towards the Maasbergen Motel in Arnhem to await further instructions. On the front seat next to you is a walkie-talkie under a piece of cloth. It is turned on. Remove the cloth, but do not touch the walkie-talkie. It is strictly prohibited for you to touch the walkie-talkie. Any instructions given to the mouse, the driver by the owl, have absolute priority and must be carried out immediately. The owl.
The green Ford Taunus was easy enough to spot. A woman's bicycle was strapped to the roof. Although the officer couldn't see it, it also had a single French headlight, which emitted a distinct yellow glow compared to the usual white. It was now almost 7 a.m., and the driver had been on the road for hours with no end in sight. He drives over the Marsbergen overpass.
This is the owl with instructions for the mouse. This message has priority. This message has absolute priority. This is the owl with instructions for the mouse. Reduce speed to 60 kilometers per hour and follow the crash barrier. Stop at the red road cones. Put the bags containing the money into the hole that you will find there. Afterwards, follow your instructions. This message has absolute priority. This message has absolute priority.
The officer slows down, spots the cones, and comes to a dead stop. In front of him is a hole. Cor van Hout's plan was an elaborate scavenger hunt. He would lead the police down various twists and turns for hours, constantly keeping
more
him moving,
stands, aren't there?
only to jump on the mouse at the last moment. The police officer did not stop at a river, a set of vacuum tubes, or a houseboat. He stops at an overpass.
Kyrgyzstan.
An overpass that was found after driving more than 1,000 kilometers across the Netherlands. An overpass that met a few very specific conditions. Willem Holleder, spotter 1, standing on the edge of a field around 800 meters from the overpass. He is equipped with binoculars and a walkie-talkie. This vantage point means he can easily see the approaching car, but he is also visible to helicopters. Since he's located near an army base, the men decide to disguise him in an army uniform, both for camouflage from above and as a convenient excuse in case he runs into a farmer or hiker. Jan Boulaert, driver. Boulaert is behind the wheel of the getaway van. As the mouse approaches, he slowly drives the Hanemag under the overpass to ensure that it cannot be spotted from above. Frans Meyer, spotter 2. Frans gets out of the Hanemag and crouches in some nearby bushes. He watches the overpass, ensuring that the police officer is not followed, and letting the rest know over the walkie-talkie once he has left. Cor van Hout. Van Hout is sitting in the back of the van,
second from left,
ready to
I'm
grab
stupid.
the cash. He hears the mailbag slide down the storm drain into the underpass. As Cor exits the vehicle, he hears the faint sounds of helicopters overhead. Within 30 seconds, all 5 are in the van. Frans quickly checks that the mouse has left. They had chosen a stretch of highway without a roundabout close by, ensuring he could not turn around and come back. The 2 men get back in the van and Jan drives off. It's a tense drive. There's no sign they are being followed, and within 10 minutes they reach their final destination, a forest clearing near Zeist. The transfer happens in one smooth motion. Boulaert takes his foot off the gas, shifts down, and uses his handbrake to prevent the brake lights from turning on. If anyone was watching, they wouldn't know that the car had briefly stopped. Just slow enough to hop out, Meyer and Van Hout pull out the cash as he drives off with the van.
How do they
quickly pull the 5 mailbags over to where they buried several large plastic drums. Removing the top layer of dirt, they take out 2 sleeping bags and spread them over the forest floor. Sliced open with a penknife, 2 of the bag's contents are emptied and scanned with a frequency detector, stashed in the drums beforehand. They scan for any tracking devices hidden in the cache. The men worked furiously as the sound of helicopters seemed to come closer and closer. As the bags are dropped into the drums, each man removes his disguise. Wigs, gloves, and bulletproof vests join the weapons, coats, and other equipment already in the drums. Cor kneels down and pushes dirt over the lids. Frans places leaves and branches on top. The drums are nearly impossible to spot. Under their jackets, they are already wearing a race biking outfit. Recovering 2 silver race bikes from a nearby bush, the men hop on and get on the road. After 2 years of planning and 2 long weeks of holding Heineke and Doderer, it was over. Cor van Hout, Willem Holleder, Frans Meyer, Jan Boulaert, and Martin Erkamps had executed the most elaborate kidnapping scheme in European history. Adjusted for inflation, they collected a staggering 74.6 million euros.
Jesus.
Until now, everything seemed and was orchestrated perfectly.
Did they not know about cryptocurrency?
But they missed something. On the 16th of November, the Heineke Corporation received a letter the police later called Item 547. It mentioned 3 names in connection with the wood workshop at the Heining: Cor van Hout, Jan Boulaert, and Frans Meyer. The tipster also mentioned their business dealings. This tip was never released to the public, but it led to the eventual capture of all suspects. It's speculated that during the kidnapping, the police had no substantial leads. It was the golden tip that actually brought the group into light. Whether the police would have eventually found them without it is a different matter. But what is true is that the tip took away time from the gang that they would have had otherwise. The anonymous tip came one day after the first ransom rally should have taken place. The police's gamble paid off. If the ransom drop-off had gone according to the plan of Cor von Hout, they had 24 hours before the police even got the tip, giving them a much better chance for escape. 2 days after they hid the cash, Cor von Hout starts to notice that he's being followed by undercover police. Realizing that they've been found out, the men go back to retrieve 15 of the 35 million guilders, splitting it between the 5 of them. They then parted ways, promising each other that they would meet up again, as they always did, on New Year's Day in 1983 to retrieve the rest of the money. Jan Boulaert and Martin Erkamps were arrested first. Intercepted by police on their way to free Heineken and Doderer, they still had their split of cash on them, which was confiscated. Jan Boulaert was sentenced to 12 years in 1984. Due to his more limited involvement, Martin Erkamps was sentenced to 8 years. On Monday, December 5th, 1983, the rest of the ransom money.
Does Spain have connection to... Well, I'm not sure if these are connected. I don't know. We'll see.
Along with all other heist equipment was found. According to police, a hiker had allegedly stumbled across several packs of $200 $100 bills.
That's weird.
Franz Meyer turned himself in on December 28, 1983, after allegedly burning 3 million guilders in a manic frenzy, which funnily enough is only half of what he, according to Cor von Hout, had with him. Due to his psychological state during the first span of his incarceration, Franz was eventually put in the Pieterbaan Center for Psychological Evaluation. He managed to escape from the center and fled to Paraguay, where he started a family and ran a restaurant for many years. He was eventually tracked down in 1995 by Dutch crime journalist Peter R. de Vries. In 2002, he was extradited to the Netherlands, where he served until his release in 2000.
If it took that long, I mean, just let the fella go. I already found the cash. I'm not saying it's East Germany.
2005.
What?
Willem Holleder and Cor von Hout managed to evade the police until the 29th of February, 1984.
What? Oh, München is north? So it's... Or are they... I don't know. What way are they fucking facing? I'm just trying to find the 73.
Together, but they were eventually traced back to their friend's apartment through phone calls they had made to loved ones in the Netherlands. Cor von Hout was assassinated on the 24th of January 2003 in Amstelveen. The perpetrator was convicted in January 2019. His former best friend, Willem Holleder, the nose.
That's close. All right, well, that was a great video suggestion. Thank you. Let's see. I'm just going to keep doing Fern and whatnot.
July 1st, 2018, 9:20 a.m. A high-security prison south of Paris. One of the largest, most modern, and most secure detention centers in France.
73 or 6. That's what I'm going to look out for.
Massive 17-foot walls lined with barbed wire and armored doors.
Star-spangled snackies? You don't want some?
Helicopter netting. On all 4 watchtowers, snipers with assault rifles stand at the ready. In solitary confinement cell 207, inmate number 0010
73. Okay, we found the highway.
Waits to be escorted to a visiting room.
Now we just need to see where this
prisoner in the country.
Intersects
He
with
was
6.
involved in at least 30 robberies, some including hostages, one involving a cash and transit heist that led to the death of a police officer. Twice, he slipped away from the police right at the scene of the crime. And 5 years ago, in 2013, he pulled off a spectacular escape from another high-security prison, using a smuggled gun and explosives to blast his way out. 2 guards unlock his cell to pat him down. They do find something suspicious, but it's just a pack of gum. The guards
Officer,
like
that's my wiener.
Despite his staggering record of high-stakes crimes. He's easygoing, funny, and likable. It's almost like he's perfectly comfortable here, behind bars. 20 miles away, 65-year-old flight instructor Stefan Bai welcomes 2 new students, Frederic and
Plus
Julian,
6 is
father and
north
son.
of here, and I'm going
They're
the
both
wrong
hyped for their
fucking way.
flight. They say they just want to tag along and watch him fly, not pilot themselves, but they do request it to be on board the Alouette 2, a
never
vintage
mind.
collector's model from the 1950s. The pair have been marveling at it because it just looks so pretty. Something feels sketchy. Stefan will later recall that he thought they were wearing wigs. But hey, money is money, right? They pay 500 euros in cash up front. Back in jail, the prisoner is escorted to the visitors block for
It's either
high-risk
like
inmates.
here or here.
It's situated as far away from the prison entrance as possible. Prison management
split
has
the
been on edge
difference?
for a while, noticing a change in the inmate's behavior. He's received more visits and seemed
There's
to be
curve.
sending coded messages during phone calls.
There's curve in both
His casual
places.
vibe with the guards could be a tactic to extract useful intel. A couple of days ago, a drone was spotted scouting the facility from above. Stefan is waiting for his students on an open field. He has landed on the clearing because they said they needed to stop to pee. They stepped out and disappeared behind some trees. When they return, they're armed. They claim to know his family and his home address. They say they have been watching him for months,
Yes.
and that their
Okay.
accomplices are waiting at his
Good
house
call.
as they speak. If he doesn't do exactly as they say, his family dies. They'll tell him where to fly next. On the visitor side of booth number 50, the inmate's older brother is waiting to see his sibling. He has no idea that his little brother is about to pull off the most spectacular prison break in French history.
Oh my god. That creeped me the fuck. Oh, it's a kind of. I did not like that. Shit.
The prisoner calmly waiting for his helicopter ride is Redouane Faïd. He's the
Is Salisbury in
country's most
London?
famous criminal. He's also a best-selling author, a movie buff
Queensland.
and adrenaline junkie, and to many in France,
Oh, this is in
suburbs,
Australia.
he's also a legend.
Whoopsies.
But to understand all this, we need to go back to the beginning.
Or no, New Zealand, my bad.
1978,
No.
a suburb near Paris. This is 6-year-old Redouane. He's still in kindergarten, browsing through a newly opened store with his brother, who's 2 years older than him.
Stupid.
There's not a single thing in this shop the two could afford. Their parents are Algerian
Queensland.
immigrants. The
Or
father
is
works
that-
in a factory.
or is it
the
Canada?
mother cleans houses.
Fuck.
At home, the boys shared a cramped 3-room apartment with 9 other siblings.
Queensland, Ontario.
The social housing block is surrounded by wealthy suburbs, full of wealthy French kids. Redouane and his brother do not fit the mold. And the store detective makes sure they know it. He calls them Petit Merguez,
Oh my
a
God.
racial slur for Algerian immigrants.
Oh,
But
God.
other than that, he doesn't really pay attention to them. Out in the parking lot, the brothers divide up their haul. It's Redouane's first theft ever. A couple of weeks later, he gets caught. His parents are furious, and his father whips him 20 times with a belt. His mother makes him promise he will never steal again.
Yeah.
Around this time, Redouane discovers the world of film, especially French crime thrillers and American gangster movies. He watches them on repeat, memorizes entire scenes, and acts them out at home for his family. By his teens, stealing isn't just survival anymore, it's a way of life. He and his friends swipe TVs, stereos, VCRs, car radios, and computers.
Melbourne.
They use the money to buy Adidas sneakers and flashy tracksuits. But more than anything, they go to the movies.
Bro,
Again
we can
and
hit up
again.
Wagga Wagga.
Then, at 18 years old, Redouane commits his first bank robbery. He walks in armed, holds the bank employee at gunpoint, and threatens her with a line straight from the French crime film, Marine. Shut up. Do what I tell you. I've got nothing against you. I only want the money. Think of your children. After the robbery, he simply goes back to school and studies for his high school exams.
Oh, Queensland's
There's no one to scold him anymore at home. His father has moved back to Algeria, and his mother is dying of leukemia.
Wang.
He'll later write in his autobiography that
Wangerada?
from that moment on, he stopped caring.
We're looking for
Redouane
Salisbury.
Faïd's crimes are getting bigger, and they seem to be directly inspired by American action films. During a heist, he and his crew end up taking a bank director and his family hostage. They are wearing rubber masks
Adelaide
with the faces
and
of famous
Brisbane.
politicians, just like Patrick Swayze in Point Break.
Okay.
Redouane even delivers a line from the movie when they leave the
Brisbane,
scene.
1960.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and please don't forget to vote.
In another hostage situation 2 years later, Fayed and his men show up in sharp black suits in homage to Tarantino's Reservoir Dogs. They even adopt the thing with the
damn good
color-coded
movie.
aliases.
Mr. White, Mr. Blonde, Mr.
Oh, Mr. White. No, fuck. I cannot do Jesse Pinkman.
Blue, Mr. Orange, Mr. Pink.
But this time the job goes sideways and they have to flee from the cops,
This
just like in the movie.
is Indian.
However, all
Or
these
Indian.
spectacular crimes still
Or-
don't seem enough for Fayed.
Actually,
One of his all-time favorite
If it's
gangster
both,
films
maybe
is Michael
Pakistan?
Mann's Heat, and after watching it
Near
over
the
and
border,
over again,
maybe?
he sets himself a new
Not
goal: the holy grail of robbery, armored
Delhi.
trucks.
New Delhi. Where's Old Delhi?
An industrial area on the outskirts of Paris. Fayed is behind the wheel of a Renault. He spots his target, a 6-ton armored truck with 3 armed guards inside, and slams his car straight into it. Within seconds, 2 more cars appear, blocking the truck from the front and back.
Oh.
5 men in hockey masks jump out, AK-47s in
Why?
hand, just like in the movie Heat. They surround the truck, moving fast. One of them slaps an explosive-looking package onto the windshield. The guards step out and surrender. Fayed and his crew start emptying the truck, but there's a problem. It's simply too much cash. Moving the money out takes way too long.
Wait, like super
After just 3
close?
minutes,
Or
police are on the scene. Gunfire erupts. Fayed takes a bullet to the shoulder. He does manage to escape with his crew, but he has lost blood on the crime scene. Now the police have his DNA and start to investigate his identity. And if they catch him, he's looking at 15 years behind bars. Stefan Bai and his 2 captors land for a second time. The hijackers have 2 more men waiting on the ground. They haul large black duffel bags into the helicopter. One of them climbs in, all dressed in black, hood pulled over his head. Stefan is held at gunpoint the entire time. Now he is ordered to take off again. He flips the ignition switches and presses the starter, but nothing happens. The kidnappers think he's trying to outsmart them and start freaking out. They beat and threaten him. If he doesn't do as they say, his family dies. Stefan manages to convince them that he really needs to step out to check the wiring. Finally, the engine roars back to life. They take off again.
Wait.
The
No, this could be
hijackers
in
are well
Lahore,
prepared.
not Delhi.
The duffel bags are packed with tear gas, smoke grenades, masks, AK-47s, and an angle grinder. And so the heli thunders towards the high-security prison, where Redouane Fayed is sitting calmly in visiting room 50, chatting away with his older brother.
I'm gonna say Lahore.
Hands down, this really is the kind of stuff you'd expect in a Hollywood blockbuster. But say you're in the US and can't stream this
In the
French crime thriller due to
70s.
geo-restrictions. Enter CyberGhost VPN. With servers in more than 100 countries, CyberGhost lets you bypass restrictions from anywhere in the world and access content freely, including Netflix,
Fuck my
Amazon
God.
Prime, or
That's-
Disney+.
no, actually,
Whether
hold
you're
on.
traveling or just want to explore a different content
Rephrase that
library,
one.
CyberGhost reroutes your traffic through secure VPN. It masks your IP address and encrypts your data to keep it safe and private
Yeah.
for up to 7 devices simultaneously.
So
Their
I
no
was
logs policy means your
right
browsing
on the
history
money
and personal
initially.
data aren't
That's
stored, tracked, or shared.
Uh,
That's why they're trusted by millions worldwide
so we're
and
in
rated great on
Waikiki.
Trustpilot. You can now get 84% off the 2-year plan, plus 4 months free, at just €2.03 per month. It's all risk-free with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Give it a try
Everyone
at
go buy this.
cyberghostvpn.com/fern.
Is there any demand, like, really that much for VPNs? Hawaii was never colonized? What is this achievement that I've gotten? Twitch. Because it surely isn't my affiliate status, is it? Reach 50 followers, but it also doesn't say I have 50 followers on my affiliate thing. Okay. Okay, well. Huh. No, so it's just acknowledging that I have 50 followers, but other achievements haven't caught up to it. Oh well.
Back to Redouane Fayed in prison.
Guys, once that updates, I can award VIP badges.
How did he land there in the first place? 20 years earlier, the Mövenpick Hotel in Basel. An employee enters a room to prepare it for the next guest. She has no idea she is not alone. Redouane Faïd has been hiding there for over 3 hours. Outside, the police are searching for him across the entire city. A few hours earlier, Faïd was arrested on a train heading from Germany to France. German federal police took him into custody. He had been hiding abroad for months.
By Hassan.
But when the officers escort him off the train, he manages to break free.
He runs straight across the tracks
to shake the cops. A train roars in and blocks the officers from following. He jumps several meters down and twists his ankle, so now he's limping. Somehow he makes it to the back entrance of the Mövenpick Hotel and sneaks inside. He finds several open doors, since the cleaning staff are still working. He needs to get out of here somehow. He thinks about calling a contact in Strasbourg, but he doesn't have a phone. So what now? There's a payphone right outside the hotel, but he also doesn't have any coins. He calmly approaches the receptionist to ask if she can give him some change for a bill. She places the coins in front of him, which leads to another problem. His hands are still cuffed. What if she notices and calls the police? Faïd keeps it cool, acts like he's casually reading a promo poster behind the desk. The moment the receptionist turns away, he quickly scoops up the coins. The first call fails, and he disappears onto the hotel rooftop to hide for a couple of hours. He tries again, turns around, and finds himself surrounded by 20 police officers.
You got a good video on it?
The next day, Faïd is at the hospital with 2 officers to have his ankle checked.
Man, I've literally been here.
He seems to be in serious pain,
thing.
but that's just an act. In a fraction of a second, he drops his crutches and snatches a gun from one of the officers. He trained in Krav Maga during his time in Israel, a super efficient military combat technique designed for fast defense and brutal disarmament. Before the second officer can react, Faïd drives his elbow into his face. The officer drops, and Faïd takes his gun too. Then he runs, as fast as he can, for the second time in 24 hours. You would think a guy like that would be watched extra closely in jail. At 11:18 a.m., this prison guard hears a strange noise. A low hum or buzzing sound coming from outside. To her, it sounds like a leaf blower. Weird, she thinks. The gardeners are not supposed to work on Sundays. Well, it's not a leaf blower. But the facility is prepared for this. This sentinel receives an urgent order over the radio, unseal. The same thing happens on other watchtowers. Each one is equipped with a special case. The guard has to break the seal to open it.
Or something like
Inside is an HK G36 assault rifle. He grabs it and takes aim. The helicopter just keeps descending. The prison yards are covered with anti-helicopter netting. Flying in here would be a suicide mission.
Whatever.
But this is not a random helicopter. It's a 60-year-old vintage model, just small enough to slip through
this. You can tell it's recent because they own their damn phone.
The last one of the prison yards. Also, this is not a regular landing. In fact, they're not touching down at all. Redouane Faïd must have known somehow that prison guards are not allowed to shoot at a flying helicopter. There's a proper
iPhone 7,
protocol for
iPhone 8.
And maybe he also knew that Stéphane Bay is one of the few pilots in all of France who are skilled enough to pull this off. To keep this specific type of vintage heli steady enough while...
Oh, brother, this dude is not having a good time. He's just a fucking phone stand for his partner there, presumably. Oh, man, dude does not look happy. That's funny.
While hovering above the ground. Investigators will later discover that Faïd had been writing letters to Stéphane's stepdaughter for 2 entire years. And this friendship was not Faïd's only connection to the outside world, because at this point, Redouane Faïd was already a star.
Where are we?
October 2010, 12 years after his escape in Basel, 8 years before his helicopter prison break, Redouane Faïd sits in a French talk show.
Oh, wow. They got his likeness almost perfect.
Bonjour Redouane Faïd.
Bonjour.
Les banques, vous en avez braqué combien en tout?
Alors, officiellement, j'en ai braqué qu'une, puisque j'étais condamné que pour une banque. On m'a soupçonné d'en avoir braqué une trentaine, mais bon, ça, c'est que des dires et des racontards.
He's a welcome guest at the time, a bit of a sensation even. Redouane Faïd has written a book about his cinematic crimes, so now he's making the rounds on French TV to promote it.
C'est terrible de dire ça, mais le cinéma a été pour moi un mode d'emploi pour braquer.
Et on voyait ça un petit peu, l'attaque de fourgon blindé en ligne de mire. Pourquoi? Parce que quand tu attaques un fourgon blindé, c'est le top des tops.
The caption on screen reads, former gangster. Well, not so long ago, he was anything but. In late 1998, 3 months after his escape in Basel, Faïd was caught and sentenced to 18 years in jail for armed robbery. He was granted parole for good behavior after just under 9 years. Now he presents himself as a changed man, as someone who has learned his lesson.
La vie de bandit, c'est que de la vie de merde. Vous savez, vous faites souffrir tout le monde. Quand vous allez en prison, c'est une sanction carrément qui est collective parce que votre famille, votre femme, vos enfants, vos frères, vos sœurs, vos parents, tout le monde paye.
He got married. His brother has landed him an office job. He appears to be taking it easy now. At one point, he attends a film event where Michael Mann is physically present, the director of Heat, the very film that inspired his biggest heist.
Moi, personnellement, je suis un ancien gangster. Malheureusement, je m'en vante pas. Je viens de faire une dizaine d'années de prison. J'ai attaqué des fourgons blindés, des bijouteries, des banques, c'est tout bien, je pense. Et je leur ai répondu que non. J'avais un conseiller technique, un prof de fac, une sorte de mentor. Et il s'appelle Michael Mann. Alors ma question, en fait, elle est simple. C'est est-ce qu'il a conscience qu'il y ait des gangsters qui puissent s'inspirer de son cinéma? Parce que moi, ça m'est arrivé.
Guess they don't have a landmark for...
Michael Mann looks amused, but also a bit uncomfortable. He doesn't know what to say.
Thank you for that. I don't know how to respond.
In another talk show stint, Faïd is asked if he thinks he could ever relapse.
I don't know how mountainous Greece is.
That's a bold-faced lie. Because at
This
this
is
point,
sitting in a
he's already
valley.
back to committing crimes. And not just petty theft, but a crime so shocking it will shake the entire country.
South of it, at least, pretty mountainous, no?
May 20th, 2010,
So many
Cité,
trees.
a suburb southeast of downtown Paris. 2 officers are on routine patrol, Thierry M. and
What
his
do you
partner
mean
Aurélie
by
Fouquet. Fouquet is 26 years old. She became a mother just a year ago. For them, it's just another day on the job. But then they get a call from the National Police. They're told to head to the A4 highway exit. Some criminals are on the run in a white van. They pull up at an intersection with flashing lights and blaring sirens. They have no idea what they're about to get into. These men had a plan to rob an armored cash truck carrying 16 million euros. But 30 minutes ago, a routine traffic stop turned their heist into a high-speed, all-out chase with the police. Now they've crashed and need a new getaway car. But at that exact moment, the 2 patrol officers arrive. The gang doesn't hesitate to open fire. The windshield of the patrol
It's
car
so,
alone is pierced by 16 bullets.
Nondescript.
Fouquet is hit multiple
Hey,
times. The gunmen flee.
How's it going?
Fouquet is rushed to the hospital. And by the end of the day, she is dead.
Yeah, I don't...
The murder of Aurélie Fouquet sends shockwaves throughout the entire country.
You hit your keyboard?
At her funeral, thousands of police officers stand in mourning. Among them is French President Nicolas Sarkozy. He posthumously awards her a Medal of Honor and delivers...
I'm generally center-left, so not a big fan of Trump, or pretty much anything he's doing. I think is a large executive... whatever will keep you around. But, you know, I argue with and debate people from across the political spectrum. It's just as long as you're not, like, racist and willing to actually engage with conversation, you're more than welcome here. And it especially helps if you know where this guy is.
A promise. He will do everything it takes to
I'm
find
not
out
Hassan.
who did it.
That's very true.
d'Aurélie Fouquet, je le dis devant son cercueil, seront punis
And there's British people here, so.
avec la sévérité qu'exige l'ignominie de leur crime.
Redouane Faïd feels safe. So safe he keeps telling his gangster stories on camera. Here he is in a documentary. The film recounts how Fouquet was gunned down. And then Redouane...
Well, okay, so I would probably disagree. I think he's dumb most of the time. He's really good at repeating whatever the default Marxist-Leninist talking point is. Like, what takes of his do you agree with? I guess that's my question to you. Okay, I'm just going to pull the trigger on
not as a
something
suspect,
here.
not as a fugitive, but as an expert on this kind of heist. At the time, the filmmakers had no idea that the man sitting in front of them had a part in the
special
killing
type of
Olivier
column.
Fouquet.
This is.
The failed attack on the armored cash truck has Faïd's signature all over it, but he has an airtight alibi, and he swears he was not involved. But investigators keep digging and eventually find compelling surveillance footage. A security camera has caught Faïd inside the white van used by the criminals. Faïd was not on the scene when the shots were fired, but police gather enough evidence to pin him down as the mastermind behind the operation. After 1 year on the run, Faïd is captured. Again, and he goes straight back to prison.
Doric. Corinthian.
Whether you're
That's the
invited
name
to
of
a
that
talk show
column.
or heading out on a date, there are moments when you want to look your best. But shaving is often a struggle. Many men experience razor burns and get nervous about shaving right ahead of an important event.
What? I don't think most people are probably generally pro-Palestine, but like Hamas is a terrorist organization. They're not helping the people there. What is wrong with Polish Americans? What? I missed this? Is there some beef with Poland? Well, that's just not. Well, oh, Polish politicians. Sorry, I misread that. Look, Hamas is not helping anybody. No, I misread. Hamas is not helping anybody. Not even even Gazans don't want Hamas to continue doing what they're doing. They're protesting against them at, fear for their own lives. And they are getting shot for it.
That's why Henson set out to fix shaving with real precision. They're experts in machining parts for aerospace projects, and they conducted pioneering research.
Sure, but there'd be 50,000 more Gazans if Hamas wasn't there.
On what really makes for a good and skin-friendly shave. The result is just beautiful. A sleek and long-lasting aluminum razor with aerospace-level precision. The blade sits at a near-perfect 30-degree angle and extends just 0.0013 inches past the shave plane, less than a human hair. That blade support makes for less flex, less irritation, and just a better, safer shave. We are big fans. Go to hensonshaving.com/ferntv.
And the public pressure against Israel is good, but no. What's happening is Israel now has carte blanche to do whatever they want against them. Hamas and the attitudes that Gen Z took toward, I am Gen Z, but the attitudes people took to just instantly side with them without acknowledging a lot of the suffering from the Jewish populace has led to a more and more extreme Israel. It has not helped in the slightest. The Palestinians don't want Hamas there anymore. It's just... That is just not true. That is not true in the slightest. That is patently false. No, they don't. Their approval rating is tanking. They voted for them? Terrorist attacks constantly. Getting missiles shot at you all the time isn't wonderful. Ever since the, refound, or 1945, other nations around Israel have tried to destroy it time and again. And they've had to, fight and fight and fight to say, look, we're not leaving. And, made concessions to Egypt, to Jordan, and all that. They've been at war for their existence for as long as they've, since the 1940s. Yes, they do. That is not, when you launch random missiles into a place, even before you talk about October 7th, even before, there's mandatory service. on Hamas kill lists? And yeah, Israel is a more Gaza's a dense space. Israel is a more advanced army. Like, as part of mandatory conscription. Like, it's, by that logic, everyone in Israel, except like the ultra-Orthodox people, are valid targets. That's not... They are civilians when they're out of the military and at a concert.
And enter the code FERN at checkout to get a free pack of 100 blades with the purchase of a razor. Two inmates are...
Well, it depends. Is the ex-Hamas, like, in leadership? I mean, yeah. But this, like, it just depends. Like, I'm not saying Israel doesn't go above and beyond what is probably... proportional is the wrong word, because they're not like they're a terrorist organization, but Hamas does target civilians and innocent people and uses pretty shitty tactics like hiding under hospitals, schools, and in tunnels and trying to blend in with civilian populaces. Like, yeah, again. Viking Next Soldier. Hamas does target civilians. When you randomly launch missiles into a populace that's targeting civilians. Yes, but that's bullshit. If someone leaves the military after especially being mandatorily conscripted, once they leave and they're done, civilians is a populace. If you're shooting missiles into a populace that is targeting civilian, if you're not targeting the military and it's not aimed at, dude, okay, not what? But you would say that Israel targets civilians when there's collateral damage for an attack against a military target, I'm assuming. And being untargeted, like, happens to kill some civilian. These are super unreliable, unaimed things. They are shooting them in with the... oh my god. Shooting them into civilian populaces with the goal of either mass damage or killing. They're trying to spread fear. What? I don't believe you for a fucking second.
Taking out the trash, accompanied by a prison guard. Suddenly, they see a helicopter in the courtyard next to them. They wonder if it could be firefighters. The unarmed warden...
Like, there was that instance where, was it? Yeah. On one of the marches of return or something, where an Israeli sniper shot a kid in the head. No, that does happen. But saying that and then saying Hamas just doesn't do that at all is bullshit. I just total BS. I'm good. We've all seen pictures of... That is such horseshit. Dude. That is just total bullshit.
Bolts into a nearby office, hiding behind bulletproof glass. Meanwhile, the two prisoners are about to witness Bedouin Fayed's spectacular prison escape up close.
Yeah, look, encroaching settlements is not good. That's Israel's going too far in that regard. It's but when Hamas launches attacks, sorry, you shouldn't. It's a known quantity that Israel responds very heavy-handedly. If Hamas cared about the people of Gaza, they wouldn't be in civilian clothing, hiding amongst them, and they'd be more focused on actually governing Gaza. Civilians are on the must kill list because they're ex-militants which have been spied on and located. And they all just happen to be the ones at this concert. Dude. Yeah, I mean, the Netanyahu government is way too extreme, and Hamas knows exactly what they're doing and getting egged on by Iran to keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting. Yeah. Settlements are bad. The amount of collateral damage is bad, but it's Hamas knew this was going to happen, and then they're hiding amongst civilians, and spending next to no time actually governing Gaza. It's just whatever. Go here. Big 2018. Yeah, it was Italy. You're right. Still though, that's one of the best scores I've seen in this game. God damn.
One of the three men stays with Stefan, the pilot, and continues to press a gun to his head.
Could have gone to prison instead and not killed Chip. You go where you're ordered to.
The other two jump out. They are masked and wearing bulletproof vests beneath their clothes. Each of them carries an AK-47. They've just landed in the honored courtyard.
True, yeah. That is a good point. Well, but again, when there's a... They could have went to prison and said no, but they told me to kill... No. You just not even close to... First of all, you're not going to have that many conscientious objectors. It's just not going to happen. People do want to serve and defend a place that has historically had a need for a military. And it's just not what's happening at all.
Prisoners do not have access here. It's only used when inmates enter or leave the facility. That's why nobody thought anti-helicopter cables were needed here. The man in green runs towards a reinforced white door.
That's not the point at all. What I'm saying is they're retroactively saying, yep, these are the people we meant to kill because, yeah, they were in the IDF at one point, just like almost every other person in Israel. No, Hamas went in, they murdered a bunch of fucking civilians with the goal of causing terror and drumming up or getting Israel to act super harshly and then looking to the world to be like, oh, look at us, we need help. Could aid be blocked? Absolutely fucking not. But like, yeah. Yeah, and since that attack, it's a lot less clerical work and a lot more actual fighting. It'd be a lot less civilian deaths if Hamas actually wore uniforms or... Okay, but it's a big... Even if that's true, that is a lot of people. And... Okay, no, but the shooting missiles into crowds. 1,700 people is not a lot of people. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude. I don't think we're going to close this gap.
Door. He carries an angle grinder with a 14-inch 35-centimeter blade. His partner sets off 3 smoke grenades, releasing thick white smoke. The helicopter's spinning blades churn it into a roaring chaos, until the entire courtyard is engulfed. A complete whiteout. The sound of the cutting angle screeches through the entire prison. Faid knows what that means. It's time. By now, it's clear to everyone that nobody here is blowing leaves.
Also, again, I don't know how you're able to hold the cognitive dissonance of Israel. When they strike, it's meant to kill civilians, but when Hamas launches rockets unaimed into civilian populace centers, that's not targeting civilians. How do you not, like, does the left half not talk to the right half? Like,
the blade of the grinder slices through the locking doors. Clean, precise. 40 seconds is all it takes. The man in green can just push the door open and step inside. The guards slowly realize...
And I'm not even saying what Israel's doing is excusable, but it's bad enough if you look at... I said 1,700, right? Was it 1,200, 1,700 people that were that were killed? Sorry. 1,200. Even still, like, look, can't go across a border and start spraying and praying civilians, randomly shooting into, like, porta potties. Not exactly target acquisition. Okay, even still, killing civilians, and you launch it, like, because it's been a while since I looked up the exact number. My bad. 1,200 people died, but there were civilians that were targeted. Hostages taken, like... Yeah, okay, I get that. Even still, Hamas does target civilians. Yes, thank you. Well aware.
Realize what's happening, but they're not carrying firearms and are unable to interfere. One of them sticks to protocol and calls the Civil Aviation Authority. They don't understand what's happening. Another calls the standard line for police emergencies and gets put on hold. A third contacts the local police, but the officer on the other end thinks it's a prank. The sentinels on the 4 watchtowers are the only ones carrying firearms, but they can't see the helicopter because their view is blocked by other buildings. And they're not allowed to fire at a flying aircraft anyway. Total, utter chaos. By now, Faid's brother knows exactly what...
I saw that message the first time. That's like... The mass amount of civilian deaths in Gaza are a combination of Israel's, like, extreme force. Yes, I did. And also that Hamas hides behind civilians. It's not 100% one or the other. But it's... Hamas just does not help these people. you're just not living on Earth. Hamas hides. Oh, sorry, they hide under civilians. So the only way to reach them is bunker buster bombs. Yeah, Jesus. Like, that's not true. Look, yes, there have been too many people killed for throwing stones, but also don't fucking throw stones at the soldiers. Like, dude. Even still, there's the PLA. There's this bunch of different groups. Dude, I still can't get past that you're saying that Hamas doesn't hide behind civilians. That's not... It's just not true.
What's going on? He's furious. He thought his brother was ready to change. And now this, another escape. He just can't help himself. Faid's accomplice has already cut his way through several locks. And now he has reached the door to visiting room 50, where Redouan Faid is waiting. The angle grinder slices through the metal. The door is open. Faid has been waiting for this. He storms out and rushes down a long corridor, followed by the man in green.
This looks amazing.
His brother is left behind, frozen and stunned. At 11:28 a.m., Redouan Faid steps into the prison courtyard. 10 minutes.
That's such a shit representation. Storing munitions in hospitals and schools. That's using human shields. Not wearing military uniforms and blending it and trying to blend in amongst civilian populaces. That's using human shields. But you've been writing essays. Oh my lordy jeez. Look, the more people in the West drum up Hamas support, the less, the farther and farther peace between Palestine and Israel goes. It's
after the helicopter got there. He sees the two inmates that have taken out the trash, brings his right hand to his temple, and gives them an Air Force salute. Then he climbs into the helicopter. Dozens of inmates stand pressed against the bars of their cells to watch. As the helicopter lifts off, the entire prison erupts into applause. It's almost like a movie scene.
A French gangster who broke out of jail by hijacking a helicopter.
A notorious gangster is on the run again.
Criminal who is a big movie fan. He has broken out of prison twice
and
now.
You can just about make out the helicopter flying off into the distance.
Multiple armed men who hijacked a helicopter,
which picked up Redouan Faid from within the prison grounds.
The news of Redouan Faid's prison break spreads across the world. He was already famous, a TV figure, the center of a cult-like hype. But this is a whole new level. A well-known French actress writes on social media, "Bravo, Redouan Faid. All of France is with you." The French police declare him the country's most wanted man. 3 months later, the authorities track him down, hiding in an apartment in his hometown, Creil. He's been disguising himself under a burqa during public outings. When he finally stands trial in 2020, authorities take extreme security measures, including a no-fly zone above the courthouse. The court cites a psychiatric assessment describing him as a social predator.
In your view, was Hamas' decision to launch its offensive against Israel on October 7th a correct one or incorrect one? And the Gaza Strip started off pretty correct, and it has been dropping and dropping and dropping. Wearing civilian clothes is not human shields, dude. There should be more humanitarian aid going in.
Or enter buildings that they think are, for example, booby-trapped, or where they think that there might be armed members of Palestinian factions inside one area or another. And this is being used on a daily basis.
Where you see it cropping up on a continuous, widespread basis, then investigators and prosecutors will look high up to see if that is being countenanced, if it's either coming down as a direct direction from those above, or they're turning a blind eye. And in both of those cases, it can incur command responsibility for those in the chain of command.
Yeah. Not saying Israel doesn't make excuses to go overboard, but Hamas does wear plain clothes. Hamas does sometimes fucking booby trap houses. The phrase can have a wider meaning than one specific example. But not when, you know, you store guns in a school or hide out and hiding under civilian buildings and hospitals and places that are supposed to be like not used by militants. Yeah, would you look at that? What is the best means of achieving Palestinian goals and ending the occupation and building an independent state? 66% are not. Okay, yeah, it's not strapping a civilian in front of you, but the broad concept of hiding amongst civilians, human shield, like, that's... Oh, yeah. No bomb shelters. Forgot about that one. Gaza doesn't want to fight. They want peaceful popular resistance, but armed struggle is falling far out of favor. It's the West Bank, where they have the Palestinian Authority. There, pretty sure. Yeah, they shouldn't do that. What do you want me to say? They're both bad. God. Yeah. No, but it's it's not bullshit. It's actually true. Munitions and grenades and guns stored in all of these places are like found. Can we get like a PDF of this? But dude. One lie doesn't make everything else a lie, and that goes both ways. Hey, look at that. Less than half Palestinians approve of Hamas's performance. Just saying. Like, the people in Gaza don't want Hamas to keep doing this shit. It's only, well, like some do, but it's really just Western commies that are like, yeah, and everyone who's not actually in Gaza is like, yeah, keep fighting. It's not gonna help anybody. This is... That's great if you did. I'm just saying. There's polling right here. There are some people that do support Hamas, but in Gaza they are falling off in support. People just want the war to end. And if Israel goes too far, which it has been, it's going to just prolong it more and more. But, the only thing that ends this isn't like armed conflict. It's a third party, a strong third nation with ties to Israel. Like, could have been the US being like, look, going in, intervening, forcing both sides to come to an agreement, holding both sides to it. But now we have Trump, who's just like, all right, here you go, Netanyahu. Once you flatten it, now we're going to make it the Riviera of the Middle East. But yeah, that Kamala Harris, she was not good enough. No. Israel, there should be a place for Jewish people to go. They're from all around the world, and also them are from the Middle East, or expelled from other countries. Dude, I don't want to do this anymore. What are the 67 borders? Israelis are Slavic. Jesus. The level. Dude. Yeah. I'm done. You can see your way out. You just do not live in reality in the slightest. This looks like some UK slop. No? Beef stew with gingerbread and juniper berries. Is that... Yeah, well, it's not from the UK. Somehow. Dude, we're done. You don't live in reality. You don't have any sympathy. Well, yeah, I mean... I'm not saying I wouldn't eat it. The gingerbread and juniper berries are interesting. If you can't have sympathy for both sides, I'm not entertaining this anymore. Sympathy for people who've been pushed out of like everywhere and expelled from the nations around them who do have heritage in the Middle East. Who no other country would take them. Like, yeah, I do have sympathy for the Jewish people. Okay. What about Hamas's claims and their terror or their kill list documents? They put any evidence in there? I'm saying it's done. If you can't acknowledge that both sides have some trauma for them, and then it's just you're just working on different fundamentals, and we're never going to come to anything. Let's go. Is it Belgian? What? Okay, but they do have to do with the 6-Day War, launching attacks. I'm not, like, even way post World War II. No, hold on. Even way post World War II, they have been getting attacked constantly. Now, has their retaliation been over? You can't acknowledge that nothing bad has happened to the Jewish people since 1945. You do not live on Earth. That's not true. Someone can be a colonizer, and if they get shot in the head, they are dead. The rest of the Arab world is accepting Israel as look. I mean, I don't know why I said not to time him out, but that's all right. It's just whatever. Doesn't. I just. Yeah, I guess. I just, yeah. Fuck it. Like, suppose that's supposed to be the doctrine of the stream, where it's like, if we don't live in the same factual universe, there's no fucking point. It's just a waste of time for everyone involved. You can say that Israel is going way too far, and also say that, yeah, the Jewish people have had a lot of trauma in recent history. Whatever. Looks Polish? No, it's to the west of Germany. I think it's from Belgium. Honestly, I'll go with a yum on that one. Yeah. Yeah, oh my god, it's been 5.5 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna call it there. Just wondering why, can I... Yeah, I don't need that coming back. Alright, well, thanks for tuning in. This was way too long of a stream. I didn't mean for that to happen. Yeah, see ya.